Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Proxima What If, presenting to you today, what if Harry could transform into a Shadow-Basilisk and Petrified Dumbledore by mistake at age 11? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Turned to Stone. The shadow in the cupboard under the stairs was wrong. It had been wrong for 3 days now, ever since the heat wave settled over Little Whinging like a wool blanket soaked in bathwater. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress with his knees drawn up because there wasn't room to stretch out, and he watched the shadow in the corner where the wall met the ceiling, and he tried to convince himself it wasn't moving. It was moving. Not much. Not in any way he could describe if someone asked, and no one would ask, because no one asked Harry Potter anything except why isn't this done yet and what did you do now, boy? But the shadow breathed. It pulsed at the edges like a living thing, and when Harry stared at it long enough, it stared back. He was turning 11 tomorrow. He didn't know why that felt important in a way birthdays had never felt important before. The Dursleys didn't celebrate his birthday. Dudley had once been given 37 presents on his birthday and thrown a fit because last year there'd been 38, and Harry had watched from the doorway of the kitchen where he'd been frying bacon and thought, very quietly, that if he ever got a present, just one, just something small, he wouldn't complain about it. He'd hold it carefully and put it somewhere safe and look at it when things got bad. He'd never gotten one. That was fine. Harry had learned early that wanting things was a type of currency he couldn't afford. But the shadow kept moving, and something in his chest kept humming, and his eyes, when he'd caught his reflection in the bathroom mirror that morning, had looked off. The green was deeper. Almost luminous. He'd blinked and it was gone, but for just a second, the pupils had narrowed to vertical slits, and the iris had bled from green to gold. He pressed his face into the musty pillow and tried to sleep. Downstairs, the grandfather clock in the hallway ticked toward midnight. Petunia Dursley noticed things. That was her gift and her curse. She noticed everything, catalogued everything, and worried about everything she noticed and catalogued. She noticed when Mrs. Number 7 got a new car. She noticed when the postman started wearing a different cologne. She noticed when the milk was a shade too yellow and switched brands immediately, telling Vernon it was a sign of poor refrigeration practices at the dairy. So of course she noticed that something was wrong with the boy. It had started small. The light bulb in his cupboard blowing out 3 times in a week, though she'd checked and there was nothing wrong with the wiring. The cat from number 4, the ginger Tom that terrorized birds up and down Privet Drive, sitting outside their front door and hissing at the cupboard wall, back arched, for standing on end, for 45 minutes straight until Vernon chased it off with a broom. The temperature drop. That was the one that really unsettled her. Every time she walked past the cupboard now, the air went cold and strange, like stepping through a pocket of winter that had gotten lost and wandered into July. And the boy's eyes. She'd seen those eyes before. Not the color was Lily's, and she'd spent 30 years learning to look through it rather than at it, but the quality of them. The way they caught light they shouldn't have been able to catch. Lily had done that too, near the end, before she'd gone off to that school and come back someone Petunia didn't recognize. Their mother had called it Lily's Shine and thought it was beautiful, and Petunia had known, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who has always been the ordinary one, that it was something else entirely. She hadn't told Vernon. Vernon's solution to anything abnormal was to shout at it until it became normal or went away, and Petunia had a crawling feeling in her gut that shouting at this particular abnormality would be a very, very bad idea. She stood at the kitchen sink at 11:30 at night, washing dishes that were already clean, and watched the reflection of the hallway in the dark window glass. The cupboard door was shut. A sliver of darkness showed at the bottom where the door didn't quite meet the floor. The darkness moved. Petunia set down the plate she was holding very carefully, dried her hands on the tea towel, and went upstairs to bed. She did not look at the cupboard as she passed it. She did not acknowledge the cold that reached for her ankles like fingers. Some things, she had learned from a lifetime of living adjacent to magic, were best left unseen. Harry woke at midnight exactly, and his hands were gone. Not gone, changed. In the thin light that crept under the cupboard door from the hallway nightlight, he held up his arms and watched the skin from his fingertips to his elbows ripple and darken, not to brown or black but to the color of shadow itself, that not quite color that lived in the space between a candle flame and the wall it couldn't quite reach. His fingers had elongated, fused, become something angular and wrong, and they moved with a fluidity that fingers shouldn't possess, bending in places where he didn't have joints. He should have screamed. He knew that, distantly, in the part of his brain that still catalogued normal reactions for future reference because the Dursleys had never taught him what was appropriate and he'd had to learn by watching other people. A normal boy would scream. Harry opened his mouth and what came out was a hiss. Low, resonant, vibrating in his chest like a plucked string. The shadows in the cupboard answered. They moved, all of them, pulling away from the walls and the ceiling and the underside of the stairs, flowing toward him like iron filings to a magnet, and they pooled around his changed hands and crept up his arms and he felt good. For the first time in his life that he could remember, he felt like something fit. Like finding a glove you didn't know you'd lost, or hearing a song you'd forgotten the words to and realizing you knew every note. The shadows were warm where they touched him, which made no sense because shadows weren't warm, shadows weren't anything, shadows were just the absence of light. But these shadows were his, and they were warm, and they were alive, and they said hello in a language he didn't hear with his ears but understood perfectly. His hands changed back slowly, the dark color receding like a tide pulling out, fingers separating, bones shortening. He was just Harry again. A skinny almost 11-year-old with broken glasses and a scar on his forehead and a hand-me-down shirt 3 sizes too big. But the shadows stayed close. They curled around his ankles under the thin blanket and settled there like cats, and Harry, who had never owned anything in his life, understood that something now owned him. Or maybe he owned it. Maybe it was the same thing. He didn't sleep again. He sat in the dark and breathed, and the dark breathed with him, and when the sun came up and spilled ordinary July light through the crack under the door, the shadows retreated to their normal places and behaved themselves. Get up. Aunt Petunia's voice, sharp and bright as a tapped glass, accompanied by her usual knock 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 on the cupboard door. Bacon's not going to fry itself. Harry put on his glasses, opened the door, and walked into the hallway. Aunt Petunia was already heading back toward the kitchen. She paused mid-step, just for a fraction of a second, and he saw her shoulders stiffen. She didn't turn around. "Happy birthday to me," Harry murmured, and his shadow on the hallway floor rippled once, like a stone thrown into still water, and went still. Breakfast at number 4 Privet Drive was a production. Vernon Dursley sat at the head of the table, enormous and florid, his mustache quivering over a plate of eggs and sausages. Dudley occupied one entire side, already working on his second helping, his piggy eyes fixed on the television in the corner where a cartoon involving brightly colored explosions held his intermittent attention. Aunt Petunia orbited the table like a nervous satellite, refilling tea, adjusting toast racks, and casting glances at Harry that she thought were subtle and weren't. Harry fried bacon. This was his job on weekend mornings and had been since he was 7 and tall enough to reach the stove by standing on a step stool. He'd burned himself badly the first few times. Uncle Vernon's response had been, "Toughen up, boy," and Aunt Petunia's had been a tight-lipped silence and a tube of burned cream left outside his cupboard door at night, which was as close to kindness as she generally got. He wasn't burning himself today. The oil didn't pop the way it usually did, and when a bead of hot grease leapt from the pan toward his wrist, it stopped. Hung in the air for a moment. Then fell harmlessly onto the stovetop. Harry stared at it. The shadow under the pan, cast by the overhead light in the kitchen, had shifted, just slightly, to catch the droplet's path. He filed this information away the way he filed everything, quietly, carefully, without expression. "Boy." Uncle Vernon's voice was a foghorn that expected to be obeyed. "What's the hold-up?" Harry brought the bacon to the table, set it on the serving plate, and sat in his usual spot, the chair furthest from everyone else, the one with the wobbly leg. He took a piece of toast and began to eat. "Post's coming," Aunt Petunia said, in the tone of someone making conversation to fill a silence she didn't like. Letters clattered through the mail slot. Dudley didn't move. Vernon didn't move. Harry was closest to the hallway and also the designated letter fetcher, so he went. 3 letters on the mat. A bill, a postcard from Vernon's sister Marge, he recognized the aggressive handwriting, and something thick, heavy, made of yellowed parchment, with green ink on the front and a wax seal on the back. The wax seal bore a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry's fingers tingled where they touched the envelope. The parchment was warm, not shadow warm, not the alive warmth he'd felt last night, but a different kind of warmth, like it had been sitting in sunlight. The green ink shimmered faintly. He could feel something in it, some vibration, some resonance, like the letter was a tuning fork struck against a frequency his bones recognized. He brought all 3 letters to the table. Set the bill and the postcard down in front of Uncle Vernon. Held the parchment envelope in his hand and looked at it. "What you got there?" Vernon's eyes narrowed. Harry turned the envelope over. The seal stared up at him. "A letter," he said. "Addressed to me." 3 things happened very quickly. Vernon lunged across the table with a speed remarkable for a man of his size, snatching at the letter. Petunia made a sound, a small, choked gasp that contained an entire history of fear and resentment and something that might have been recognition. And every shadow in the kitchen, under the table, behind the refrigerator, beneath the counter, in the corners where the walls met the floor, went sharp. Harry felt it like a muscle tensing. The shadows didn't move, exactly. They just became more there. More defined. The edges of every dark space in the room crisped and hardened, and the temperature dropped 3 degrees, and Vernon's grabbing hand stopped 6 inches from the envelope because he felt it too, the sudden, animal awareness that something in the room had changed and it would be very unwise to continue whatever you were doing. "That," Vernon said, and his voice had gone quiet in a way that was more frightening than his shouting, "is not for you. It has my name on it. Give it here." "No." The word came out flat and simple and utterly without fear, and Harry was surprised by it because he'd spent most of his life being afraid of Uncle Vernon and the sheer physical fact of him, the big hands, the red face, the belt that came off when Harry had been younger and Vernon had been less concerned about leaving visible marks. But the fear wasn't there today. It had been there yesterday. It had been there his entire life. And now, on the morning of his 11th birthday, it was just gone. Replaced by something steady and certain, like a foundation poured where there had only been empty air. Vernon stood up from the table. The chair screeched against the linoleum. He was a big man, 6 feet of him, 17 stone, hands like hams. He loomed over Harry the way he'd always loomed, using his body as a weapon of intimidation, and Harry looked up at him and did not move. "Vernon," Petunia said. Her voice was a wire pulled taut. "Vernon, don't. I will not have this freakishness in my house." "Sit down," Harry said. Uncle Vernon sat down. He did it without thinking, without deciding, the way you sit down when your legs give out from under you. His knees buckled and he dropped into his chair and the chair groaned under the sudden impact and Vernon's face went from red to white in the space of a heartbeat because he had not chosen to sit down and he knew it and Harry knew it and across the table, Petunia knew it, and she pressed her knuckles against her mouth and stared at Harry with eyes that held 11 years of dread finally being confirmed. Dudley hadn't noticed any of it. He was watching his cartoon. Harry opened the letter. He read it 3 times, standing in the kitchen with the July morning sun turning the linoleum gold, while Vernon sat frozen in his chair, not physically unable to move but deeply, instinctively unwilling to draw attention to himself. Petunia had her hands wrapped around her teacup and was gripping it hard enough to whiten her knuckles. The letter was an invitation. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins September 1st. A list of required supplies, wands and cauldrons and spellbooks and robes. A train ticket for a platform that shouldn't exist. You knew, Harry said, and he said it to Petunia because Petunia was the one who flinched. Yes. My mum was a witch. Yes. My dad was a wizard. Yes. Each word pulled from her like a tooth. And they got themselves blown up for it, and we took you in, and we tried to stamp it out of you, you couldn't have, Harry said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact, delivered with a calm certainty that didn't belong in the mouth of an 11-year-old. Could you? Petunia's teacup rattled against the saucer. No, she whispered. God help us, no. Right. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it in the pocket of his overlarge jeans. I'll need money for the supplies. Now see here, Vernon began, and the shadow under the table shifted, and he stopped talking. Harry hadn't done it on purpose. He was mostly sure he hadn't done it on purpose. But the shadows were listening to him now, had been listening since midnight, since his birthday ticked over and whatever had been sleeping in his blood woke up and stretched, and they responded to his emotions with an immediacy that was both thrilling and a little terrifying. He was annoyed with Vernon, and the shadows expressed that annoyance the way a dog expresses its owner's mood, instinctively, loyally, without subtlety. There's a vault, Petunia said. She was looking at the tablecloth. In their bank. Lily mentioned it, once. She said, if anything happened, there was money for you. Harry nodded. Thank you. He went back to his cupboard. Not because anyone told him to, but because he wanted to be alone with the letter and the humming in his chest and the shadows that curled around his feet like smoke. Behind him, in the kitchen, he heard Vernon say, in a voice stripped of everything except animal honesty, Petunia. Petunia, what the bloody hell just happened? And Petunia, who noticed things, who had always noticed things, said, I don't know. But it's worse than Lily. It's worse than any of them. She was right. She didn't know how right she was. Nobody did, yet. The day crawled by in a haze of July heat and unbearable anticipation. Harry stayed in his cupboard and read the letter again and again, running his fingers over the parchment, feeling the magic in it hum against his skin like a low electrical current. The list of supplies was fascinating in its specificity: 1 standard-sized 2 pewter cauldron, 1 set of brass scales, 1 telescope, and the books, with titles that made his heart race: A History of Magic, Magical Drafts and Potions, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. He was going to learn magic. Real magic, at a real school, with other people who could do what he could do. Except, could they do what he could do? Could they make shadows move? Could they silence a grown man with a word? Could they feel the dark places in a room the way he could, like a bat feeling echoes, like a snake feeling heat? His reflection looked back at him from the tiny hand mirror he'd fished out of Aunt Petunia's donation box 2 years ago and hidden in his cupboard. Green eyes, dark hair, the scar like a lightning bolt. Normal. Mostly normal. But when he turned the mirror slightly and the light shifted, his pupils did that thing again, contracted to slits, just for an instant, like a camera shutter clicking, and the green blazed gold and the face in the mirror was other for a heartbeat before it was his again. What am I? He asked the mirror, and the mirror didn't answer, but the shadow in the corner pulsed, and it felt like patience. Like something very old saying, you'll see. Late in the afternoon, Aunt Petunia knocked on the cupboard door. Not her usual sharp rat-a-tat but a single, tentative tap. There's a man coming, she said through the door. I got a message. One of their messages. The disgust in her voice was thick but underlaid with fear. He's coming tonight, to talk about the school. Petunia took a breath, he's the headmaster. The headmaster? Of Hogwarts? His name is Dumbledore. She said it like it tasted of medicine. He was there when, he's the one who left you on our doorstep. That night. Harry absorbed this. What's he like? A long pause. Tall, Petunia said finally. Old. He has a long beard and he wears ridiculous clothes, purple robes and pointed hats, and he talks like everything's a game and nothing's serious and, she stopped. He's dangerous, Harry. It was the first time she'd used his name in months. Maybe longer. Harry sat up straighter in the dark of his cupboard. He's the most powerful one of them, Petunia continued, and her voice was barely audible through the wood. Lily told me. She was proud of it, that she went to his school, that he was her headmaster. She said he could do things no other wizard could do. She said he fought a war. Why are you telling me this? Another pause. Then, because when he gets here, I need you to be careful. Whatever's happening to you, whatever this is, her hand pressed flat against the cupboard door, Harry could see the shadow of her fingers through the gap at the bottom. Don't let him see it. Don't let him, why? Because if he decides you're dangerous, there is nothing Vernon and I can do. There's nothing anyone can do. Do you understand? Harry understood. He'd spent his life understanding the dynamics of power in a household where he had none. He understood threat assessment and self-preservation and the careful modulation of behavior in the presence of someone who could hurt you. But something had changed. Something had changed at midnight, when the shadows came alive and his hands turned to darkness and the cupboard under the stairs became, for the first time, not a cage but a den. Something had changed, and the old calculations, be small, be quiet, be nothing, didn't apply anymore. I'll be myself, Harry said. Whatever that is. Petunia's hand slid off the door. He heard her footsteps retreating down the hall, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt something from her that wasn't fear or resentment. It might have been grief. It might have been something gentler and more complicated than he had the vocabulary for. Then Vernon shouted something about dinner, and the moment passed, and the house settled back into its ordinary rhythms of complaint and compliance. Harry sat in his cupboard and waited for the most powerful wizard in the world to arrive. He came at 8 o'clock, with the sun still draped across the rooftops of Privet Drive in long gold bands and the neighborhood settling into its evening routines of sprinklers and television and the distant barking of dogs. The doorbell rang. Vernon answered it, because Vernon believed that a man's home was his castle and the lord of the castle answered his own door, and Harry, standing in the hallway behind him, watched the door swing open and saw Albus Dumbledore for the first time. Petunia had said tall. That was insufficient. Dumbledore was tall the way a cathedral is tall, the height meant something, implied something about the space he occupied and the weight of what he carried. He was old, yes, with a silver beard that reached his belt and a face that was more lines than face, but his eyes, blue, electric, startlingly alive behind half-moon spectacles, were young. Alert. Those eyes missed nothing. He was wearing, as Petunia had warned, robes of deep purple covered in tiny silver stars that actually moved. A pointed hat sat on his head at a jaunty angle. He looked absurd and ancient and powerful in the way that mountains are powerful, not through effort, but through sheer fact of existence. Good evening, Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm and measured and carried the easy authority of someone who had been in charge of things for so long that authority had become indistinguishable from personality. You must be Vernon. I am Albus Dumbledore. I believe your wife received my owl. Vernon's face was doing complicated things. The vein in his temple throbbed. His hands gripped the edge of the door until his knuckles whitened. He wanted to slam the door. Every fiber of his being wanted to slam the door. But Vernon Dursley, for all his faults, possessed a certain animal cunning, and the animal part of him was saying, very clearly, do not provoke this one. Come in, then, Vernon said, in the tone of a man inviting a tiger to tea. Dumbledore stepped over the threshold, and Harry felt it. It was like a change in air pressure, a silent concussion, a shift in the texture of reality. Magic. Not the wild, raw, instinctual thing that Harry carried in his blood, but something refined, controlled, immense. Dumbledore's magic preceded him like a wave, and as it washed through the hallway, every shadow in the house recoiled. Harry sucked in a breath. The shadows, his shadows, the ones that had been curling around his feet all day, pulled back from Dumbledore like prey sensing a predator. They didn't go far. They pressed against Harry's legs, trembled there, and he felt their fear like a vibration against his skin. "It's all right," he told them, without words, without sound, in the language of darkness and stillness that he was only beginning to learn. "Stay close." Dumbledore's blue eyes found Harry in the hallway, and something happened in them. A flicker. The faintest contraction, surprise or recognition or something more complex, that crossed his face and vanished so quickly Harry would have missed it if he hadn't spent his whole life reading the faces of people who held power over him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the way he said it, gently, carefully, the way you'd say the name of something rare and possibly fragile, made Harry's spine straighten. "My dear boy. I have waited a long time to meet you." "Have you?" Harry said. Not a question. A flat acknowledgement. They stood in the hallway and looked at each other, the old wizard and the boy, and something in the air between them hummed with the potential energy of two magnetic poles testing each other's fields. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, with a smile that revealed nothing, "we might sit down." The Dursleys' sitting room had never hosted a guest like Albus Dumbledore. The room was aggressively normal, beige carpet, floral sofa, television in the corner, photographs of Dudley at various ages covering every surface. Dumbledore settled into Vernon's armchair with the ease of a man who could be comfortable anywhere and folded his long fingers together and looked at Harry, who sat on the sofa opposite, and the two of them took each other's measure while Vernon hovered in the doorway and Petunia stood behind him, one hand gripping his arm, her face the color of old paper. Dudley was upstairs. He'd taken one look at Dumbledore and fled to his room, which was the most sensible thing Harry had ever seen him do. "I imagine you have questions," Dumbledore began. "Several," Harry said. "But you already know that, or you wouldn't be here in person. The letter said the headmaster doesn't usually do home visits." The blue eyes sharpened. "Just a fraction. You're quite right. I don't. So why me?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The silence had texture, Harry could feel it, the way he'd learned to feel silences in this house, reading them for danger the way a sailor reads clouds. This silence wasn't dangerous. It was evaluative. "Because you are not an ordinary student, Harry. You know that already. You've known it for some time, I suspect, though you may not have had words for it. The letter says I'm a wizard. You are. But that's not all I am." It wasn't a question, and Dumbledore's expression told Harry everything he needed to know. The old man wasn't surprised. He'd come here expecting this conversation, this awareness, this boy who sat in a room full of frightened shadows and spoke without the awe or the gratitude that Dumbledore had anticipated. "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "I don't believe it is. Do you know what I am? I have theories. I have been monitoring the magical signatures emanating from this house for some years, Harry. The protections I placed here when you were an infant, blood wards, keyed to your mother's sacrifice, have been behaving erratically for the past several months. And in the last week, they have been overwhelmed entirely. Something in this house is producing magic of a type and intensity that I have not encountered in over a century of study." He said it calmly, factually, the way you'd describe an interesting weather pattern. But his eyes never left Harry's face, and there was something behind the calm, a vigilance, a readiness, that told Harry that Dumbledore had not come unarmed. "It's me," Harry said. "Obviously." "Obviously," Dumbledore agreed. "May I ask, when did it begin?" "Last night. Midnight." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Your birthday. Creature inheritances, when they manifest, often align with significant magical thresholds. 11 is the first, the age at which a witch or wizard's core stabilizes and they become eligible for formal education." He paused. "What happened at midnight, Harry?" Harry thought about lying. The reflex was there, 11 years of survival instinct saying don't show them, don't tell them, they'll use it against you. But Petunia's warning echoed in his mind, if he decides you're dangerous, and Harry realized, with a clarity that felt like cold water, that lying to Dumbledore would be both futile and counterproductive. The man already knew something was wrong. He'd come here to find out what. Lying would just make Harry look like a threat trying to hide. So he told the truth. My hands changed. They went dark, not dark-skinned, dark like shadows. My fingers stretched. And the shadows in the cupboard came to me. Came to you. They moved. Toward me. He searched for words. They know me. They listen. Dumbledore's fingers tightened against each other, just slightly. The only sign that anything Harry was saying was alarming to him. And this morning? Has anything else happened? Harry glanced at Vernon in the doorway. Vernon flinched. I told my uncle to sit down, Harry said. And he sat down. I didn't. I don't think I used my hands, or the shadows, or anything specific. I just said it, and he did it. And the shadows have been active. All day. They react to how I'm feeling. I see. Dumbledore's voice was very soft. Harry, I want to try something, if you'll permit me. I'd like to examine your magical core. It's a painless process. I'll simply extend my own magic toward yours and take its measure. Rather like a magical handshake. You may feel a slight warmth. Harry considered this. The shadows under the sofa stirred uneasily. Go ahead. Dumbledore raised one long-fingered hand, and Harry felt it, a tendril of power, luminous and precise, reaching through the air between them. It was controlled, gentle, almost courteous, like a knock on a door rather than a forced entry. It touched Harry's magic, and two things happened simultaneously. The first was that Dumbledore's eyes widened. Not much. Not dramatically. But enough. The tendril of his magic recoiled like a man who'd reached into a drawer expecting paper and found a snake. The second was that Harry's body responded. It started in his chest, a blooming heat that raced outward through his limbs, into his fingers, up his neck, behind his eyes. The shadows in the room exploded into motion. Not violently, not aggressively, but comprehensively. Every shadow in the sitting room detached from its source and flowed toward Harry like water finding its level. The shadow under the coffee table. The shadow behind the television. The shadow in the hallway where Vernon stood. It pulled away from his feet and Vernon stumbled backward with a strangled yelp, suddenly shadowless, suddenly standing in light that came from nowhere. Harry's hands changed. This time he watched it happen in the full electric light of the Dursleys' sitting room, and it was worse than last night because he could see the detail. His skin didn't darken so much as open, fissures of pure darkness racing up from his fingertips like cracks in ice, spreading, connecting, and beneath them was not flesh or bone but absence. Living shadow. His fingers lengthened, sharpened, became something between claws and the tips of wings. But it didn't stop at his hands. The heat surged through him and his spine cracked, not painfully, but completely, restructuring itself with a sound like knuckles popping in sequence. He fell forward off the sofa and hit the beige carpet on all fours, and his all fours were wrong, too many joints, too long, and his school shirt split along the back as something unfolded there, not wings, not exactly, more like shadows given architecture, great dark shapes that spread and blocked the overhead light and plunged the room into darkness. He heard Petunia scream. Heard Vernon bellow something incoherent. Heard, distantly, Dudley wailing upstairs. But mostly what he heard was his own body remaking itself, a liquid, serpentine sound, scales on scales, shadow on shadow, and what he felt was right. Absolutely, terrifyingly, fundamentally right. This was what he was. This was what had been sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs for 11 years, curled in the dark, patient and ancient and hungry. He was the Shadow-Basilisk. He was enormous. The Dursleys' sitting room was not built to contain what he became. His coils knocked the coffee table aside, shattered the glass top, sent Dudley's school photographs cascading from the mantelpiece. He was a serpent, but not only a serpent, He was a serpent made of darkness itself, of the stuff between stars, and his body moved through the physical world with a weight that was wrong for Shadow but right for him. His scales were black and not black, absorbing light, reflecting nothing, and they shifted and rippled with patterns that hurt to look at directly, like trying to focus on something that existed in a dimension adjacent to vision. His eyes, and he could feel them, burning in a head that was long and angular and terrible, were gold. Pure molten gold, slit-pupilled, radiant, casting light rather than reflecting it. They were the only source of illumination in the room because his body had swallowed every other shadow and every photon that tried to exist near him was consumed. Dumbledore was on his feet. His wand was in his hand, it had appeared there without any visible motion, one moment absent and the next present, and it blazed with white light that pushed back against Harry's darkness. The old wizard's face was transformed, the twinkling grandfatherly effect was gone, replaced by the focus of a man who had dueled dark lords and survived, a man who had spent a century learning every form of magic known to wizard kind, a man who was not afraid but was very, very alert. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice cut through the chaos like a bell through fog. "Harry, listen to me. You are still in there. This is a transformation, not a possession. You are in control." But Harry was in control. That was the thing, the incredible, dizzying, world-rewriting thing. He wasn't lost in the serpent. He wasn't overwhelmed or consumed or displaced. He was the serpent. The serpent was him. He could feel every coil of his new body, every scale, the dark fire burning behind his golden eyes. He could feel the room around him, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, as a network of shadows and light, mapped in perfect three-dimensional clarity. He could feel Vernon and Petunia in the hallway, their heartbeats jackhammering, their body heat blazing like torches in his shadow sense. He could feel Dudley upstairs, a smaller torch, shaking. And he could feel Dumbledore. Dumbledore was blinding. His magic was a bonfire, a white star, a pillar of light that burned so fiercely it actually hurt Harry's new senses. The wand in his hand was the brightest point, a sun compressed into a sliver of wood, and the magic flowing through it was old and deep and staggeringly powerful. Harry had never felt anything so bright. His shadows writhed away from it, and the serpent in him, the Shadow-Basilisk, the creature he had become, reacted on instinct. He looked at Dumbledore. He didn't mean to. He didn't choose it. It was the response of a creature encountering a threat, a flash of brilliant, terrible, golden light from eyes that were not made for seeing but for stopping, and it hit Albus Dumbledore full in the face. Dumbledore had time for exactly one action. His wand swept up in an arc that blazed with defensive magic, a shield, ancient and powerful, the accumulated knowledge of 100 years of combat. It formed in the air between them like a wall of crystallized light. Harry's gaze passed through it like it wasn't there. The gold light struck Dumbledore's eyes, and the greatest wizard of the age went still. Not the stillness of death, not the loose, sagging collapse of someone whose life had ended, but the rigid, absolute, mineral stillness of stone. The color drained from him in a wave, robes, skin, beard, those electric blue eyes, all of it desaturating, hardening, becoming gray granite in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Dumbledore's wand, still raised in its defensive arc, turned to stone with him. His expression, caught in that moment of intense focus, one eyebrow slightly raised, mouth open around words he'd never finish, was preserved in perfect detail, like a sculptor had spent a lifetime carving the exact likeness of a wizard in the act of casting. The light in the room died. All of it, the overhead fixture, the lamp on the side table, the glow from the hallway. Harry's darkness filled every corner, every crack, every space where light had been, and in the total blackness, the only illumination came from his eyes, 2 points of molten gold hovering 8 feet in the air, casting long shadows that had nothing to be shadows of. In the hallway, Petunia fainted. Vernon caught her, credit where it was due, the man's reflexes regarding his wife were impeccable, and lowered her to the floor and then stood over her, shaking, making a low sound in his throat that wasn't words. Upstairs, Dudley had gone silent. In the dark, in the ruin of the sitting room, the Shadow-Basilisk coiled around the stone form of Albus Dumbledore and slowly, carefully, with a deliberateness that was entirely Harry and not at all instinct, began to change back. It took longer than before. The serpent didn't want to leave, not out of malice, but out of the same reluctance you feel when you wake from a dream in which you could fly. Harry pulled himself out of the transformation inch by inch, scales receding, shadows contracting, his body shrinking and softening and becoming small and human and 11 years old. His shadow wings furled and dissolved. His golden eyes dimmed, flickered, and settled back to green. He was kneeling on the beige carpet in the wreckage of the Dursleys' sitting room, wearing the shredded remains of Dudley's old shirt, breathing hard. His glasses were gone, knocked off during the transformation, and the world was blurry, but he didn't need glasses to see what he'd done. Dumbledore stood before him, frozen in stone, caught in the act of defending himself against something he hadn't understood quickly enough. "Oh," Harry said. His voice was very small in the silence. "Oh, no." Then, because he was 11 and alone and had just turned the most powerful wizard in Britain into a statue, "I didn't mean to. I couldn't." The shadows in the room settled around him like a cloak, warm and close and sorry in the way that loyal things are sorry when their nature causes harm. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold stone of Dumbledore's robes and tried to think. He needed help. He needed someone from the wizarding world, someone who would know what to do, someone who could fix this. The letter had a return address, a school, there had to be other people there, a crack split the air outside the house. Then another. Then a third. Harry lifted his head. Voices on the front walk. Urgent, clipped, professional. Wards have collapsed entirely, Minerva, there's nothing left, I can see that, Severus. Albus, can you feel him? I can feel something. It is not Albus. The front door opened without anyone knocking. A woman stood in the doorway, tall, severe, iron-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, wearing emerald green robes and a pointed hat. Behind her, a man, thin, pale, hook-nosed, dressed in black from throat to toe, with a face that looked like it had been designed specifically for the purpose of disapproving of things. A third figure pushed between them, enormous, twice the height of a normal man, with a wild tangle of black beard and small dark eyes that were currently wide with panic. "Where is he?" the woman demanded. "Where is Albus?" Harry stood up. The shadows clung to him, he couldn't help it, they wouldn't leave, and in the darkened room, with the stone figure of Dumbledore behind him and the darkness moving at his feet, he must have looked like something out of a nightmare. The man in black drew a wand with the speed of someone who'd drawn a wand in anger many, many times before. The woman's hand went to her own wand but didn't draw it. The enormous man just stared. "Blimey," the enormous man whispered. "I'm Harry," Harry said. "Harry Potter. And I need help." The woman, Minerva, the other one had called her, looked past Harry to the stone figure in the sitting room. Her face went through several transformations in rapid sequence, confusion, recognition, horror, grief. Her hand came up to her mouth. The man in black, Severus, moved past Harry into the room with the wand raised and lit, and the white light from its tip illuminated Dumbledore's stone face, and Severus went very still. "He's petrified," Severus said. His voice was flat, controlled, leashed. "Completely. Not a curse, this isn't magical petrification, Minerva, this is organic." Something looked at him and, he turned. He looked at Harry. His black eyes swept over the boy, the shadows, the scar, the two big clothes, the green eyes, and something happened in his face that Harry couldn't read. A spasm of emotion so complex and contradictory that it passed through like a storm system, leaving wreckage Harry couldn't interpret. "Lily's boy," Severus said, barely audible. "What happened here?" Minerva's voice had steadied. She was the kind of woman, Harry understood immediately, who allowed herself exactly 2 seconds of emotion before duty kicked in. "Harry, I need you to tell me exactly what happened." So Harry told them. He stood in the ruined sitting room of number 4 Privet Drive with 3 strangers and a statue and his unconscious aunt on the hallway floor and his uncle pressed against the wall making noises like a frightened dog, and he told them everything. The shadows. The transformation. The letter, and Dumbledore's visit, and the magical examination that had triggered the change. His eyes, the gold light, the gaze he hadn't meant to unleash. He told it simply, clearly, without justification or apology. He'd done it. He hadn't meant to. It had happened. What now? Minerva listened with her lips pressed into a line so thin they nearly disappeared. Severus listened with his wand still lit and his body angled to keep Harry in his peripheral vision at all times. The enormous man, Hagrid, Harry would learn later, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, listened with tears running silently into his beard. When Harry finished, silence filled the room. The clock in the hallway had stopped. Harry's transformation had killed it, either through magical interference or because a 12-foot serpent made of living shadow had knocked the wall it was mounted on, so there wasn't even ticking to fill the gap. A basilisk, Severus said. A shadow-basilisk. That shouldn't exist. There are no recorded shadow variants of any magical serpent species. The basilisk is already the rarest creature in the known magical world, and even their gaze kills, Minerva. It doesn't petrify. Only indirect exposure petrifies, through a reflection or intermediate medium. This boy looked directly at Albus Dumbledore and Albus is stone, not dead. This is something else. Something new, or something very, very old. Can you fix him? Harry asked. Severus looked at him. The black eyes were unreadable. I don't know. The Mandrake Restorative Draft, Minerva said. For petrification, for magical petrification. Spells. Curses. Even standard basilisk petrification through indirect gaze. This is organic creature-based direct gaze petrification from a species that does not exist. I don't know if Mandrake Restorative will touch it. Then we research it. We find a way. Minerva's voice was steel. Albus Dumbledore is not going to spend eternity as a garden ornament in a muggle sitting room in Surrey. She turned to Harry, and her expression shifted, not softening, exactly, but adjusting. Recalibrating. Looking at Harry not as a problem to be solved but as a person to be addressed. Mr. Potter. You are coming with us. To Hogwarts? Yes. Am I in trouble? Something flickered across her face, a ghost of something that might have been dark humor. That, Mr. Potter, is a matter of considerable debate. But you are not in trouble with me. You are an 11-year-old child who experienced an uncontrolled magical transformation. That is not a crime. It is a crisis, and we will manage it. Now, she turned to Hagrid. Can you manage Albus? We'll need to transport him. Hagrid wiped his eyes with a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. I'll carry him, Professor McGonagall. Course I will. Carefully. Like he was made glass. Hagrid paused. Well. Stone, I suppose. Severus, deal with the muggles. Memory modification, selective. They can remember the boy left for school. Nothing else. Severus moved toward the hallway where Vernon was still pressed against the wall. Harry watched him go, and something in him stirred, a protectiveness he hadn't expected. Don't hurt them, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. They were awful to me, Harry said, matter-of-factly. They kept me in a cupboard and didn't feed me enough and never once told me about magic or my parents. But they're just people. Scared, mean people who didn't know what to do with me. Don't hurt them. Minerva McGonagall looked at Harry Potter for a long moment. Then she nodded, once. Severus. Clean and gentle. That's an order. Severus's expression suggested he had opinions about taking orders regarding the welfare of these particular muggles, but he didn't voice them. He raised his wand. "Obliviate," he murmured, and Vernon Dursley's eyes went glassy and calm, and the terror drained from his face like water from a tub, and he blinked and looked around the ruined sitting room with mild confusion, as if he'd walked into the wrong room at a party. Harry watched it happen and felt nothing. Then he felt something, a small, sharp pang, like a door closing, and realized it was the last thread connecting him to this house, to this life, snapping clean. He was done here. Whatever came next, he was done with Privet Drive. "Mr. Potter." Minerva stood at the front door, silhouetted against the evening light. Behind her, Hagrid was carrying the stone form of Albus Dumbledore like a man carrying a rolled carpet, with enormous care and very little dignity. "Shall we?" Harry walked out of number 4 Privet Drive for the last time. The evening air was warm and smelled of cut grass and car exhaust and the particular suburban emptiness of a street where everyone was inside watching television. He stepped off the front step and his shadow stretched out long in front of him, pointing toward the street, and it moved wrong, it rippled and curled at the edges, alive, awake, and he didn't try to stop it. Behind him, the house was already fading from his mind. Not magically, not the way it had faded from the Dursleys. Just naturally. The way a cage fades when the door opens. "How are we getting there?" Harry asked. Side-along apparition. Minerva held out her arm. "Take my elbow. It will feel unpleasant. More unpleasant than turning into a giant shadow snake and petrifying someone." Something twitched at the corner of Minerva's mouth. Not quite a smile. Not quite anything. Marginally less so. "Come." Harry took her elbow. His shadows wrapped around them both, he couldn't stop them, and Minerva stiffened at their touch but didn't pull away, and the world compressed, twisted, turned inside out. They vanished from Privet Drive with a crack like a gunshot, and Mrs. Number 7, who was watering her begonias and happened to be looking in exactly the right direction, blinked, shook her head, and decided she'd had too much sun. Hogwarts Castle materialized around Harry like a dream gaining resolution, blurring into focus from a smear of color and sensation into reality, stone walls, flickering torchlight, the smell of old magic and wood smoke and something green and living, like a forest after rain. They stood in a circular office at the top of a spiral staircase. The room was cluttered with more objects than Harry could process, silver instruments spinning on spindly tables, portraits on every wall, moving, he realized with a jolt, the people in them were moving, watching him with curious painted eyes, a perch near the door where a magnificent scarlet and gold bird sat, watching Harry with eyes that were bright and ancient and sad. The bird made a sound, a single, low note that resonated in Harry's chest and made his shadows pull close and tight around him, not in fear but in recognition. The bird knew what he was. He didn't know how he knew that, but he did. "Fox," Minerva said softly, looking at the bird. "I know." Hagrid arrived moments later through the door, Dumbledore's stone form floating before him on a conjured stretcher, guided by Severus, who came up the stairs behind the half-giant with his wand directing the levitation charm with surgical precision. They set Dumbledore down in the center of the office. The stone figure stood frozen in his casting stance, wand raised, expression caught between surprise and determination. In the warm torchlight of his own office, surrounded by his own possessions, he looked like a monument to himself. A memorial. Fawkes flew from his perch and landed on the stone shoulder of his master. The bird pressed his head against Dumbledore's stone cheek and made a sound that Harry felt in the center of his chest like a fist closing. Grief. Pure, avian, wordless grief. "I'm sorry," Harry said to the bird. "I'll fix it. I don't know how yet, but I'll fix it." Fawkes looked at him. The bright eyes studied Harry with an intelligence that was clearly more than animal, and after a long moment, the bird inclined his head, a small, precise nod that carried the weight of acceptance, or maybe forgiveness, or maybe just acknowledgement that the universe was stranger than any of them had planned for. "Right," Minerva said. She was behind Dumbledore's desk now, standing, not sitting, as if sitting in that chair was a line she wasn't ready to cross. Severus, I need you to begin researching the petrification immediately. Everything we have on basilisks, on organic petrification, on creature inheritance reversals. The library, the restricted section, Albus's personal collection, everything. I will also need a sample of Potter's magic, Severus said. And quite possibly his venom, if the creature form possesses it. You'll need to ask him for that, not me. Severus's lip curled. He looked at Harry, and again that storm of unreadable emotion crossed his face. Potter. Are you willing to provide, whatever you need, Harry said. If it helps unpetrify him, I'll do whatever you need. How unexpectedly cooperative. I turned a man to stone by accident. I don't think this is the time to be difficult. Severus blinked. Then, very faintly, so briefly Harry almost missed it, the corner of his mouth twitched. No, he said. I suppose it isn't. He swept out of the office in a billow of black robes, and Harry was left with Minerva and Hagrid and the stone form of Dumbledore and the grieving phoenix and the watching portraits and the massive, bewildering reality of magic. Mr. Potter. Minerva's voice was gentler now, with the door closed and the crisis moving from acute to managed. You've had quite a night. Yes. I'm going to have Hagrid show you to a guest room. We have several weeks before term begins. In that time, we will research your condition, assess your abilities, and find a way to restore Albus. You will have access to the castle, to the grounds, and to the library. You will not wander the forbidden forest, enter the lake, or attempt to transform without supervision. What if I can't help it? The transformation, it happened on its own tonight. Minerva considered this. Then we will deal with it as it comes. But Harry, she used his first name for the first time, and it sounded different from Dumbledore's version. Less careful. More honest. I need you to understand something. What you are, what you can do, there will be people who fear it. People in the ministry, people in the press, perhaps even people in this school. They will want to control you, or contain you, or use you. I will not allow that. Not while I am acting headmistress. But I need you to work with me, not against me. Can you do that? Harry looked at her, this tall, stern, fierce woman who had walked into a dark house full of a monster's shadows and hadn't drawn her wand against the monster. You didn't point your wand at me, he said. When you came in. Severus did. You didn't. No. I didn't. Why? Minerva McGonagall looked at Harry Potter, and this time the ghost of emotion that crossed her face was readable. It was the look of a woman who had once held this boy as a baby, who had sat on a wall in cat form and watched the family who would raise him and known, that it was wrong, and who had carried that guilt for 10 years and was now looking at the result and finding it both better and worse than she'd feared. Because you're a child, Mr. Potter. Whatever else you may be, and you are clearly quite a lot else, you are an 11-year-old child, and I have been a teacher for longer than your parents were alive, and I do not draw wands on children. Harry felt something crack in his chest. Not painfully. Like ice breaking on a river in spring. Okay, he said. I'll work with you. Good. Hagrid. Hagrid, who had been standing quietly by the door, his great beard damp with tears, stepped forward. Come on, Harry, he said, and his voice was rough and warm and the kindest thing Harry had heard in a very long time. Let's get ye settled. Ye must be starving, I'll bring ye something from the kitchens. The house elves make a treacle tart that'd make ye cry. Harry followed Hagrid out of Dumbledore's office and down the spiral staircase, and as they descended, the castle shifted around them, not physically, but attentively. Harry felt it. Hogwarts was aware of him. The magic in the stones, in the mortar, in the centuries of enchantment layered into every surface, it felt his shadows and it responded. Torches dimmed as he passed, not in threat but in welcome, the way you'd lower the lights for a guest who preferred the dark. Shadows in the corridors deepened and reached toward him and he let them come, let them brush against his ankles, let them whisper their old slow greetings in the language of darkness and stone. Hagrid, Harry said, as they walked through a corridor lined with suits of armor that turned their heads to watch him pass. What's a basilisk? Blimey, Harry, ye don't know. Course ye don't, you was raised by muggles. Hagrid scratched his beard. A basilisk is a serpent. A great enormous serpent, king of all serpents, bred by dark wizards centuries ago. The most dangerous creature in the known magical world. Its gaze kills instantly, kills, Harry, not petrifies. Anyone what looks it in the eye drops dead on the spot. But I didn't kill Dumbledore. No. No, ye didn't. And that's the thing, isn't it? Because what you turned into isn't quite a basilisk. Never heard of a Shadow-Basilisk, never read about one, and I've read just about everything there is about magical creatures. So ye're something new. Or something very old that everyone's forgotten. Hagrid glanced down at Harry, and his small dark eyes held a complicated mix of wonder and worry. Either way, ye're something special, Harry. And not just because of that scar. They reached a door on the 7th floor. Hagrid opened it onto a comfortable room, a four-poster bed with heavy curtains, a window looking out onto moonlit grounds, a fireplace with a fire already burning. The room was larger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor. This was your mum's, Hagrid said quietly. Not this room exactly, she was in Gryffindor Tower, down that way. But this corridor, this floor. She used to walk these halls. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder, gently, so gently for such a huge hand. She'd be proud of ye. She'd be proud of me turning someone to stone. Hagrid chuckled, a deep rumbling sound like a friendly earthquake. She'd be proud of ye standing in a room full o' strangers and not flinching. She was brave, your mum. Bravest which I ever knew. He left Harry with a promise of food and a handshake that engulfed Harry's entire hand and forearm, and Harry was alone. He stood in the center of the room and breathed. The fire crackled. The shadows along the walls leaned toward him, curious, welcoming. Outside the window, the grounds of Hogwarts stretched away under a sky full of stars, a lake, a forest, towers and turrets and the vast sprawling mass of the castle itself, more building than Harry had ever imagined existing. His shadow on the floor rippled and stretched. It wasn't shaped like a boy. It was shaped like a serpent, a great coiled serpent with its head raised, watching, waiting, patient and vast and alive. Harry looked at it. It looked at him. They regarded each other, the boy and the beast, the child and the creature, the orphan and the ancient thing that had chosen him as its vessel and its vessel as its home. Right, Harry said, to himself, to his shadow, to the castle that was listening, to the night that was watching. Right. Okay. He sat on the bed. It was the most comfortable thing he'd ever touched. The mattress gave under him like a sigh, and the pillows were soft, and the blankets were warm, and for the first time in his life Harry Potter had a room with a door that locked from the inside. He locked it. Not because he was afraid. Because he could. Then he lay down, and the shadows pulled the curtains closed around the four-poster without being asked, and the fire banked itself low, and the castle hummed its old stone lullaby, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Shadow-Basilisk of Privet Drive, the boy who had turned Albus Dumbledore to stone on the evening of his 11th birthday, closed his eyes and slept. In his sleep, he dreamed of coils and darkness and golden eyes in the deep. In the office at the top of the tower, a stone wizard stood frozen in the torchlight, and a phoenix sang softly on his shoulder, and Minerva McGonagall sat down in the headmaster's chair for the first time and put her face in her hands and allowed herself exactly 30 seconds of pure, undiluted terror before she straightened, pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her, and began to write letters. The ministry would need to be notified. The board of governors would need to be informed. The staff would need to be assembled. And in 6 weeks, a train full of children would arrive at Hogsmeade Station, and among them, somehow, impossibly, Harry Potter would need to take his place. The quill scratched against parchment. The phoenix sang. The castle waited. And in a room on the 7th floor, a boy's shadow moved in his sleep, serpentine, vast, coiling around the bed like a guardian, and the darkness watched over him, and was glad. Chapter 2, Serpent on the Express. Harry spent the first 3 days at Hogwarts learning how to be a person in a world that didn't make sense. The castle was alive. Not metaphorically, not in the way people said old houses had character. Hogwarts was alive the way a forest was alive, full of moving parts and hidden intentions and a vast, slow intelligence that noticed things. The staircases moved. Harry learned this the hard way on his first morning when he stepped onto a flight of stairs leading down to what Hagrid had told him was the Great Hall, and the entire staircase detached from the wall with a grinding of ancient stone and swung lazily to the left, depositing him on a completely different floor in front of a tapestry depicting trolls and tutus attempting ballet. He stood there for a full minute, looking at the trolls, looking at the corridor that stretched away in both directions into torchlit mystery, and started laughing. He laughed until his ribs hurt, standing alone in a magical castle in borrowed robes that were too long for him, lost on a floor he couldn't name, with his shadow pooling around his feet like spilled ink and the trolls in the tapestry pausing their ballet to stare at him. He hadn't laughed like that ever, maybe. He wasn't sure. After the 3rd day, the castle stopped trying to lose him. Whether it had been testing him or simply getting used to his presence, the staircases began cooperating, the corridors stopped rearranging themselves when he walked through them, and doors that had been locked opened at his touch. Not because of any spell he cast, because the shadows in their keyholes recognized him and turned the mechanisms from inside. Hagrid found this delightful. "Castle likes yeah," he said, beaming into his beard over breakfast in the kitchens, where a small army of house elves, creatures Harry initially mistook for very enthusiastic, very short people, loaded the table with more food than Harry had seen in his life. Hogwarts doesn't open up for just anyone, you know. Some of these doors haven't been unlocked in centuries. "It's the shadows," Harry said, eating toast with one hand and scratching behind the ears of a house elf named Dobby who had attached himself to Harry's side with a devotion that was both touching and slightly alarming. "The castle's full of them. They're old, really old, older than the building itself. I think they were here before the castle was built, and the founders just built around them." Hagrid stared at him. "You can talk to them. The shadows?" "Not talk. It's more like," Harry searched for words. "Feeling. They feel things at me, and I feel things back. They showed me a passage behind the statue on the 4th floor that leads directly to the kitchens. I don't think anyone else knows about it." "Blimey," Hagrid said softly, and wrote something down in a small notebook he kept in his coat pocket, which Harry had learned was where he recorded observations about magical creatures. Harry wasn't offended by being treated as a subject of study. Hagrid's fascination was pure and uncomplicated and entirely without malice, and after 11 years of people who wished he didn't exist, being someone's favorite research subject was almost flattering. Severus Snape was a different matter. The potions master appeared on Harry's second morning, sweeping into the guest room without knocking, carrying a leather case of vials and instruments and an expression that suggested he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. "Potter. I need samples." "Good morning to you too." Snape's eyes narrowed. They were very dark, nearly black, and they held a complexity that Harry was still trying to parse. Every time Snape looked at him, something happened behind those eyes, a flinch, a flash, a rapid calculation, that Snape then buried under layers of professional hostility. Harry could feel it through the shadows. Snape's emotional state was a roiling storm of contradictions, hot and cold and bitter and something else, something that ached. "I do not have time for pleasantries. I have been up all night researching your particular brand of impossibility, and I require a blood sample, a magical core reading, and, if you are willing, a small amount of venom from your transformed state." "You want me to transform?" "Partially. Enough to produce venom. Can you manage a partial transformation?" Harry thought about it. He'd been thinking about it for 2 days, actually, turning the memory of the transformation over in his mind the way you turn a Rubik's Cube, examining its mechanics. The change had been involuntary both times, triggered first by his birthday, then by Dumbledore's magical probe. But he could feel the serpent inside him, coiled and patient, and it didn't feel like a separate entity. It felt like a muscle he hadn't learned to flex yet. "I can try." "Then try." "And Potter," Snape's voice carried a warning that was almost, buried very deep, a form of concern. "If you feel yourself losing control, tell me immediately. I may be able to contain it." "With a shield charm?" Dumbledore tried that. The flinch was visible this time. "I am aware of what happened to the headmaster. I am also aware that Albus attempted a passive examination when he should have been treating you as a Class 5 magical entity. I will not make that mistake." Class 5? The highest danger classification assigned by the Ministry of Magic. It means, known wizard killer, impossible to train or domesticate. Snape met his eyes. "Though I suspect the impossible to domesticate part may be somewhat optimistic in your case." Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. Snape's hostility was so precise, so carefully maintained, that it had circled around to being almost funny. Was that a joke? It was an observation. "Begin when you're ready." Harry sat on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and reached for the serpent. It was there. It was always there, curled in the dark space at the center of him, its scales shifting, its golden eyes half-lidded. Harry touched it with his mind, not commanding, not demanding, just asking. A polite knock on an interior door. "Just my hands," he thought. "Just enough for the venom. Please." The serpent stirred. Stretched. "Obliged." The transformation flowed up his arms from the inside, that warm, liquid dark feeling of shadow replacing flesh, his fingers elongating, his skin splitting into fine scales that absorbed the morning light pouring through the window. His hands became the shadow claws he'd seen that first night, angular and dark, and this time he could feel something else, glands, behind where his wrists would be, producing a fluid that was thick and warm and corrosive. Snape watched the transformation with an expression of absolute, frozen focus. His wand was out. Harry noticed he held it in a dueling grip, not a casting grip, ready to defend rather than attack, and his eyes tracked every change with the precision of a man who had spent decades studying magical phenomena. "Remarkable," Snape breathed, and then looked annoyed at himself for saying it. "The venom, can you express it?" Harry flexed his shadow hands and felt the glands respond. Dark liquid beaded at the tips of his claws, not black, not green, but a color that was hard to look at, like the visual equivalent of a sound just below hearing range. It dripped onto the stone floor and hissed, leaving tiny pockmarks in the rock. Snape conjured a crystal vial and held it under Harry's clawed hand with steady fingers. The venom dripped into the vial, and where it touched the crystal, the glass darkened and then cleared, as if the venom had passed through some initial reaction and settled into compatibility. 3 drops should suffice. Snape stoppered the vial and held it up to the light. The liquid inside was dark, shifting, almost alive. Extraordinary. "This is not standard basilisk venom. I've worked with basilisk venom, and it's green, highly acidic, and magically inert. This is... I don't know what this is. It has a magical signature I've never encountered." Harry pulled the serpent back, and his hands returned to normal with a shudder and a sigh. "Is that good or bad?" "It is interesting. Which, in my experience, is a precursor to both." Snape pocketed the vial and drew a thin silver knife from his case. "Blood sample. Your finger, Potter." The blood draw was mundane by comparison. Snape pricked Harry's finger with the silver knife, collected several drops in another vial, and then performed a series of diagnostic spells that made Harry's skin tingle and the shadows in the room lean in with curiosity. "Your magical core is..." Snape trailed off, frowning at the readings his wand was producing, streams of colored light that formed patterns in the air, runes and numbers that meant nothing to Harry. "Anomalous." Significantly anomalous. A normal 11-year-old wizard has a core reading of approximately 300 thalmic units. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard I have ever measured, reads at approximately 9,000. What do I read at? Snape was quiet for a moment. The runes floating in the air pulsed. The instrument isn't calibrated high enough to give me a precise number. But based on the overflow readings, you are somewhere north of 15,000. Possibly considerably north. The number meant nothing to Harry in practical terms, but Snape's expression told him everything. The potions master was standing very still, the way people stood when they were recalculating every assumption they'd ever made. That's a lot, Harry said. Yes, Potter. That is, a lot. Snape packed his instruments with movements that were controlled to the point of mechanical. I will analyze these samples and report to Professor McGonagall. In the meantime, I strongly suggest you practice the partial transformation. Control is going to be essential. He was at the door when Harry spoke again. Professor Snape. Snape paused. Didn't turn. You keep looking at me like you know me. You don't. But you knew my mum. The silence that followed was thick enough to chew. Snape's hand was on the door frame, and Harry could see his knuckles whiten. I knew your mother, Snape said. She was, a pause so loaded it could have sunk a ship. She was kind. Infuriatingly, persistently kind, even to people who did not deserve it. He turned, just enough to look at Harry over his shoulder. You have her eyes. Everyone says that. Everyone is correct. Snape's voice roughened at the edges. Practice the partial transformation, Potter. 4 times a day, 10 minutes each. Build control the way you would build a muscle. I will return tomorrow for further testing. He left. The door closed. Harry sat on the bed and felt the echo of Snape's emotions dissipating from the shadows, grief, old and heavy and worn smooth by years of handling, like a stone carried in a pocket. My mum was kind, Harry told his shadow, and the shadow rippled, and he felt that this was important, though he couldn't yet say why. The weeks before term passed in a rhythm of discovery and practice. Harry practiced the transformation every day, as Snape had instructed, pushing the boundaries of his control with the methodical patience of someone who had learned early that the only person he could rely on was himself. By the end of the first week, he could shift his hands at will, shadow claws emerging in seconds, retracting just as quickly. By the end of the second week, he could extend the transformation up to his shoulders, his torso becoming a hybrid of boy and serpent, scales flowing over his skin like armor. The full transformation was harder. Not because the serpent resisted, it wanted to come out, wanted it with a hunger that was almost physical, but because the full form was so vast, so much, that containing it required a kind of mental architecture Harry was still building. The Shadow-Basilisk was not a small creature. In the Dursley sitting room, constrained by walls and furniture, it had been maybe 12 feet. In the open, Harry suspected, it would be considerably larger. He tested this theory on the grounds, late one evening, with Hagrid as his only witness. They stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, the castle a blaze of lit windows behind them, the lake a dark mirror to their right. Hagrid had brought a sandwich and a thermos of tea and the cheerful demeanor of a man about to watch his favorite creature do something spectacular. Go on, then, Hagrid said, settling onto a log. Let's see ya. Harry breathed. Reached inside. Knocked on the door. The serpent answered with enthusiasm. The transformation was faster now, not the slow, cracking metamorphosis of that first night, but a fluid unfurling, like a flag caught by wind. Harry's body dissolved into shadow and expanded, scales forming from darkness, coils thickening, his head rising and rising and rising until his golden eyes looked down on Hagrid, the tallest man Harry had ever seen, from a height of nearly 20 feet. He was massive. In the open air, without walls to constrain him, the Shadow-Basilisk stretched to its full size, and its full size was monstrous, 60 feet of coiled darkness, scales that swallowed starlight, a head the size of a car with jaws that could have enveloped a horse. The shadow wings unfurled from his back, not for flight but for presence, great dark canopies that spread and spread until they blotted out the moon and the courtyard behind them fell into darkness. His eyes blazed gold in the night, twin suns in a sky of scales, and he was careful, so careful, to keep them aimed at the ground, at the treeline, at anything that wasn't Hagrid. Hagrid didn't flinch. Hagrid's face split into the widest grin Harry had ever seen, his small eyes bright with pure, uncomplicated joy, and he whispered, "Beautiful. Very absolutely beautiful, Harry." And something in the Shadow-Basilisk's chest, something that might have been a heart, or might have been the place where the darkness was warmest, expanded. Harry held the form for 5 minutes, moving through the edge of the forest, feeling the shadows between the trees welcome him like family. He could see everything, the heat signatures of animals in the underbrush, the magical auras of the trees themselves, ancient, deep, patient, the silver thread of a unicorn's trail winding between the trunks. His senses in this form were extraordinary. He could taste the air and know what had passed through it hours ago, he could feel vibrations in the ground and map the tunnel systems beneath the forest floor, he could sense the wards around the castle grounds, Dumbledore's wards, still functioning but weakened, flickering like a candle in a draught. When he changed back, he was breathing hard but grinning. 63 feet, Hagrid said, consulting a knotted measuring rope he'd strung between 2 trees. Head to tail. And those wings, I didn't get a proper measurement, but I'd say 40 feet wingspan at least. He was scribbling in his notebook with a quill that looked comically small in his massive hand. Shadowclass Serpentiform, approximately 60 feet at age 11. Merlin's beard, Harry. When Yeri fully grown, yeah, it could be 100 feet. Is that normal? For a basilisk? The basilisk in the old stories was supposed to be enormous. Herpo the Fowl's original was said to be 50 feet, and it was over 1,000 years old. Yeri bigger than that already, and Yeri 11. Hagrid shook his head in wonderment. Whatever ya are, Harry, Yeri not just a basilisk. Yeri something more. Harry sat on the grass and accepted a sandwich from Hagrid and looked up at the castle, lit and warm against the night sky, and felt something he didn't have a name for. Not happiness, exactly. Happiness was too simple a word for the complicated tangle of relief and belonging and fierce, protective joy that knotted itself behind his sternum. He was sitting on the grounds of a magical castle, eating a sandwich made by a half-giant, after transforming into a 60-foot serpent made of living shadow. He was home. The thought arrived without permission, but he didn't send it away. The weeks passed. McGonagall met with Harry every other day in her office, not Dumbledore's office, she still wouldn't use that, and these meetings became the framework of his education in the wizarding world. She told him about magic, about Hogwarts, about the houses and the classes and the world he'd be entering. She told him about his parents, carefully, precisely, the way she did everything, but with an undercurrent of genuine emotion that she didn't try to hide. Your father was a Gryffindor. Talented, arrogant, prone to spectacular stupidity in the pursuit of what he considered fun. Your mother was also a Gryffindor, though the hat considered Ravenclaw. She was the brightest witch of her generation, and I do not say that lightly. And Voldemort killed them. McGonagall didn't flinch at the name, which Harry respected. Yes. Voldemort, the most dangerous dark wizard in modern history, sought to kill you as an infant, for reasons that remain unclear. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that rebounded his killing curse. Voldemort was destroyed, or so we believed. You survived, with that scar. But the protection, the blood wards, those broke. Snape said they broke when my transformation awakened. They did. Which raises questions I do not yet have answers to. The wards were tied to your mother's blood, to the bond of family with your aunt. Your creature inheritance appears to have overridden them. Severus believes your magical nature has fundamentally changed, that the Shadow-Basilisk is not merely an ability you possess but a core aspect of your being that was suppressed until your magical maturity began. Suppressed by what? McGonagall's expression tightened. That is one of the questions I hope to ask Albus, when we restore him. They didn't talk about the possibility that they wouldn't restore him. It hung in every conversation like smoke, but neither of them gave it voice. The research continued. Snape spent hours in the dungeons analyzing Harry's blood and venom, emerging periodically with findings that he reported to McGonagall in rapid, clipped sentences. The venom was unlike anything in the recorded literature, not merely toxic but transformative, capable of altering the magical properties of whatever it contacted. The blood carried a dual signature, human wizard and something else, something that registered on Snape's instruments as a void, an absence of classification, a blank space where a species designation should be. He is, in the most literal sense, unique, Snape told McGonagall during a meeting Harry was present for. There is no recorded instance of a Shadow-Basilisk in any magical bestiary, any historical text, any mythology. The closest reference I have found is an oblique mention in a 13th century alchemical manuscript, a passage about the serpent that dwells between, which the author claims was a creature born of the intersection between shadow magic and Ophidian curse lineage. The passage is considered apocryphal. The manuscript is considered unreliable. And yet, he gestured at Harry. And yet, McGonagall echoed. The Mandrake restorative draft will be ready in December at the earliest, Snape continued. I am growing an accelerated crop in Greenhouse 3. Even if the draft works on this form of petrification, which is far from certain, we are looking at months, not weeks. Harry absorbed this. Months. Dumbledore would be stoned for months, because of him. I'll find another way, Harry said. Potter, you said my venom is transformative. It can change the magical properties of things it touches. If my gaze petrified him, maybe my venom can unpetrify him. Snape stared at him. McGonagall stared at him. Then they stared at each other. That is, Snape said slowly, not the worst hypothesis a student has ever presented to me. Though I maintain my record of never having complimented an 11-year-old's theoretical reasoning and I do not intend to start now. So you'll test it? I will consider it. After extensive laboratory analysis. Applying an unclassified magical toxin directly to a petrified human being is not something I intend to do on the basis of a child's hunch. But you'll consider it. Snape's mouth did that thing again, the almost twitch that Harry was learning to recognize as the Snape equivalent of a standing ovation. I will consider it. On August 15th, with 2 weeks remaining before term, a ministry owl arrived. McGonagall read the letter at the breakfast table in the staff room. The staff had taken to eating together, a skeleton crew of those who stayed at Hogwarts over summer, McGonagall, Snape, Hagrid, tiny Professor Flitwick who taught charms and who had taken one look at Harry's shadow manipulation abilities and literally squeaked with professional excitement, and Madame Pomfrey the school nurse who had examined Harry with brisk, unflappable efficiency and declared him physically healthy, magically unprecedented, and in desperate need of a proper diet. McGonagall read the letter, and her face went through the transformation Harry had come to recognize, a brief flash of genuine emotion, in this case, fury, followed by the steel shutters of duty clanging down. The ministry, she said, is sending an observer. An Auror named John Dawlish. He will be present at Hogwarts for the duration of the term to assess the potential threat posed by the unclassified magical entity currently residing on school grounds. They mean Harry, Flitwick said, his voice carrying considerably more edge than his 4-foot frame would suggest. They mean Harry. And by observe, they mean they want to classify him. McGonagall set the letter down. Cornelius Fudge is under pressure from the Board of Governors, specifically from Lucius Malfoy, who has been making inquiries about Harry's nature since word of Albus's petrification reached the ministry. Malfoy is pushing for Harry to be classified as an XXXXX class creature, which would strip him of his status as a wizard and subject him to the Beast Division's authority. The table went silent. Harry, who was eating porridge at the far end, set down his spoon. Can they do that? He asked. They can try, McGonagall said, and the way she said it, quiet, precise, with the contained fury of a woman who had fought one war and would not hesitate to start another, told Harry everything about where she stood. They will not succeed. Albusa's position on the Wisengamot protects you to a degree, even in his current state. And I have already written to Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who is considerably more reasonable than Fudge and considerably less susceptible to Malfoy's influence. And if Bones can't help? McGonagall met his eyes. Then I will make it extraordinarily clear to the Ministry that Hogwarts does not surrender its students. Not to politicians, not to bureaucrats, and not to men who use their money to buy influence over frightened governments. Snape, who had been silent throughout this exchange, said, "The boys should be informed that Lucius Malfoy is not merely a politician. He is a former Death Eater, a follower of the Dark Lord. His interest in Potter is unlikely to be purely administrative." "I know what Lucius Malfoy is," McGonagall said sharply. "Then you know that observer is a generous term for what Dawlish will be doing here. He will be cataloguing Potter's abilities, mapping his weaknesses, and reporting everything to Malfoy via the minister's office." Harry listened to this exchange and felt something crystallize inside him, not fear, not anger, but a cold, clear understanding of the situation. People with power wanted to control him. This was not new. The Dursleys had wanted to control him. The difference was that the Dursleys' power had been physical, domestic, limited. The Ministry's power was institutional, legal, and backed by an entire society. "Let him come," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Dawlish. The observer. Let him come. Let him watch. Let him report whatever he wants. Harry picked up his spoon and resumed eating porridge. "I'm not hiding what I am. If Malfoy wants to know what a Shadow-Basilisk can do, I'll show him. And then he can decide whether he really wants to try to put me in a cage." The silence that followed was textured with several competing emotions. Flitwick looked alarmed. Hagrid looked proud. Snape looked thoughtful. McGonagall looked at Harry for a long time. Then she picked up her tea, took a sip, and said, "Eat your porridge, Mr. Potter. You'll need your strength." September 1st arrived with the particular crispness that early autumn brings to the Scottish Highlands, a quality of light that was golden and slanted and made the castle look like it had been carved from amber. Harry woke in his guest room, dressed in robes that actually fit him. McGonagall had sent for them, along with all his school supplies, in a single brisk transaction with Diagon Alley that Harry had not been present for and that had apparently involved Hagrid physically carrying a trunk through the streets of London, and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked different. 6 weeks of regular meals and a bed that didn't make his back ache had added weight to his frame. His face had lost the pinched, underfed quality that had been his default expression for 11 years. His hair was still a disaster, the Potter hair, McGonagall called it, with the tone of someone describing a natural catastrophe, but his eyes were clear and bright and very, very green. His shadow on the floor was well behaved today, holding its shape, looking mostly like a boy's shadow ought to look. Mostly. If you didn't notice the way it was slightly too dark, slightly too defined, slightly too present for the ambient lighting. "Today's the day," he told his reflection. "Try not to petrify anyone." His reflection didn't answer, but his shadow rippled with something that felt like amusement. McGonagall had decided, after considerable debate with the staff, that Harry would ride the Hogwarts Express with the other students. "You are a student," she'd said, in a tone that brooked no argument. "You will arrive as a student. You will not be singled out, separated, or treated as anything other than a first year on his way to school." Snape had argued against this. "Putting him on a train with 300 children is criminally irresponsible, Minerva. He has been here for 6 weeks. He has not petrified anyone since the initial incident. He has demonstrated consistent and improving control over his abilities. He is a walking magical catastrophe with the power output of a small sun. And he is also a child who deserves to ride the train to school with other children, Severus. This is not negotiable. So Harry apparat to London with McGonagall. The squeezing, suffocating sensation was no better the second time, and found himself standing on platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station at 10:30 in the morning, surrounded by a swirling chaos of wizarding families, luggage carts, owls in cages, cats twining between ankles, and children of every age wearing expressions that ranged from terrified excitement to bored familiarity. McGonagall squeezed his shoulder once, a brief, firm contact that said more than words, and disapparated back to Hogwarts with a crack that was swallowed by the noise of the platform. Harry was alone. For the first time in 6 weeks, he was outside the protective sphere of the castle, surrounded by strangers, anonymous. It lasted about 30 seconds. Mum, look, that's the scar, don't point, Ginny, it's rude, Harry Potter. That's Harry Potter. I thought he'd be taller, heard he petrified Dumbledore, Dad told me, he said the Ministry. The whispers spread through the platform like fire through dry grass. Heads turned. Conversations died and restarted with new urgency. Parents pulled children closer or pushed them forward, depending on whether they were the fearful or the curious type, and Harry stood in the middle of it all, next to a trunk with his initials on it, and let them look. He'd expected this. McGonagall had warned him that news of Dumbledore's petrification had leaked to the press. The Daily Prophet had run the story under the headline "Boy Who Lived Turns Greatest Wizard to Stone," which was sensational and inaccurate and had caused McGonagall to cancel her subscription in a fit of rage. Harry had read the article. It described him variously as dangerously unstable, a creature masquerading as a child, and the most significant threat to magical Britain since you-know-who. It also misspelled his name twice. So the wizarding world knew. They knew about the Shadow-Basilisk, or at least a garbled, sensationalized version of it, and they were afraid, and Harry Potter was standing on a train platform with his shadow curling around his feet and 300 pairs of eyes on him. He picked up his trunk and walked toward the train. The crowd parted. Not dramatically, not like a wave, more like a subtle, unconscious adjustment, bodies shifting out of his path the way deer move away from a predator they haven't quite identified. Harry walked through the gap and climbed onto the train and found an empty compartment near the back and stowed his trunk and sat down and looked out the window at the platform full of people who were pretending not to stare at him. The shadows in the compartment settled around him like a familiar blanket. The overhead light dimmed slightly. Outside, the September sun blazed on, and the clock ticked toward 11. The compartment door opened 5 minutes after the train pulled out of the station. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large, an expression of determined confidence that was doing a valiant job of concealing the nervousness underneath. She was already wearing her school robes, and she was carrying a book so thick it could have been used as a weapon. "Everywhere else is full," she said. "Do you mind?" Harry looked at her. She looked back at him. Her eyes flicked to his scar, then to his shadow, which was pooling under the seat in a way that was visibly abnormal, then back to his face. Her expression didn't change. Or rather, it changed, but not in the direction of fear. Her eyes lit up. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "You're the Shadow-Basilisk." "I'm Harry. I'm also the Shadow-Basilisk. I'm told these are not mutually exclusive." He gestured at the seat across from him. "Sit down if you want." She sat. She set her book on her lap. Harry caught the title, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and folded her hands over it and studied him with an intensity that was almost clinical. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "Muggle-born. I only found out I was a witch 3 months ago. I've read everything, every book on the syllabus, plus 12 supplementary texts. I've read about basilisks. There's not much. But there's nothing, absolutely nothing, about shadow-basilisks. You're not in any book I've found. I know. Professor Snape says I'm anomalous. I was going to say, unprecedented, but anomalous works." She leaned forward. "Can I ask you something?" "You're going to anyway." The corner of her mouth twitched. The Daily Prophet said you're dangerous. Are you? Harry considered the question. He appreciated that she'd asked it directly, no hedging, no politeness, just the blunt inquiry of someone who wanted data. Yes, he said. I turned Albus Dumbledore to stone by accident. I'm 60 feet long in my other form. My venom eats through rock. So yes, I'm dangerous. He paused. But I'm also a person, and I'm learning control, and I didn't ask for any of this. Hermione nodded slowly. Fair enough. Can I see? See what? The transformation. Even a partial one. I want to understand what I'm looking at, magically speaking. I've been reading about creature inheritances. They're rare, usually mammalian, typically minor physical alterations. What you're described as doing is orders of magnitude beyond anything in the literature. You want me to transform on a train full of kids? Just your hands. Something small. I want to see the shadow interaction. Harry looked at Hermione Granger, this strange, fearless, intensely curious girl who had walked into a compartment with a creature the newspapers called the greatest threat to magical Britain and asked for a demonstration, and decided he liked her. He held up his right hand. Focused. The shadows in the compartment stirred, and his fingers darkened and lengthened, scales rippling into existence along the back of his hand, the shadow claws emerging with that fluid, liquid grace that still made his stomach flip with a mix of wrongness and rightness. Hermione's eyes went huge. She leaned so close she was nearly nose to claw. The scales are absorbing light, she whispered. I can see it, the photons are just, being consumed. That's not transfiguration. That's not even metamorphosis. It's like your body is partially transitioning into a different state of matter. You can see photons. Not literally, but, look, the shadow on the wall behind your hand should be moving with the light source from the window, but it's not. It's moving toward you. The shadows are gravitating to your hand like it has its own field. She pulled out a notebook, apparently she carried one everywhere, and began sketching furiously. This is incredible. Do you know if the absorption has a saturation point? Is there a limit to how much light? The compartment door opened again. A boy stood in the doorway, tall for 11, red-haired, freckled, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression of horror that was rapidly evolving into terror. His eyes were locked on Harry's shadow-clawed hand. Bloody hell, the boy said. Harry retracted the claws. Hi. You're Harry Potter. So I've been told. And you've got, your hand was, yes. The boy swallowed. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione, who was still sketching in her notebook and didn't appear to have noticed the interruption. He looked at the compartment, which was noticeably darker than the corridor outside. He looked at Harry's shadow, which was behaving itself but still visibly wrong. Right, the boy said. Right. Okay. He took a visible breath. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Can I sit here? Because there's definitely room and I'd rather sit with the terrifying shadow creature than with my brothers, who spent the entire summer trying to hex me. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, the combination of naked fear and pragmatic determination on Ron's face was so genuine, so human, that it cut through the strangeness of the situation like a knife through butter. Sit down, Ron. Ron sat. He sat the way someone sits in a dentist's chair, with an air of resigned acceptance and a strong desire to be literally anywhere else, but he sat, and he stayed. Is your shadow moving? Ron asked, after a moment. Always. Right. Cool. Cool. That's completely normal and fine. Ron pulled a squashed sandwich from his pocket and began eating it with the mechanical determination of someone using food as a coping mechanism. Fred and George, my brothers, they told me you petrified Dumbledore. Is that true? Yes. On purpose? No. Oh. Ron chewed. Swallowed. Well, that's better, I suppose. If you'd done it on purpose, you'd be mental. Dumbledore's brilliant. Everyone says so. He seemed brilliant, Harry agreed. For the 30 seconds before I turned him to stone. Ron stared at him. Then he snorted. Then he laughed, a real laugh, startled out of him, and the tension in the compartment cracked like ice on a puddle. 30 seconds, Ron repeated, shaking his head. Merlin. You're funny, at least. If I'm going to be eaten by a shadow snake, at least it'll be a funny one. I'm not going to eat you. That's exactly what a shadow snake who was going to eat me would say. Hermione looked up from her notebook. He's not going to eat you. Shadow-Basilisks, or whatever Harry is, appear to be Ophiophagus in their dietary mythology, which means they eat other snakes, not humans. Ron blinked at her. I have no idea what most of those words mean, but I'm choosing to find them reassuring. The train rocked on through the Scottish countryside, and in a compartment near the back, a shadow creature, a bookworm, and a redhead with a smudge on his nose ate chocolate frogs and talked about nothing and everything and the particular, terrifying, wonderful reality of being 11 and on your way to magic school. It was, Harry thought, the best day of his life. The other students came, of course. Word spread through the train like smoke. Harry Potter is in the back compartment, the Shadow-Basilisk, the boy from the Prophet, and a steady stream of faces appeared at the door, peering in with expressions that ranged from terror to fascination to naked hostility. Most didn't stay. Most looked, whispered, and retreated. But a few lingered. A round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom, who was looking for a toad and who was so nervous he was shaking, but who met Harry's eyes and said, "My gran says you shouldn't judge people by what they are but by what they do. She's usually right about things," and then stood there blinking as if astonished at his own bravery. A pair of twins, Fred and George Weasley, Ron's older brothers, who poked their heads in, studied Harry with identical grins, and said in unison, "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. D'you reckon you could petrify Filch?" Before Ron threw a chocolate frog at them and they retreated, cackling. And then, halfway through the journey, with the landscape turning wild and mountainous outside the windows, the compartment door slid open and a boy walked in without asking. He was pale, pointy-faced, blonde hair slicked back with what appeared to be an industrial quantity of hair product. Two large boys flanked him like bookends, thick, dull-eyed, with the general air of furniture that had been enchanted to walk. "So it's true," the blonde boy said. "Harry Potter. The Shadow-Basilisk." His eyes raked over Harry with an intensity that wasn't fear, wasn't hostility, was something more complicated. Hunger, maybe. Or recognition. "Draco Malfoy," the boy said, extending a hand. "This is Crabbe and Goyle." Ron made a noise. Harry glanced at him. Ron's ears had gone red, and his expression had hardened into something angry. "Malfoy," Harry said. "Your father's been trying to have me classified as a beast." Draco's outstretched hand didn't waver. "My father does a lot of things. I'm not my father." Harry studied him. The shadows in the compartment stirred, reading Draco's emotional state the way they read everyone's, a synesthetic map of feeling that Harry was learning to interpret. Draco was nervous. Genuinely nervous, beneath the aristocratic composure. But he was also excited, and there was something else, a thread of rebellion, thin but bright, like a wire under tension. "No," Harry said. "You're not." He shook Draco's hand. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione looked up from her book with sharp, evaluating eyes. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance that suggested they'd exceeded their daily processing capacity. Draco's grip was firm, and when his skin touched Harry's, the shadows responded, a faint pulse, a ripple, like sonar bouncing off something and returning with data. Harry felt Draco's magic, bright, cold, disciplined. Strong for his age. And underneath it, buried deep, a knot of something dark and heavy that Draco carried the way Harry used to carry the knowledge of the cupboard, invisibly, constantly, like a stone in a shoe you'd stop noticing. You should know, Harry said, releasing his hand, that I'm not interested in being anyone's ally, anyone's weapon, or anyone's proof of concept. If your father sent you, he didn't. Draco's chin lifted. He told me to stay away from you, actually. He said you were dangerous and unstable and that I should report anything unusual to him immediately. And you're here because... Draco smiled, and it was a sharp, bright, slightly reckless smile that transformed his face from pointed aristocrat to 11-year-old boy. Because he told me not to be. Harry leaned back against the seat and regarded Draco Malfoy and thought, this one's interesting. Sit down if you want, he said. We've got chocolate frogs. Draco sat. Crabbe and Goyle, after a confused consultation conducted entirely through eye contact, sat too. Ron looked like he'd swallowed something sour, but he didn't object, he just shifted closer to the window and maintained a watchful distance. Hermione, ever practical, said, your father is Lucius Malfoy. The one pushing for creature classification? Yes. You understand that if he succeeds, Harry would lose his legal status as a wizard? I understand that. Draco's voice was careful, measured, the voice of a child who had grown up in a house where words were weapons and carelessness was punished. I also understand that my father is wrong. Not because he's wrong about what Potter is, he is a Shadow-Basilisk, obviously, but because what something is doesn't determine what it deserves. Silence. Blimey, Ron muttered. A Malfoy with principles. Fred and George are never going to believe this. I have many principles, Draco said archly. I simply apply them selectively. Harry laughed again. Twice in one day. Twice in one train ride. He was starting to think that having friends, if that's what these people were becoming, was going to change things even more fundamentally than turning into a giant shadow serpent. Hogsmeade Station materialized out of the Scottish dusk as the train rounded a final curve, and Harry felt Hogwarts before he saw it. The castle's shadows reached out to him across the distance, a vast, warm, ancient greeting that rolled through his senses like a chord struck on an organ. He closed his eyes and felt the castle, every corridor, every room, every hidden passage and secret chamber, mapped in shadow and darkness, a three-dimensional web of spaces where light didn't reach. He felt the staff moving through the castle, preparing for the students' arrival, McGonagall in the entrance hall, a knot of controlled tension and fierce determination, Snape in the dungeons, a void of tightly leashed emotion, Flitwick in the great hall, his magical signature sparking like a live wire as he tested the enchantments on the ceiling. And he felt Dumbledore. In the headmaster's office, still stone, still frozen, still there. A presence even in absence. Are you all right? Hermione asked, watching his face. Fine. The castle says hello. The castle talks to you. Not in words. But yes. Hermione's hand went to her notebook. Harry gently pushed it back down. Later, he said. Let's just be students for a minute. They disembarked into a cool September evening, and Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Come on now, follow me. The boats were waiting at the edge of a black lake. To a boat. Harry climbed into one with Hermione, Ron, and Neville Longbottom, who had recovered his toad and was clutching it to his chest like a lifeline. The boats pushed off from the shore under their own power, gliding across water that was flat and dark and full of reflected stars. And then Hogwarts came into view, and even Harry, who had lived there for 6 weeks, who knew its corridors and its shadows, who had felt it greet him from miles away, went still. It was different from the water. Seen from the lake, in the last light of evening, the castle was a revelation, towers and turrets and battlements climbing toward the sky, lit from within by 1,000 windows, its reflection shimmering in the dark water like a second castle existing in a parallel world beneath the surface. It was vast and ancient and beautiful and alive, and every first year in every boat went silent at the sight of it. Wow, Ron breathed. Insufficient, Hermione whispered. But accurate. Harry felt the castle's shadows reach down through the water and brush against the bottom of the boat, and he sent back a pulse of warmth that meant I know and I'm here and thank you. They docked. They climbed stone steps. They stood in the entrance hall, a crowd of nervous 11-year-olds, and Professor McGonagall, the woman Harry had spent 6 weeks learning to trust, stood before them in her emerald robes and her pointed hat and her expression of severe authority, and she gave a speech about the 4 houses and the sorting and the importance of the next 7 years that Harry only half listened to because he was watching her eyes, and her eyes were sweeping the crowd and finding him and holding, just for a second, with a warmth that she'd never allow the rest of her face to show. You're going to be fine, that look said. I've got you. The doors to the Great Hall opened. Harry had eaten in the Great Hall before, meals with the staff, casual lunches with Hagrid, but it was different now. It was different with 4 long tables full of students, hundreds of faces turning as the first years filed in, the enchanted ceiling above showing a sky of scattered stars and drifting clouds, candles floating in midair, golden plates gleaming on white tablecloths. Every eye found Harry. Every whisper carried his name. He walked down the center of the hall with his chin up and his shadow moving wrong and the weight of an entire school's attention on his shoulders, and he did not flinch. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall, a battered, patched, medieval thing that looked like it had been used to carry coal. McGonagall stood beside it with a scroll. The hall fell silent. The hat sang a song. Harry barely heard it. He was watching the head table, where the staff was assembled, Snape in his black, Flitwick on his stack of books, Hagrid at the far end looking like a boulder that had learned to use cutlery, and between them, teachers Harry hadn't met yet, a woman draped in shawls and beads who smelled of sherry even from across the room, a young man with a turban who, Harry went cold. The man in the turban. Professor Quirrell, his shadow senses supplied, the staff had mentioned him, the defense against the dark arts teacher, stammering, nervous, apparently frightened of his own students. But what Harry felt from him now, across the Great Hall, through the network of shadows that connected every dark space in the castle, was not nervousness. It was wrong. 2 magical signatures. In one body. The first was weak, trembling, flickering, a candle flame in a hurricane. The second was dark. Not dark like shadow, not dark like the absence of light, but dark like rot, like corruption, like something that had once been powerful and had chosen to become terrible. It was cold and ancient and hungry and it was looking at Harry from somewhere behind the turban, behind the face, behind the mask of stammering incompetence. Harry's shadow flared. The candles above the Gryffindor table guttered and some went out, and students gasped and looked up, and Harry forced himself to breathe, forced the shadows to settle, forced the creature inside him to stop snarling. Something is wearing that man like a suit, his shadow senses told him. Something is hiding inside him, looking out through his eyes, and it knows what you are. Harry filed this information. Carefully. Completely. He would deal with it. But not now. Not tonight. The sorting began. Students were called one by one, alphabetical by surname. Hermione walked to the stool with a straight back and sat down, and the hat was on her head for almost 4 minutes, an eternity by sorting standards, before it shouted, Gryffindor, and she went to the table on the far left with a smile that was mostly relief. Draco Malfoy sat under the hat for less than 10 seconds before it shouted, Slytherin, and he went to the far right table with a satisfied smirk that flickered, just for an instant, into something less certain. Neville Longbottom nearly fell off the stool but was sorted into Gryffindor, to his visible astonishment. Ron Weasley went Gryffindor almost before the hat touched his head. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not whispering silent. Silent. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses against your eardrums, that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. Harry walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and the brim fell past his eyes, and the great hall vanished, replaced by darkness. Well, said a voice in his mind. Not his voice. Not the serpent's voice. Something old and dry and amused, like parchment laughing. This is unexpected. Hello, Harry thought. A Shadow-Basilisk. My. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years, young man, and I have never encountered anything quite like you. The founders would have been fascinated. Slytherin especially. Don't put me in Slytherin just because I'm a snake. Oh, I wasn't going to. You'd be wasted there, no offense to the house, but Slytherin values ambition and cunning, and while you have both, they're not what drive you. You're not trying to get anywhere. You're not scheming. You're just being. Being what you are, as hard as you can, and devil take the hindmost. Is that Gryffindor? Gryffindor values bravery. Are you brave? Harry thought about it. I walked into this hall knowing everyone was afraid of me, and I didn't hide. I don't know if that's bravery or stubbornness. Those are closer than you'd think. But no, I see something else in you. Something Gryffindor wouldn't know what to do with. You're curious, Mr. Potter. You want to understand what you are. You want to understand the shadows and the serpent and the magic and the world. You've been denied knowledge your entire life, and now that you've tasted it, you're ravenous. Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw values wisdom and learning, and you would thrive there. But, The hat paused. There's the loyalty. The fierce, absolute, non-negotiable loyalty to the people who've shown you kindness. Hagrid, McGonagall, even Snape, who hasn't been kind but who's been honest. You collect people, Mr. Potter. You hold them close. That's Hufflepuff's territory. So where do I go? The hat was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice had changed, dropped the playful, evaluative tone and become something more serious. Wherever you want, Mr. Potter. With a magical core like yours and a nature like yours, the house you join will be shaped by you far more than you'll be shaped by it. So I'm asking, where do you want to be? Harry thought about Ron's freckled, terrified, honest face. About Hermione's fierce curiosity and total absence of fear. About Neville's trembling bravery. About McGonagall's look in the entrance hall, I've got you. Gryffindor, he thought. My parents were Gryffindor. My friends are Gryffindor. Put me where they are. For love and loyalty. Very well. And then, aloud, for the whole hall to hear, Gryffindor. The hat came off. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers, the Weasley twins were standing on the bench, bellowing, and Hermione was clapping so hard her hands blurred, and Ron was grinning ear to ear, and even Neville was managing a shaky smile. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, and the shadows in the great hall, in the corners, under the tables, between the candles, all leaned toward him as he passed, and the enchanted ceiling above flickered, and for just a moment, a single moment, the stars in the magical sky rearranged themselves into the shape of a serpent before settling back to their proper positions. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy caught Harry's eye and nodded once, a small gesture of acknowledgement that bridged the distance between the tables. At the head table, Snape's face was unreadable. At the head table, Quirrell was looking at Harry with an expression of polite interest that did not match the dark, hungry thing Harry could feel coiled behind his skull. Harry sat down between Ron and Hermione, and the feast began. The food was extraordinary. Harry ate until he was full and then kept eating because he'd spent 11 years learning to eat whenever food was available, and the golden plates refilled themselves endlessly, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, treacle tart and ice cream, pumpkin juice in crystal goblets. Around him, the Gryffindor table buzzed with conversation that kept circling back to him. He answered questions honestly. Yes, he could turn into a serpent. Yes, he had petrified Dumbledore. No, he wasn't going to demonstrate. Yes, his shadow moved on its own. No, he didn't know why. Yes, he was going to attend classes like a normal student. No, he was not, as one particularly brave second year asked, going to eat the Slytherins. Only if they're rude, Harry said, and the table laughed, and even the brave second year managed a grin. The feast wound down. McGonagall stood to give the start-of-term notices. Harry noticed she did it from the deputy headmistress's position, not Dumbledore's chair, which stood empty at the center of the table. She listed the usual: the Forbidden Forest was forbidden, the list of banned items was posted on Mr. Filch's door, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a most painful death. Harry felt the shadows of the third floor stir at the mention. Something down there was awake. Something old, something guarded, something that pulsed with a magical signature that made his creature senses prick up like a hound catching a scent. He filed this too. And finally, McGonagall said, and her voice carried the particular weight of someone delivering news they'd rather not, you will have noticed that the headmaster's chair is empty. Professor Dumbledore is currently indisposed. I am serving as acting headmistress in his absence. Additionally, the Ministry of Magic has assigned an observer to the school for the duration of the term. She gestured to a man sitting at the far end of the head table, square-jawed, thick-necked, wearing the grey robes of an Auror. He looked like someone who'd been built to follow orders and resented the implication. Mr. Dawlish will be conducting an assessment on behalf of the Ministry. I expect you all to extend him the courtesy appropriate to a guest of the school. The way she said, courtesy appropriate to a guest, suggested the courtesy would be minimal and grudging. Now, off to bed. First years, follow your prefects. The Gryffindors surged up from the table. Harry went with them, carried in a tide of red and gold, through the entrance hall and up the marble staircase and through corridors that he already knew intimately from his weeks of exploration but that his classmates were seeing for the first time, gasping at the moving portraits, flinching at the ghosts, jumping when a suit of armor cleared its throat. The Gryffindor common room was behind a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress, and the password was, Caput Draconis, and the room was warm and round and comfortable, with armchairs and a fireplace and windows that looked out on the grounds. Harry stood in the doorway and felt the fire's warmth on his face and the shadows of the room reaching for him and the noise and bustle of 30-odd students settling in around him, and he thought, yes. Ron appeared at his elbow. Boys' dormitories up the stairs on the right. We've got a room with Neville and two others, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Hermione says she'll meet us at breakfast. She's already got a study schedule planned out. Of course she has. She's terrifying, mate. In a good way. Ron hesitated. Harry, can I ask you something? Sure. Are you scared? Of any of this? The Ministry, the Observer bloke, all of it. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, standing in the doorway of the Gryffindor common room on his first night as a Hogwarts student. No, he said. I'm not scared. I spent 11 years being scared, Ron. Scared of my uncle, scared of the dark, scared of being noticed, scared of being forgotten. I used up all my scared. He looked at his shadow on the common room floor, serpentine, shifting, alive. Now I'm just curious. About what happens next. Ron studied him for a long moment. Then he clapped Harry on the shoulder, carefully, as if Harry might detonate, but he did it, and said, You're mental. But I think I like you. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Seriously, don't mention it. If Fred and George find out I voluntarily befriended a shadow monster, they'll take the mickey for the rest of my natural life. They went up the stairs together, and Harry lay down in a four-poster bed for the second time in his life, and the curtains were red and gold, and his trunk sat at the foot of the bed with his initials on it, and across the room Ron was already snoring and Neville was mumbling in his sleep and the castle hummed its ancient lullaby. Harry's shadow coiled around the bedpost and settled there, a guardian made of darkness, keeping watch. He thought about the third-floor corridor and the thing that lurked there. He thought about Quirrell and the parasite behind his skull. He thought about Dumbledore, frozen in stone, waiting to be freed. He thought about Draco Malfoy's sharp, rebellious smile and Hermione's notebook and Ron's terrified honesty and McGonagall's steady eyes. He thought about the Shadow-Basilisk curled in his chest, patient and vast and ancient and his. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, the Ministry's observer would start watching. Tomorrow, Lucius Malfoy would read the Morning Prophet and learn that the creature he wanted caged had been sorted into Gryffindor and sat at dinner with 300 children and hadn't petrified a single one. Tomorrow, everything would start. Harry closed his eyes. The shadows held him. The castle sang. And somewhere in the headmaster's office, a phoenix sat on a stone wizard's shoulder and watched the moon cross the sky and waited, with the infinite patience of a creature born from fire, for the dawn. Chapter 3, What Moves in the Dark. Harry's first class at Hogwarts was Transfiguration, and he nearly destroyed a desk. The morning had started well enough. He'd woken at 6, a habit beaten into him by years of Dursley-mandated early rising, and lay in the red-curtained four-poster listening to the sounds of a dormitory full of sleeping boys. Ron's snoring was a steady, almost comforting rumble. Neville whimpered occasionally in his sleep. Seamus Finnegan, the sandy-haired Irish boy in the bed by the window, muttered in a language Harry couldn't identify. Dean Thomas, tall and quiet with a gentle manner, slept in perfect silence. Normal sounds. The sounds of people existing around him, unbothered, unafraid. Harry listened to them and felt something in his chest that was warm and tight and new. He dressed quietly, slipped out of the dormitory, and went down to the common room. Empty at this hour, the fire had burned low, embers glowing orange in the grate. The shadows in the room gathered around his ankles as he passed, familiar, affectionate, and he let them come, let them twine around his legs as he walked to the window and looked out at the grounds. Dawn over Hogwarts. The sky was the color of a bruise fading, purple-gray at the horizon, deepening to indigo overhead, with the first faint stars still holding on. The lake was a dark mirror. The forbidden forest was a wall of shadow that Harry's senses could feel, teeming with life and magic and old, deep things that moved in the spaces between trees. And beneath him, far beneath the tower, the castle's shadow network pulsed with its slow, vast heartbeat. Harry reached into it, gently, the way he'd learned to do over the summer, like dipping a hand into a stream, and felt the whole building. Students sleeping in 4 towers. Ghosts drifting through corridors. House elves bustling in the kitchens, already preparing breakfast. Snape, awake and moving in the dungeons, the man apparently didn't sleep. McGonagall in her office, a steady, bright presence amid a sea of parchment and quills. The man Dawlish, in a guest room on the 3rd floor, sleeping heavily, his magical signature dull and thick and unremarkable. And the 3rd floor corridor. That presence. Dormant now, but Harry could feel it the way you feel a storm on the horizon, pressure, potential, a gathering of energy that hadn't yet decided what to become. He pulled his awareness back, dressed, and went to breakfast. Hermione was already in the great hall, because of course she was. She sat at the Gryffindor table with 3 textbooks open simultaneously, eating toast with one hand and taking notes with the other, and she didn't look up when Harry sat down across from her. "Good morning," Harry said. "We have Transfiguration first, then History of Magic, then lunch, then double potions with Slytherin." She still didn't look up. "I've read the first 3 chapters of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and I have questions about Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration, specifically whether the exceptions apply to magically generated matter or only to naturally occurring, Hermione." She looked up. "What? Good morning." She blinked. Then something softened in her face, a tiny relaxation of the intensity that was her default setting, and she almost smiled. "Good morning, Harry." Ron arrived 10 minutes later, looking like he'd been dragged backward through a hedge, and fell onto the bench next to Harry with a groan. "Who decided classes start at 9? Criminal. Should be noon at the earliest." "You're going to love History of Magic," Hermione said. "Professor Binns is a ghost. A ghost teaches here. He died in the staff room and apparently just kept teaching. Nobody told him he was dead." Ron stared at her. "This school is mental." "Yes," Harry said. That's rather the point. They ate. The great hall filled gradually, students in all four house colors trickling in, the noise building from a murmur to a roar. Harry was aware, he was always aware now, of the way people looked at him. Not all of them. Not constantly. But in waves, as students noticed him, whispered to their neighbors, and either stared openly or tried very hard not to. He caught fragments of conversation, shadow thing, did you see his shadow last night, and, my dad says the ministry should have locked him up, and, wonder if he'll transform in class, he let them talk. Words were just air. At the Slytherin table, Draco caught his eye and raised an eyebrow in a gesture that somehow communicated surviving so far. Harry gave a fractional nod in return. The exchange took less than 2 seconds, but it didn't go unnoticed. Around Draco, the Slytherin students shifted and whispered, and a heavy-set boy Harry didn't recognize leaned over to say something to Draco that made Draco's expression go flat and cold. At the head table, Dawlish the ministry observer was eating sausages and watching Harry with the unblinking focus of a man who'd been given a job and intended to do it thoroughly. His grey Auror robes looked out of place among the staff's more colorful attire. Next to him, Quirrell sat with his turban slightly askew, picking at his food, and the dark thing behind his skull pulsed with a slow, rhythmic malevolence that made Harry's shadow senses itch. 2 problems. 2 threats. Harry ate his eggs and catalogued them and moved on. Transfiguration was held in a classroom on the first floor, with tiered seating rising in a semicircle around a central demonstration area. McGonagall stood at the front, straight-backed and precise, and when the class filed in, Gryffindors and Ravenclaws together, she surveyed them with the expression of a general assessing new recruits. Transfiguration, she said, without preamble, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. The class went very quiet. She turned a desk into a pig and back again, which was impressive enough to make everyone sit up straighter, and then set them to work on the first practical exercise, turning a match into a needle. Simple in theory. A matter of visualization, willpower, and the correct application of magical force to physical matter. Harry stared at his match. He'd never held a wand before Hogwarts. McGonagall had taken him to Ollivander's in the first week, a side-along trip to Diagon Alley that had been interesting. The wand maker had tried 47 wands before finding one that didn't explode, shatter, or dissolve into shadow when Harry touched it. The wand that finally chose him was 11 inches, holly, with a phoenix feather core, and Ollivander had gone very pale when it chose him, and had said something about the feather's twin, and McGonagall had hustled Harry out of the shop before the wand maker could elaborate. The wand felt strange in his hand. Not wrong, just insufficient. Like trying to drink an ocean through a straw. His magic was too big for it, too wild, too dark. He could feel it straining against the holly wood, pressing at the boundaries of the phoenix feather core, wanting out. He pointed the wand at the match. Visualized a needle. Pushed. The match didn't become a needle. The match became a 4-inch spike of shadow metal, black, gleaming, sharp as a razor, embedded an inch deep in the desk. The desk around the spike cracked and darkened, shadow spreading from the impact point like a bruise, and the wood grain moved, rippling outward in concentric rings. The classroom went silent. Harry stared at the spike. It was beautiful, actually, perfectly formed, smooth as glass, with a point so fine it seemed to taper into nothingness. It wasn't a needle. It was something that had started as a needle and been reinterpreted by magic that didn't think in terms of silver and steel but in terms of darkness and edge. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, and her voice was very carefully neutral, that is not a needle. No, Professor. That appears to be a spike of solidified shadow embedded in my desk. Yes, Professor. Can you remove it? Harry reached out and touched the spike. It dissolved at his contact, melting back into ordinary shadow, and the desk repaired itself, the cracked ceiling, the dark stain fading, the wood settling back to its original state. The match lay on the desk, unharmed, as if nothing had happened. The class exhaled collectively. McGonagall walked over to Harry's desk and examined it closely. Then she examined Harry closely. Then she picked up the match, turned it over in her fingers, and set it back down. "Your magical output," she said quietly, pitched for his ears only, "is overwhelming the transfiguration matrix. You're not changing the match, you're replacing it. Your magic is generating shadow matter and forcing it into the shape you've visualized, rather than transmuting the existing material. Is that bad? It's not transfiguration. It's closer to conjuration, which is any EWT-level magic, combined with some form of shadow manipulation that isn't in any textbook I've ever read." She paused. "It is also not bad. It is, in fact, remarkably impressive for a first attempt. But we need to teach you to modulate your output. Try again, less force. Think of it as a whisper, not a shout." Harry tried again. "Less force. A whisper." He pointed the wand at the match and gently pushed, the way you'd nudge a door instead of kicking it. The match turned silver. Not quite a needle, it was still match-shaped, still wooden at the core, but the outer surface had transmuted to gleaming metal, and one end had sharpened to a rough point. "Better," McGonagall said. "Much better. 5 points to Gryffindor." Hermione, 2 rows up, had turned her match into a perfect needle on the third attempt and was now turning it back and forth with an expression of academic triumph. Ron was still jabbing his match with his wand and muttering. Neville's match had caught fire. Harry practiced for the rest of the hour, and by the end, he could produce a passable needle about half the time. The other half, his magic broke through his control and the result was shadow metal, beautiful, sharp, and completely wrong. He was starting to understand the challenge. His magic wanted to be dark, wanted to create from shadow rather than transform existing matter. Transfiguration required a precision and a restraint that was antithetical to everything his power naturally did. It was like trying to write calligraphy with a fire hose. After class, McGonagall kept him back for a moment. "You did well, Mr. Potter. The control will come with practice. But I want you to know," she hesitated, which was unusual for her. "The shadow conjuration you performed accidentally in your first attempt. That was not trivial magic. Most adult wizards cannot conjure solid matter from nothing. You did it instinctively, without training, on your first day. Do not dismiss what you can do simply because it isn't what I asked you to do." Harry nodded. "Professor, the spike. The shadow metal. What was it, exactly?" "I don't know. I've sent a sample to Severus for analysis. My suspicion is that it's a form of magically condensed darkness, shadow given physical properties through sheer magical force. If I'm right, it represents an entirely new category of magical substance." She looked at him over her spectacles. "You continue to be unprecedented, Mr. Potter. Try not to let it go to your head. I'll do my best. See that you do. Off to History of Magic. And Mr. Potter," she almost smiled. "Modulate." History of Magic was everything Hermione had warned about and less. Professor Binns was indeed a ghost, a translucent, pearly-gray figure who drifted through the blackboard at the start of class and began lecturing in a monotone so flat it seemed to exist in only one dimension. Within 10 minutes, half the class was asleep. Within 20, Ron had his head on his desk and was drooling on his textbook. Harry, however, was awake. Not because the lecture was interesting. Binns was discussing goblin rebellions with the enthusiasm of a man reading a phone book, but because the classroom was full of shadows, and the shadows were full of history. He discovered this by accident. Bored, he let his awareness sink into the shadow network the way he did when he was exploring the castle, and found that the shadows in this particular room, an old room, centuries old, steeped in the residue of 1,000 lectures, carried echoes. Not sounds, exactly. Impressions. The emotional and magical residue of events that had happened in this space, layered like sediment, readable if you knew how to look. He saw, felt, experienced fragments. A duel between two students 300 years ago, wands blazing, the desk in the corner still carrying the scorch marks under 7 layers of varnish. A lecture by a young Dumbledore, decades before he was headmaster, teaching transfiguration with a passion that burned so bright Harry could feel its warmth across the centuries. A girl crying in the back row, homesick, her tears falling onto parchment where they left spots that were still there, invisible, beneath the ink of 1,000 subsequent notes. The castle remembered everything. And Harry, through the shadows, could access those memories. He spent the rest of the class exploring this ability, sinking deeper into the shadow layer of the room, reading its history like a book. He found references to the founders, faint, incredibly old, almost worn away. Rowena Ravenclaw had taught in this room, and the shadows still carried the impression of her voice, sharp and clear and utterly unwilling to tolerate fools. Godric Gryffindor had sparred here, his laughter booming through echoes that were 1,000 years thin. And Salazar Slytherin, Harry jerked upright. Slytherin's echo was different. It wasn't faded. It was sharp, recent feeling, as if the founder of Slytherin House had been in this room not a millennium ago but yesterday. And the nature of the echo was wrong, not a memory but a presence, a pattern woven into the shadows themselves, a thread of dark, serpentine magic that ran through the castle's shadow network like a vein through flesh. Harry followed it. Not physically, he sat in his chair, eyes half closed, while Binns droned and the class slept, but with his shadow senses, tracing the thread of Slytherin's magic through the castle. It wound through corridors, through walls, through spaces that didn't appear on any map, down and down and down, deep beneath the castle, into a part of the shadow network that was so old and so dark that even the castle's own magic didn't seem to reach it. There was something down there. Something big. Something that resonated with Harry's creature senses so strongly that his hand started to change under the desk, shadow claws emerging involuntarily, and he had to wrench his awareness back to the surface and clamp down on the transformation before anyone noticed. Not now, he told the serpent. Later. We'll look later. The serpent subsided, but reluctantly. Whatever was down there, it recognized. It wanted to find it. When the class ended, Harry sat for a moment, breathing, letting his hands return fully to normal. Hermione, predictably, had taken 7 pages of notes. Ron, predictably, had slept through the entire thing and had the imprint of a textbook cover on his cheek. Harry? Hermione peered at him. You look pale. I'm fine. Just thinking. About the lecture. Because I had some questions about the Treaty of, not about the lecture. Hermione, can I ask you something? Have you read anything about Salazar Slytherin? Specifically about things he might have left behind at Hogwarts? Hermione's eyes sharpened. There are legends. A hidden chamber, supposedly, that only his heir could open. The Chamber of Secrets. Most historians consider it myth. It's not a myth. Hermione stared at him. How do you know? Because I can feel it. Through the shadows. It's under the castle, deep under, and there's something inside it. Something alive. The color drained from Hermione's face. Harry, if there's really a Chamber of Secrets, we should tell McGonagall immediately. I will. But I want to know more first. I want to know what's down there. He paused, searching for words. It feels like me. Whatever's in that chamber, it feels like what I am. Or part of what I am. Hermione's expression cycled through alarm, curiosity, and pragmatism, settling on a mixture of all three. I'll research it. Everything I can find on the Chamber of Secrets, on Slytherin's creatures, on anything that might be related. Give me 24 hours. Thank you. Don't thank me. If there's a 1,000-year-old monster under the school, I want to know about it for purely selfish reasons. Knowledge is the best defense against being eaten. You and the eating thing. Nobody's getting eaten. That remains to be empirically verified, Hermione said primly, and tucked her 7 pages of notes into her bag and swept off to lunch. Potions was in the dungeons. Harry felt it before they got there, the shift in the castle's shadow network as they descended, the air growing cooler, the darkness deepening from the thin, domesticated shadows of the upper floors to something richer, older, more substantial. The dungeons were where Hogwarts kept its deepest shadows, and they greeted Harry like old friends, pressing against him from every direction, whispering their cold, slow welcomes. Ron shivered. "It's freezing down here." "It's always cold in the dungeons," said a Gryffindor prefect who'd given them directions. "Snape likes it that way. Says it preserves the ingredients. I think he's just part reptile." Harry's shadow twitched, and he suppressed a grin. The potions classroom was a stone chamber lined with shelves of jars containing things Harry didn't want to examine closely. Workbenches were arranged in pairs. The Slytherins were already there. Potions was shared with Slytherin, a scheduling choice that Harry suspected was either tradition or cruelty, and Draco Malfoy was sitting at a front bench with an expression of studied nonchalance, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Harry sat with Ron. Hermione sat with Neville, who looked like he was attending his own funeral. The room smelled of formaldehyde and something herbal and a faint, acrid undercurrent that Harry's enhanced senses identified as residual potion fumes, dozens of them, layered over years. Snape entered through a side door. No announcement, no preamble. One moment the doorway was empty, the next Snape was there, robes billowing, a presence that commanded attention through sheer force of personality. He took attendance. His voice was low, precise, each name delivered with an economy of breath that suggested he considered roll call a waste of time that protocol forced upon him. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The word was loaded with something, not quite contempt, not quite humor, something between. Draco's eyebrows went up. Ron's went down. Harry met Snape's eyes and said nothing. He'd spent 6 weeks learning the rhythms of Severus Snape, and he knew, the way he knew the shadows, instinctively, through proximity and attention, that this performance was exactly that, a performance. The sharp tongue, the cutting remarks, the air of disdain, it was armor. Snape wore it the way he wore his black robes, completely, at all times, because the man underneath was made of open wounds and he could not afford to bleed in public. Snape began the class with questions. Rapid fire, targeted, designed to establish dominance and demonstrate the ignorance of the uninitiated. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew this. He'd read the textbook, all of the textbooks, actually, with the voracious hunger of someone who'd been starved of information for 11 years. The draft of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. The classroom was very quiet. Snape regarded Harry for a long moment, not the evaluative gaze of a teacher assessing a student, but something more personal, more complicated, as if Harry had just said something in a language Snape hadn't expected him to speak. Well, Snape said. It seems fame isn't everything. He turned to the class. Why aren't you all copying this down? There was a scramble for quills. The practical portion of the lesson was a simple boils cure potion. Harry followed the instructions on the board carefully, dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, stewed horned slugs, and found that potion making was different from wand magic. It didn't require him to channel his power through the wand's bottleneck. It was about precision, about chemistry, about the interaction of magical ingredients in specific quantities and sequences. His magic participated, but subtly, heating the cauldron evenly, stirring the mixture with a consistency no human hand could match, sensing when the potion was ready to move to the next stage the way a musician senses the right moment for a key change. Snape circulated. He criticized everyone. Neville's potion was too thick, Ron's was the wrong color, Seamus's was producing alarming sparks, but when he reached Harry's workbench, he stopped. Looked into the cauldron. Looked at Harry. The potion was perfect. Not textbook perfect, better. The color was a deeper, richer green than the instructions specified, and it gave off a faint shimmer that standard Boyle's cure did not possess. Harry's magic had done something to it, infused it with a quality that went beyond the recipe. "What did you do differently?" Snape asked. His voice was stripped of performance now. This was the researcher, the scholar, the man who had spent his life in the precise intersection of magic and chemistry. "Nothing. I followed the instructions exactly. This potion is enhanced. The efficacy will be approximately 3 times the standard." "What did you do?" Harry thought about it. "I don't know. I just made it. My magic, I can feel it interacting with the ingredients. It's like the potion wants something, and my magic gives it what it wants." Snape stared at him. Then he conjured a glass vial, scooped a sample of Harry's potion, sealed it, and pocketed it without a word. He moved on to the next bench and told Hermione her potion was adequate, which from Snape was apparently the equivalent of a Nobel Prize. After class, as students filed out, Snape said, "Potter, stay." Harry stayed. Ron hovered in the doorway until Snape's gaze drove him off, and then it was just the two of them in the dungeon classroom, surrounded by cauldrons and a lingering smell of potions. "Sit," Snape said. Harry sat on a workbench. Snape leaned against his desk and crossed his arms and looked at Harry with an expression that had shed all pretense, no performance, no armor, just a man looking at a problem he hadn't anticipated. "Your magic is sympathetic," Snape said. "It interacts with magical substances on a fundamental level, not just channeling energy, but communicating with the inherent magic in the ingredients. This is extraordinarily rare. I have encountered it precisely once before in my career." "In who?" Snape's jaw tightened. "Your mother." The dungeon was very quiet. A cauldron bubbled softly somewhere in the back of the room. "Lily had a gift for potions that I have never seen equaled," Snape continued, and each word was measured, weighed, delivered with the care of a man handling explosives. "She could sense what a potion needed. She called it listening. She said the ingredients spoke to her, told her what they wanted, and all she had to do was oblige." He paused. "I spent years trying to develop the same ability. I never could. It was innate to her. And now, apparently, it is innate to you." Harry didn't know what to say. He sat on the workbench and felt the weight of this, the connection to his mother, unexpected, delivered by the last person he'd have predicted, in a dungeon that smelled of snake fangs and wormwood. "Professor," he said. "You loved her. It wasn't a question." He hadn't meant it as a weapon, or an accusation, or a test. It was simply the thing he'd felt in Snape's shadows for 6 weeks, the grief, the loss, the ache that never stopped, spoken aloud, plainly, without artifice. Snape didn't move. Didn't breathe. For 3 full seconds, the most controlled man Harry had ever met was completely, perfectly still. Then he said, very quietly, "Get out of my classroom, Potter." Harry got up. Walked to the door. Paused. "I'm sorry," he said. "Not for asking. I'm sorry she's gone. I'm sorry you lost her." He left. Behind him, in the empty classroom, he felt through the shadows something he'd never felt from Snape before, a crack in the armor, thin as a hair, through which something warm and terrible leaked before the defenses slammed back into place. He didn't mention it to Ron or Hermione. Some things belonged to the dark. That evening, the Ministry Observer made his move. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, working through the Transfiguration homework with Hermione, who had already finished hers and was now coaching Harry through the theory of molecular transmutation with the intensity of a drill sergeant, when a first year he didn't know came in through the portrait hole, breathless. "Potter, there's a man asking for you." Downstairs. Says he's from the ministry. Harry set down his quill. Hermione looked up sharply. Ron, who had been half asleep in an armchair, came instantly awake. Dawlish, Harry said. You don't have to go, Hermione said. McGonagall said he's an observer, not an authority. He can't compel you to do anything. I know. But if I refuse to meet him, he'll write that I'm uncooperative, and Malfoy will use that as evidence that I need to be controlled. If you do meet him, he'll assess your abilities, and Malfoy will use that as evidence that you need to be controlled. Then the result is the same either way. But if I go, I get to see what he's after. Harry stood. I'll be back. We're coming with you, Ron said, already on his feet. Ron, shut up, mate. We're coming. Harry looked at Ron, pale, freckled, scared, and standing up anyway, and felt that warm, tight thing in his chest expand another notch. Okay. Let's go. Dawlish was waiting in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. He'd set it up like an interview room, a desk, 2 chairs, a self-inking quill and parchment that were clearly enchanted to transcribe the conversation. He was a big man, square and solid, with the flat eyes of someone who followed orders without examining them too closely. He looked surprised when 3 students walked in instead of 1. Mr. Potter. I only need to speak with, they stay, Harry said, and sat in the chair across from Dawlish. Ron and Hermione flanked him, standing. Ron's ears were red. Hermione's jaw was set. Dawlish looked at them. Calculated. Decided it wasn't worth the fight. Fine. Mr. Potter, I am John Dawlish, Senior Auror, assigned by the Minister of Magic to conduct an assessment of your magical nature and abilities. This conversation is being recorded. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Dawlish consulted a file. According to Ministry records, on July 31st of this year, you underwent a magical creature transformation in the presence of Albus Dumbledore, resulting in his petrification. Can you confirm this? I can. The transformation has been described as a Shadow-Basilisk. Can you describe this form? I'm a large serpent made of living shadow. Approximately 60 feet long, with wings of solidified darkness and eyes that emit a petrifying golden light. My scales absorb light rather than reflecting it. I possess venomous glands that produce an unclassified magical toxin. Harry recited this flatly, factually, the way you'd read a species description from a textbook. Is that sufficient detail? Dawlish's quill was scratching furiously across the parchment. His expression hadn't changed, but Harry could feel his heartbeat through the shadows, elevated, rapid, the physiological signature of a man who was considerably less calm than he appeared. Mr. Potter, have you transformed since the initial incident? Yes. Multiple times. Under supervised conditions. And have you petrified anyone else? No. Can you control the petrifying gaze? I'm learning to. The initial incident was involuntary, a defensive response triggered by Dumbledore's magical examination. Since then, I've practiced controlling the transformation and all its components, including the gaze. Dawlish made a note. The Ministry's concern, Mr. Potter, is the safety of the students and staff of Hogwarts. You are, by your own description, a highly dangerous magical creature residing in a school full of children. Surely you can understand why the Ministry might consider this problematic. I understand the Ministry's concern. What I don't understand is why the Ministry believes that classifying me as a beast and removing me from school would make anyone safer. I'm dangerous whether I'm at Hogwarts or not. At Hogwarts, I have supervision, training, and a support system. Remove me, and you have an uncontrolled Shadow-Basilisk with nowhere to go and no reason to cooperate. Dawlish blinked. The quill scratched. That sounds like a threat, Mr. Potter. It's an observation. I'm 11, Mr. Dawlish, not stupid. If Lucius Malfoy wants me classified as a beast, it's not because he's worried about student safety. It's because a Shadow-Basilisk with wizarding rights and Hogwarts education and political allies is considerably more inconvenient than one locked in a cage in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The silence in the room was absolute. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Hermione was staring at Harry with a fierce, proud expression that could have melted steel. Dawlish set down his quill. "I'm going to note," he said carefully, "that you are remarkably articulate for an 11-year-old. I'm a remarkably unusual 11-year-old. Was there anything else? The Ministry would like to observe a controlled transformation. Under supervised conditions, with safety measures in place. I'll discuss it with Professor McGonagall. If she approves, I'll cooperate. And if she doesn't approve? Then the Ministry is welcome to take it up with the acting headmistress of Hogwarts. I hear she's very reasonable." Dawlish studied Harry. The flat eyes had gained something, not warmth, not admiration, but a grudging reassessment. The kind of look you give a chess piece that's just moved in a direction you didn't anticipate. "That will be all for now, Mr. Potter." Harry stood. "Mr. Dawlish. One more thing." "Yes. You're staying on the 3rd floor. In the guest room near the corridor that's out of bounds." Dawlish's expression flickered. "How did you? I know where everyone in this castle is, Mr. Dawlish. At all times. Not because I'm spying, because the shadows tell me. They can't help it. It's like hearing a conversation in the next room. I'm mentioning this because I want you to understand, I'm not hiding anything. I have nothing to hide. I'm a student, I'm a Shadow-Basilisk, and I'm going to be the best version of both that I can manage. Write that in your report." He left. Ron and Hermione followed. They walked in silence through the corridor, down 2 flights of stairs, and through a passage behind a tapestry before Ron exploded. "Harry, that was brilliant. The look on his face when you said, you were taking a risk," Hermione said, but she was smiling. "If Dawlish reports that you're confrontational, he'll report that I'm cooperative, articulate, and aware of the political dynamics. Which is exactly what I want Malfoy to hear." Malfoy expected a frightened child or a mindless beast. I gave him neither. Now he has to recalculate. Hermione's smile widened. "You're playing chess. I'm playing survival. I've been playing it since I was old enough to understand that the cupboard under the stairs was not where children normally sleep." He said it without bitterness, without self-pity, just the plain statement of a fact that had shaped him. "I know how people with power think, Hermione. I've been watching them my whole life." They reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Caput Draconis," Hermione said, and the portrait swung open, and the warmth of the common room washed over them. "Harry," Ron said, as they climbed through. "For the record, when you said you know where everyone in the castle is? Is that true?" "Yes. Even right now? You can feel everyone?" Harry closed his eyes for a moment. "McGonagall is in her office, writing. Snape is in his lab, working on something, probably my venom samples. Hagrid is in his hut, and there's something large in there with him that I think might be a dog. Dawlish is still in the classroom, writing his report. Quirrell is," Harry paused. Frowned. "Quirrell is on the 3rd floor. Near the out-of-bounds corridor." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. "What's on the 3rd floor?" Ron asked. "I don't know yet. But something is guarded there. Something Dumbledore considered worth protecting. And Quirrell," Harry opened his eyes. "There's something wrong with Quirrell. Something inside him that shouldn't be there." "What do you mean?" Harry considered how much to say. He trusted Ron and Hermione. The trust was young, barely weeks old, but it was genuine, built on Ron's honesty and Hermione's fearlessness and the fact that they were here, standing with him, not because they had to be but because they chose to be. "There are 2 magical signatures in Quirrell's body," Harry said. "One is his," weak, ordinary, unremarkable. The other is dark. Ancient. Powerful. It's parasitic, feeding off Quirrell, using him as a host. And it's been watching me since the first night. I can feel it looking at me in the Great Hall during meals. Whatever it is, it knows what I am, and it's interested. The common room was emptying as students went to bed. The fire crackled. Harry's shadow on the floor was still, for once, coiled but calm, listening. "We need to tell McGonagall," Hermione said. "I will. Tomorrow." But tonight, Harry looked at the fire. "Tonight I want to try something. The shadow network in the castle, I found something today, during History of Magic. A thread of magic in the shadows that leads deep under the castle. Slytherin's magic. I think it leads to the Chamber of Secrets." "The what?" Ron said. "A legendary hidden chamber supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin," Hermione said automatically. "Sealed so that only his heir could open it. Said to contain a monster." "Most historians, it's real," Harry said. "And whatever's in it is calling to me." Ron sat down heavily in an armchair. "Calling to you. A hidden chamber with a monster is calling to you. Through the shadows. It's been pulling at me since I arrived. The serpent inside me recognizes it. And I think," he took a breath. "I think it might be related to what I am. To the Shadow-Basilisk. So you want to go down there?" "Not tonight. Not yet. But soon. When I'm ready." Hermione pulled out her notebook. "I'll have everything the library has on the Chamber of Secrets by tomorrow night. If we're going to investigate a 1,000-year-old magical chamber containing an unknown creature, we're going to be prepared." Ron looked between them. "I just want to go on record as saying this is a terrible idea." "Noted," Harry said. "A catastrophically terrible idea." "Also noted. And I'm coming with you." Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back, pale, freckled, terrified, and absolutely immovable. "Yeah," Harry said. "I know you are." At 2 in the morning, when the common room was empty and the fire had burned to embers, Harry slipped out of bed and went down to the courtyard. He needed to transform. Not because he was losing control, the opposite, actually. The control was getting better, and the serpent inside him wanted to stretch, wanted to exist, wanted to feel the night air on scales that were made of shadow and starlight. It was a physical need, like the need to run after sitting still for too long, and Harry had learned that denying it only made the pressure build. The courtyard was bathed in moonlight. The castle walls rose around him on 3 sides, the 4th open to the grounds, and the sky above was a dome of stars so bright and numerous that Harry, who had only ever seen the sky from a suburban street blurred by light pollution, stopped walking and just looked. Then he transformed. It was smooth now, smooth and fast and joyful, the way a bird's takeoff is joyful, the moment when gravity loses its grip and something better takes over. Harry's body unfolded into the Shadow-Basilisk with a sound like silk tearing, and he rose and rose, his coils filling the courtyard, his great angular head lifting toward the stars, his golden eyes casting twin beams of light across the castle walls. He was careful with the eyes. He'd spent weeks practicing the control, learning to dim the gaze, to filter it, to separate the petrifying frequency from the ordinary visual spectrum. It wasn't perfect yet. He couldn't fully suppress the petrification, but he could reduce it, lower the intensity until it was a tingling discomfort rather than a full transformation to stone. Like learning to whisper when your natural speaking voice was a thunderclap. He stretched his shadow wings and felt the night air pass through them, cold, clean, tasting of pine and lake water and the distant, electrical tang of coming rain. His senses expanded to fill the grounds. He felt every creature in the forbidden forest, every fish in the lake, every ghost in the castle, every sleeping student in their dormitory bed. And he felt the thing on the 3rd floor. Whatever was guarded there, the thing behind the out-of-bounds door, it was bigger in his shadow senses than it was in the physical world. It occupied a space that was partially in the real and partially elsewhere, a dimensional fold that Harry's basilisk senses could detect but couldn't fully map. It was guarded, not just by the locked door and whatever McGonagall's warning had implied, but by layers of magical protection that Harry could feel as distinct signatures. Multiple protections, from multiple casters. A collaborative defense. And beyond the protections, inside the fold, something small and bright burned with a magic so pure it was almost painful to sense. It wasn't dark. It wasn't light. It was fundamental, the magical equivalent of a primary color, irreducible, elemental. Harry wanted to go to it. The serpent wanted to go to it. But he held back, not out of obedience to McGonagall's rules, but out of strategy. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what guarded it. He didn't know who wanted it. But he knew Quirrell wanted it. The dark parasite behind Quirrell's skull had been reaching toward the third floor all evening, tendrils of corrupt magic probing the defenses, testing, measuring, planning. Whatever was hidden there, the thing wearing Quirrell like a suit wanted it desperately. Harry coiled in the moonlit courtyard and thought about this. The Shadow-Basilisk's mind was different from Harry the boy's, not less intelligent, but more patient, more strategic, thinking in longer time frames and broader patterns. In this form, he could see the shape of things, Quirrell's slow approach, Dawlish's surveillance, Malfoy's political maneuvering, the absent Dumbledore, all of it, connected, a web of forces converging on Hogwarts from multiple directions. He was at the center of it. Not by choice, but by nature. The Shadow-Basilisk, the boy who lived, the boy who had turned the headmaster to stone. Everything orbited him, and the only question was whether he would be the fulcrum or the casualty. Fulcrum, the serpent decided. Always the fulcrum. Never the prey. Harry held the form for 20 minutes, stretching, moving, feeling the night. Then he changed back, padded barefoot across the cold stones of the courtyard, and went back inside. The castle hummed around him. The shadows held him close. And in the headmaster's office, Fawkes the Phoenix lifted his head and sang a single, quiet note into the darkness, a note that found Harry through the stone and the silence and said, in the wordless language of fire and hope, soon. McGonagall's reaction to Harry's report about Quirrell was immediate and volcanic. He told her the next morning, arriving at her office before breakfast, and he told her everything, the dual magical signatures, the parasitic presence, the corrupt magic probing the third-floor defenses. He told her about the thread of Slytherin's magic in the shadows and the Chamber of Secrets, though he left out the part about planning to investigate it, one bombshell at a time. McGonagall listened with her hands flat on her desk and her lips pressed thin. When Harry finished, she was quiet for 10 seconds, an eternity for a woman who made decisions the way other people made snap judgments. "You're certain," she said. "2 signatures. 1 parasitic." "I'm certain. And the secondary signature is dark. Very dark. Ancient. It feels," Harry searched for the right word. "It feels like death. Like something that should have died and didn't." McGonagall's face went through a rapid series of calculations. "You've just described, Mr. Potter, something that I very much hope you haven't described. Voldemort." The name dropped into the office like a stone into water. McGonagall didn't flinch, she was beyond flinching, but her hands pressed harder against the desk. "If the Dark Lord is somehow possessing Quirinus Quirrell and has infiltrated this school, then we are facing a crisis of a magnitude that," she stopped. Took a breath. "I need to verify this. Severus will be able to detect the parasitic signature if he knows what to look for." He was another pause, weighted differently. "He has experience with the Dark Lord's magic." "I know what Snape was," Harry said quietly. "The shadows remember things. He was a Death Eater. He switched sides." McGonagall regarded him with an expression that was equal parts discomfort and reluctant admiration. "You are entirely too perceptive for an 11-year-old. I'm entirely too many things for an 11-year-old, Professor. It's becoming a theme. The ghost of a smile. Then steal. I will speak to Severus immediately. In the meantime, I want you to stay away from Quirrell. Do not engage, do not confront, do not investigate. If Voldemort is truly inside that man, he is more dangerous than you can possibly, Professor. With respect. I turned Albus Dumbledore to stone with a look. I'm 60 feet of living shadow with venom that eats through rock and the ability to sense every magical signature in this castle. I know Voldemort is dangerous. But so am I. McGonagall looked at him. Looked at the shadow at his feet, which had risen slightly off the floor and was hovering behind Harry like a cobra's hood. Yes, she said. You are. And that is precisely why I need you to exercise restraint. If Voldemort is here, confronting him prematurely could endanger every student in this school. We need intelligence, not aggression. Can you do that? Can you watch, and wait, and let me handle the political and strategic dimensions while you focus on being a student? I can watch and wait. But if he makes a move, if he goes for whatever's on the third floor, I'm not going to stand back and let him take it. What do you know about the third floor? Something is hidden there. Something powerful. Something Voldemort wants. The defenses are layered, multiple casters, multiple approaches. It's valuable enough that Dumbledore put the school's reputation on the line by announcing the corridor was off limits, which was either a warning or a dare. McGonagall stared at him. Albus told me you were perceptive. He failed to mention you were practically clairvoyant. The shadows show me things. I can't help it. The item on the third floor is the Philosopher's Stone. It belongs to Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist and a close friend of Albus's. Albus agreed to protect it here because he believed Hogwarts was the safest place in Britain. He was, her voice caught, just slightly. He was apparently correct that someone was after it. He simply didn't anticipate being petrified before he could deal with the threat personally. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry knew the name, he'd read about it in one of his supplementary texts. The stone created the elixir of life. Immortality in a rock. Voldemort wants to come back, Harry said. He's not fully alive, what I feel in Quirrell isn't a complete being, it's a fragment, a parasite. He needs the stone to restore himself. That is Albus's theory as well. Or it was, before he became a lawn ornament. The bitterness in McGonagall's voice was sharp and brief. We will reinforce the protections. I will alert the staff. And you, Mr. Potter, will go to class and practice your transfiguration and let the adults handle this. Harry stood. Yes, Professor. I mean it, Harry. I know you do. He paused at the door. Professor, if the adults can't handle it. If it comes down to it. You know who the best defense against Voldemort in this castle actually is. He left before she could respond. Behind him, through the shadow network, he felt her sit heavily in her chair and press her fingers against her temples and take 3 slow, deliberate breaths. She knew. They both knew. The adults would try. The adults would do their best. And when their best wasn't enough, because it wouldn't be, because Voldemort was Voldemort and Dumbledore was stone and the protections were designed for a world that didn't include a parasitic Dark Lord wearing a teacher's face, Harry would be there. The Shadow-Basilisk would be there. He went to breakfast. He ate eggs and toast. He sat with his friends and talked about homework and Quidditch. Ron was trying to explain the rules, which seemed to involve a lot of balls and a frightening disregard for personal safety, and he laughed at the right moments and asked the right questions and was, to all appearances, an ordinary first-year student having an ordinary morning. Under the table, his shadow coiled and watched and waited. The second week of term brought 2 developments. The first was that Harry tried out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This was Ron's fault. Ron had been talking about Quidditch non-stop since the first day, a river of enthusiasm that Harry found himself carried along by despite having no experience with flying whatsoever. Their first flying lesson, with all the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years on the lawn, broomsticks laid out in rows, Madam Hooch barking instructions, revealed that Harry was a natural. More than a natural. The broom responded to him with an eagerness that made Madam Hooch's eyebrows climb. When Harry kicked off from the ground for the first time, the broom shot upward like a bottle rocket, 30, 40, 50 feet in the air in seconds, and Harry laughed, because flying was like transforming, it was like the serpent, it was that same feeling of right, of something clicking into place, of the world being suddenly and perfectly as it should be. He could see everything from up there. The castle spread below him, vast and intricate. The lake glittered. The forest was a dark ocean of green. And the sky went on forever, blue and clean and enormous, and Harry hung in it and felt, for the first time, what it might be like to not be bound by anything. The shadows couldn't reach him up here. That was strange. On the ground, they were ever present, a constant companion. But in the air, in bright sunlight, with nothing casting shadows for hundreds of feet in any direction, Harry was just Harry. Just a boy on a broom, fast and free. He liked it. He liked it immensely. Madam Hooch, after watching him perform a series of increasingly reckless aerial maneuvers without apparent effort, marched him directly to McGonagall's office and announced that she'd found the youngest Seeker in a century. McGonagall looked at Hooch. Looked at Harry. Looked at the ceiling as if asking for divine patience. He's a first year, Rolanda. He's the best natural flyer I've seen since Charlie Weasley. Better. He caught Longbottom's Remembrall out of a 60-foot dive without even thinking about it. What? The story came out, Neville had fallen from his broom, Madam Hooch had taken him to the hospital wing, Draco had grabbed Neville's Remembrall and thrown it as a joke, not cruel, more testing, the way Draco tested everything, and Harry had gone after it without hesitation, diving from 50 feet with the wind screaming past his ears and catching the glass ball 3 feet from the ground and pulling out of the dive so hard the broom's tail twigs scraped the grass. It wasn't the catch that impressed me, Hooch said. It was the instinct. He didn't calculate. He didn't hesitate. He just went. That Seeker instinct, Minerva, pure and simple. McGonagall drummed her fingers on the desk. If word gets out that I've bent the first-year rule for Harry Potter specifically, the optics, hang the optics. We haven't won the cup in 7 years. Something competitive and slightly feral flickered in McGonagall's eyes. Fine. But if he gets injured, it's your head, Rolanda. And so Harry Potter became the youngest Seeker in a century, which was the kind of superlative he was getting used to. He threw himself into practice with the same intensity he brought to everything, flying every evening, learning the tactics and rhythms of the game, working with the team captain Oliver Wood, who treated Quidditch with a seriousness that bordered on religious fervor. Flying became his release. On the ground, he was the Shadow-Basilisk, the boy the Ministry wanted to cage, the student everyone whispered about. In the air, he was just fast and free and good at something that had nothing to do with darkness or power or ancient creature inheritances. The second development was Hermione's research. She delivered her findings on a Thursday evening, spreading an impressive collection of notes across a table in the common room while Ron ate an apple and Harry tried to finish his charms essay. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said, keeping her voice low, is referenced in 3 sources in the Hogwarts library, none of which are in the main collection. I had to access the restricted section. How did you get into the restricted section? Ron asked. Professor Flitwick gave me a note. I told him I was researching historical magical architecture. And he believed you? I am researching historical magical architecture. The chamber happens to be an example of it. She pulled a sheet of parchment covered in her tiny, precise handwriting. According to Hogwarts, a history, Slytherin built the chamber before his departure from the school, sealing it so that only his true heir could open it. The chamber was said to contain a monster, specifically, a creature that would purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. Most historians interpret this as anti-Muggleborn sentiment. What kind of monster? The sources don't specify. But given that Slytherin was a Parselmouth, a speaker of snake language, and that the chamber is associated with his serpent iconography, the logical assumption is a serpent of some kind. She looked at Harry. A basilisk. The word hung in the air. Harry felt the serpent inside him stir, not with alarm, but with recognition. A kinship. A resonance. A regular basilisk, Harry said. Not a shadow-basilisk. As far as the legends go, yes. A standard basilisk, mortal gaze, enormous size, hatched from a chicken egg incubated beneath a toad. The traditional method. Hermione paused. Harry, if there's a basilisk living under this castle, it could be over 1,000 years old. Basilisks are functionally immortal, they don't age. If Slytherin placed one in the chamber when the school was founded, it's been down there this entire time. Alone, Harry said. In the dark. For 1,000 years. Something in his voice made both Ron and Hermione look at him sharply. Harry, Hermione said carefully, you're not feeling sympathetic toward it, are you? It's a creature. Living in darkness. Alone. For a millennium. Harry's shadow rippled across the table, and a candle guttered. Yeah, Hermione. I'm feeling something. Ron set down his apple. Mate. It's a basilisk. Its gaze kills people. So does mine. Near enough. The silence that followed was uncomfortable and necessary. Ron looked at the table. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at his shadow, which had gone still and flat and very, very dark. I'm not saying it's safe, Harry said quietly. I'm saying I understand what it is to be locked in a dark space and forgotten. And if there's a basilisk down there, it didn't choose to be there. Slytherin put it there. As a weapon, a guard, a statement, whatever. But it's a living creature, and it's been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and I can feel it calling to me because it senses something like itself, and that means I have a responsibility. A responsibility to what? To find out. To go down there and see it and understand what it is. Not to kill it, not to free it, not to use it, just to see it. He looked at Hermione. You want knowledge. You want to understand things. So do I. This is the same thing. Hermione was quiet for a long time. Then she said, we research first. Everything we can find about basilisks, about Parseltongue, about the chamber. We don't go in blind. Agreed. And we tell McGonagall. After. Not before. Harry, Hermione, if I tell McGonagall I want to visit the 1,000-year-old monster under the school, she will say no. Reasonably, justifiably, correctly no. And then she'll seal the entrance if she can find it, and the basilisk will stay down there for another 1,000 years, alone, and I'll spend the rest of my life feeling it pull at me through the shadows. Hermione bit her lip. Ron was very quiet. After, Hermione said finally. But if anything goes wrong, if there's any sign of danger, we leave immediately. Deal. I hate this plan, Ron said. For the record. I hate every part of it. But I'm still coming. Harry looked at his friends, Hermione with her notes and her courage, Ron with his fear and his loyalty, and felt something that the Shadow-Basilisk had no name for but that Harry the boy recognized instantly, because he'd been wanting it his whole life. He had people. People who chose to stand next to him, not because of what he was, but because of who. Saturday night, he said. We go Saturday. Friday passed in a blur of classes and practice and the constant, low-level awareness of being watched. Dawlish was everywhere. Harry saw him in the corridors between classes, at meals in the Great Hall, hovering at the edge of the Quidditch pitch during practice. The Ministry observer watched Harry with his flat, cataloguing eyes and made notes in a small leather journal and said nothing. Harry let him watch. Every demonstration of normality, Harry in class, Harry eating dinner, Harry laughing with his friends, was evidence against Malfoy's narrative. Look at me, Harry's behavior said. I'm a student. I'm a child. I belong here. Draco found him in the library on Friday afternoon. Harry was alone, Hermione was in arithmancy, she'd somehow talked her way into a third-year elective, and Ron was serving detention with Filch for something involving a dung bomb and a suit of armor. Draco slid into the chair across from Harry and set down a book. Heavy, leather-bound, clearly old. The title was embossed in silver, The Blood Inheritance, a compendium of magical creature lineages in pure-blood families. Where did you get this? Harry asked. My family's library. I had it sent. There's a chapter on serpentine inheritances, page 312. I thought you might find it relevant. Harry opened the book to page 312. The chapter was titled, The Ophidian Bloodline, Serpent-Class Creature Inheritances in the Wizarding World. He scanned the first few paragraphs, discussion of Parseltongue as a mild form of serpentine inheritance, mention of the Gaunt family and their serpent affinity, a reference to deeper manifestations that included physical transformation. There's a passage near the end, Draco said, about a theoretical form called the umbral serpent. A shadow variant basilisk, supposedly extinct since before the founding of Hogwarts. The author dismisses it as legend, but the description, Harry found it. A single paragraph, buried in a page of dense academic text, the umbral serpent, or Shadow-Basilisk, appears in pre-Hogwarts magical mythology as a creature of immense power, said to exist simultaneously in the physical world and the shadow realm. Unlike the common basilisk, whose gaze kills through magical disruption of the victim's life force, the umbral serpent's gaze petrifies, transforming the victim to stone through a process of shadow crystallization. The creature was said to command darkness itself, moving through shadows as a fish moves through water. No verified sighting has been recorded, and the umbral serpent is widely considered mythological. Harry read the passage 3 times. Shadow crystallization. That was what he'd done to Dumbledore. Not killed, petrified. Turned to stone through a process that the author considered impossible because the creature that performed it wasn't supposed to exist. Why are you helping me? Harry asked, looking up from the book. Draco met his eyes. Because my father is wrong. And because, he hesitated, and in the hesitation Harry saw the boy behind the mask, the 11-year-old who had grown up in a house full of expectations and dark magic and the long shadow of a father who served a monster. Because I've spent my whole life being told what magical creatures are worth. House elves are servants. Werewolves are animals. Goblins are greedy. Everything categorized, everything ranked, everything in its place. And then you showed up, this impossible thing, this creature that shouldn't exist, and you're just a person. You're funny and smart and you eat too much toast at breakfast and you fly like you were born in the air. And I realized that everything my father told me about what creatures are worth was a lie. Harry studied him. Through the shadows, he could feel Draco's sincerity, bright and sharp, edged with fear but genuine, real. That's a big realization for someone your age. I'm a Malfoy. We're precocious. Draco's mask flickered back into place, the sardonic humor covering the vulnerability. Keep the book. I have copies. He stood, adjusted his robes, and walked out of the library with the precise, controlled gait of someone who had been taught to move correctly. Harry watched him go and thought, there's someone worth knowing. He looked back at the book. The umbral serpent. The Shadow-Basilisk. A creature considered mythological, manifesting in the body of an 11-year-old orphan from Surrey. Why me? He asked the shadows. Why now? Why this? The shadows didn't answer in words. But they pulsed, warm, close, patient, and the feeling they sent was one Harry recognized from his earliest, most fragmentary memories, from before the cupboard, before the Dursleys, from a time when someone held him and loved him and whispered his name in the dark. Because you are ours, the shadows said, in the language of warmth and belonging. Because you have always been ours. Saturday night. midnight. The castle sleeping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in a second-floor girls' bathroom that had been out of order for decades. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted it, a spectacled, perpetually weeping girl who had died in this bathroom 50 years ago under circumstances that Hermione's research had flagged as deeply suspicious, hovered near the ceiling, watching them with watery, translucent eyes. "Nobody comes to visit me," Myrtle said mournfully. "Nobody cares about poor Myrtle. I just sit here, in my toilet, all alone, and now people come in the middle of the night and they're not even here to see me, we're here to see the sink," Harry said. "Myrtle, how did you die?" Myrtle's expression transformed from self-pity to theatrical relish. "Oh, it was dreadful. I was in this very stall, crying. Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I heard a voice. A boy's voice, speaking some strange language. I opened the stall door to tell him to go away, and I died. Just like that. I saw a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. Over there, by the sinks. And then, she made a whooshing gesture. Everything went dark and I was floating. And then I was a ghost. And I've been here ever since." Harry looked at the sinks. A row of them, old and grubby, beneath a cracked mirror. Unremarkable. Except, he crouched. On the side of one of the taps, small enough to miss if you weren't looking, was a tiny engraving. A serpent. He touched it, and the shadows sang. The Slytherin thread he'd been feeling all week blazed to life under his fingers, bright and hot, a vein of serpentine magic that had been dormant for decades, waiting. It recognized him, not his blood, not his lineage, but his nature. The Shadow-Basilisk. The umbral serpent. The thing that was both shadow and snake, the thing that Slytherin's magic had been built to respond to. Harry opened his mouth, and what came out wasn't English. It was Parseltongue, the language of serpents, the language he hadn't known he spoke until this moment, when the need called it out of him like a key called from a lock. It was sibilant, fluid, musical in a way that made Ron flinch and Hermione lean closer, and the sink moved. The entire row of sinks separated, splitting apart like an opening mouth, revealing a dark shaft that dropped straight down into the earth beneath the castle. Cold air breathed up from the opening, carrying the scent of stone and water and deep, ancient time. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. Harry stood at the edge and looked down. The shaft was dark, truly dark, the kind of darkness that had texture and weight and presence. His darkness. His territory. "I'll go first," he said. "If anything happens, I can transform. You two stay behind me." "How do we get down?" "We slide." Harry looked at the shaft. It was smooth, polished stone, angling downward like a massive slide. "Trust me." He stepped off the edge and fell. The slide was long, impossibly long, spiraling down through the rock beneath the castle, deeper than the dungeons, deeper than the lake bed, down into a darkness so complete that even the castle's shadow network faded and was replaced by something older, something primal, something that predated Hogwarts by centuries. Harry landed on a stone floor in a tunnel. Behind him, Ron arrived with a yelp and a thud, and Hermione arrived with a controlled slide and an toof. They stood in the dark. Absolute, total, impenetrable dark. "Lumos," Hermione said, and her wand tip lit, a small, brave point of white light in an ocean of shadow. It illuminated the tunnel, stone walls, curved ceiling, the floor littered with the bones of small animals. The air was cold and damp and smelled of earth and age. Harry didn't need the light. In this darkness, he could see perfectly, not with his eyes but with his shadow senses, the entire tunnel mapped in his mind in perfect three-dimensional clarity. He could feel the space around them, the branching passages, the massive chamber that lay ahead, and the thing inside it. It was awake. He'd felt it sleeping before, a distant, dormant pulse, like a heartbeat heard through walls. Now it was awake, and its awareness was focused on the tunnel, on the approach, on the three small warm things moving through its domain. "It knows we're here," Harry said. Ron made a small, strangled sound. Brilliant. Wonderful. Can we go back? No. It's awake now. Leaving would be worse than going forward, it would follow us. At least if we approach, we're in control of the encounter. In control? Harry, it's a 1,000-year-old basilisk. And I'm a Shadow-Basilisk. Ron, trust me. Please. Ron swallowed. Nodded. His wand was out, shaking slightly, but out. They walked forward. The tunnel opened into a broader passage, then into a junction, then into a space that Harry recognized from the shadow network, a vast, echoing chamber, supported by stone pillars carved into serpents, stretching away into a darkness that Hermione's wand couldn't penetrate. The Chamber of Secrets. It was enormous. The ceiling vanished into shadow 50 feet overhead. The pillars lined a central walkway that led to the far wall, where a colossal stone face, Slytherin himself, Harry assumed, loomed out of the rock, bearded and severe, its carved eyes staring down the length of the chamber with an expression of judgmental grandeur. Water flowed somewhere, a constant, musical sound, like a stream running through rock. The air was warmer here than in the tunnel, heated by some deep geothermal source, and it carried a scent that Harry's shadow senses identified before his human nose did: scales. Venom. Serpent. It's here, Harry said. Behind the statue. He could feel it, massive, coiled, its body filling a space behind Slytherin's stone face that was both a nest and a prison. It was enormous, bigger than Harry in his Shadow-Basilisk form, much bigger, a creature that had grown for 1,000 years in the dark, feeding on whatever wandered into the chamber's tunnels, dreaming its slow reptilian dreams. And it was afraid. That stopped Harry in his tracks. The emotion was clear through his shadow senses, not hostility, not hunger, not territorial aggression. Fear. The ancient basilisk was afraid. It had sensed something approaching its chamber that was different from anything it had encountered in a millennium, not prey, not wizard, not threat, but kin. Something like itself but not itself. Shadow where it was flesh. Darkness where it was scale. And it didn't know what to make of this, and so it was afraid. Harry walked forward alone. Harry. Hermione hissed. Stay there. Both of you. Close your eyes, don't open them until I say. Harry, close your eyes. Its gaze kills. Mine petrifies. If it looks at me, I'll survive. If it looks at you, you won't. Close your eyes. He heard them comply, the rustle of robes as they turned away, the sound of hands pressing over faces. Harry walked down the central aisle of the Chamber of Secrets, between the serpent pillars, toward the stone face of Salazar Slytherin, and he opened his mouth and spoke. Parseltongue. The language flowed from him like it had always been there, waiting, and maybe it had, curled in the same place as the serpent, part of the same inheritance, the same ancient gift. He didn't know the words before he spoke them, but they came anyway, shaped by instinct and need and the overwhelming, aching empathy of a boy who knew what it was to be locked in the dark. I am here, he said, in the language of serpents. I am like you. I will not harm you. Come out. Let me see you. Silence. A long, breathing silence, filled with the sound of water and the hammering of Harry's heart. Then the stone mouth of Salazar Slytherin opened. It was slow, a grinding of ancient mechanisms, stone sliding against stone, a gap widening in the statue's face like a yawn. Cold air poured out, and with it, a sound, a hiss, vast and deep, resonating in Harry's chest, in his bones, in the serpent coiled at the center of his being. The basilisk emerged. It came out head first, its body filling the opening in the statue's mouth, sliding over the stone lip and down the face of the carving and onto the chamber floor in coil after coil after coil of scaled body. It was green, not the bright green of living things but the deep, dark green of old moss, of deep water, of emerald buried in rock. Its scales were the size of dinner plates, scarred and worn with age. Its body was easily 80 feet long, thicker than a man's torso, heavy with centuries of slow growth. Its head was massive, a wedge of armored scale and bone, with nostrils that flared and a mouth that could swallow a horse. And its eyes, Harry met them. Yellow. Bright, terrible yellow, burning in the darkness of the chamber like lamps. The killing gaze. The gaze that had murdered Myrtle 50 years ago, that had petrified through reflections and indirect exposure, that was the basilisk's weapon and curse and identity. The gaze hit Harry full in the face, and nothing happened. Nothing. No death, no petrification, no pain. The yellow light washed over him and his shadow senses absorbed it the way a sponge absorbs water, took it in, broke it down, rendered it harmless. The Shadow-Basilisk inside him resonated with the killing light, harmonized with it, understood it, and said, "This is ours too. This is part of what we are." The basilisk froze. It stared at Harry with its killing eyes that could not kill him, and Harry stared back with his green eyes that held gold in their depths, and something passed between them, not words, not exactly, but recognition. Two serpents. Two basilisks. One of flesh and age and imprisonment, one of shadow and youth and freedom. Different in every way and the same in the way that mattered most, alone, powerful, and desperately in need of being seen. "You are young," the basilisk said, in Parseltongue that was slow and creaking, like a voice that hadn't been used in decades. "You are Shadowkin. I did not know there were more." "There aren't," Harry replied. "I'm the only one. And I think you might be the only one of you, too. I am old. I have been here since the speaking master placed me. Since the castle was new stone. I have waited. For what? For the heir. For the one who would speak to me and give me purpose again. But the one who came before," the basilisk's great head swayed, and its tongue flicked the air, tasting memory. "He was cold. Wrong. He spoke the serpent tongue but his voice was cruelty. He opened my chamber and commanded me to kill. I killed the girl in the water room. The one with the glass eyes. I did not want to. She was small and young and frightened and I did not want to, but the cold speaker commanded and I was bound to obey." Harry felt something twist in his chest. Myrtle. The ghost in the bathroom. A girl who had died because a young Tom Riddle, young Voldemort, had found a chamber and used its creature as a weapon. "You were forced," Harry said. "I was made to serve. That is what I am. A weapon. A tool. The speaking master made me for this, to purge, to protect, to obey. I am a thing of purpose, and my purpose was cruelty, and I have been alone with that knowledge for 50 years since the cold speaker sealed me again." The basilisk lowered its great head until it was level with Harry. Its eyes, those terrible, beautiful, lethal eyes, were inches from his face, and in them Harry saw something he recognized absolutely, because he'd seen it in his own reflection in the hand mirror in the cupboard under the stairs. Despair. Ancient, patient, bone-deep despair. "I'm not going to command you," Harry said. "I'm not going to use you. I'm not going to seal you back in there." "Then what?" "I don't know yet. But I'm here. And I'll come back. And you won't be alone anymore." The basilisk was still for a long moment. Then, slowly, ponderously, it lowered its head to the stone floor in front of Harry, a gesture of something that was not quite submission and not quite trust but somewhere in the space between, a creature setting down a weight it had carried for 1,000 years. "The Shadowkin," it said. "Yes. You will do." Harry reached out and touched the basilisk's snout. The scales were rough and warm under his fingers, and his shadow responded, flowing up his arm and across the basilisk's head, dark against green, and where shadow met scale, the basilisk shuddered and made a sound that Harry felt rather than heard, a deep, resonant vibration that shook the dust from the pillars and sent ripples across the water channels in the floor. Pleasure. Relief. Connection. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "The speaking master called me many things. Guardian. Weapon. Monster. I have no name. I never had a name. Harry thought about this, 1,000 years of existence without a name, without identity, without anything but purpose and imprisonment. I'll give you one, Harry said. When I come back. I'll bring you a name. He withdrew his hand. The basilisk raised its head, and its yellow eyes met his green ones, and between them, in the space where killing light met living shadow, something new existed, a bond, a connection, a bridge between two creatures that the world said shouldn't exist, built in the dark, in the deep, in the silence of a secret chamber that had been lonely for a very long time. Harry walked back to his friends. You can open your eyes, he said. Ron and Hermione opened their eyes. The basilisk had retreated. Harry could feel it moving back through the statue's mouth, settling into its nest, but differently now. Not sleeping. Waiting. Waiting with something that felt, for the first time in a millennium, like hope. Well? Hermione whispered. It's a basilisk. A real one. 80 feet, give or take. It's been down here for 1,000 years, and it killed Myrtle because Voldemort, young Voldemort, before he was Voldemort, forced it to. Harry took a breath. It's not a monster, Hermione. It's a prisoner. Harry, we're not telling anyone. Not yet. Not until I figure out what to do. You can't possibly think, Hermione. It's afraid. It's been alone in the dark for 1,000 years, used as a weapon by a psychopath, and it's afraid. I'm not going to let anyone come down here and kill it because they think it's a threat. Hermione looked at him. Looked at the chamber, the pillars, the stone face of Slytherin. Looked at the dark opening where the basilisk had been. You're collecting strays, she said. Like Hagrid. Maybe. Is that a problem? She was quiet for a moment. Then, no. No, I suppose it isn't. But we are going to research proper containment and communication protocols, and you are going to establish clear behavioral boundaries with a creature that can kill with a look. Deal. Ron, who had been silent through the entire exchange, said in a voice that was remarkably steady for someone who had just been in a room with a 1,000-year-old magical serpent, Harry. Yeah. You just walked up to the most dangerous creature in the wizarding world and petted it. Yeah. And it let you. Yeah. Ron shook his head slowly. I need to sit down. Preferably somewhere that isn't a creepy underground snake chamber. They climbed back up the slide. Harry's shadow lifted them, forming a platform of solid darkness that rose through the shaft like an elevator, and emerged in the bathroom, where Myrtle was waiting with an expression of ghostly curiosity. Did you find what killed me? She asked. Yes, Harry said. And I'm sorry, Myrtle. For what it's worth, it didn't want to. Myrtle blinked her transparent eyes. Oh, she said. And then, very softly, oh. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me in 50 years. They left the bathroom. The castle was dark and sleeping. Harry's shadow moved ahead of them, checking corridors, ensuring their path was clear. They reached Gryffindor Tower without encountering anyone. The shadows guided them through passages and shortcuts that avoided all the regular patrol routes, and fell through the portrait hole into the warmth of the common room. Ron collapsed into an armchair. Hermione sat on the floor, pulled out her notebook, and began writing furiously. Harry stood by the window and looked out at the moonlit grounds and felt the castle around him, above and below, stone and shadow, students and serpents, a world so much bigger and stranger and more beautiful than anything he'd imagined in the cupboard under the stairs. The basilisk in the chamber. Voldemort in Quirrell. Dumbledore in stone. The ministry at the gates. A chessboard of forces, converging. Harry's shadow pooled at his feet, serpentine and watchful, and the boy who was also a monster looked out at the night and smiled. Soon, he thought. Everything is coming soon. The castle hummed in agreement, and the darkness held its breath, and somewhere far below, in the deep and ancient dark, a basilisk that had never been given a name settled into its coils and, for the first time in 1,000 years, did not sleep alone. Chapter 4, The Stone and the Serpent. October came to Hogwarts wrapped in fog and the smell of dying leaves, and with it came Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt him arrive. He was in Charm's class, levitating a feather, or rather, attempting to levitate a feather while his magic insisted on turning it into a dart of shadow matter that embedded itself in the ceiling, when the castle's wards shivered. Not an attack, not a breach, but a notification. Someone of significance had crossed the boundary, someone the wards had been instructed to flag, and the Shadow Network carried the information to Harry like a courier delivering urgent mail. 3 magical signatures at the front gates. One was dollish, familiar, dull, unremarkable. One was sharp and political and carried the oily residue of institutional power, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, whose signature Harry had memorized from McGonagall's descriptions. And the third was cold. Disciplined. Bright with the particular gleam of old money and older magic, wrapped in layers of intention so thick they were almost physical. A man who controlled his magic the way he controlled everything, completely, deliberately, with the precision of someone who considered every interaction a negotiation and every person a chess piece. Lucius Malfoy. Harry set down his wand. The feather, released from his attention, drifted gently to the desk. Beside him, Hermione was making her feather dance a waltz in midair while simultaneously reading Chapter 7 of their textbook. "Something's happening," Harry said quietly. Hermione's feather wobbled. "What kind of something?" "The kind that wears expensive robes and thinks it owns the world." Professor Flitwick, perched on his tower of books at the front of the class, paused mid-sentence. His tiny head turned toward the door, and Harry saw his nostrils flare. The Charms professor had his own ways of sensing disturbances, refined over decades of teaching. "Class dismissed early today," Flitwick said, in a tone that was cheerful and brooked no argument. "Practice the levitation charm, swish and flick, remember, and I'll want 12 inches on the theory of directed magical force by Thursday." Students began packing up. Harry was already at the door. "Mr. Potter." Flitwick's voice caught him. The tiny professor had descended from his book tower and was standing at the edge of his desk, and his expression held something Harry hadn't seen from him before, not the usual academic excitement but a careful, deliberate intensity. "Whatever is about to happen, remember that Hogwarts protects its own. Always has. Always will. Thank you, Professor. And Mr. Potter," a glint of something fierce in those small, bright eyes. "I was dueling champion of Britain for 11 consecutive years. Should you need assistance of a more physical nature, my door is open." Harry nodded and left, Hermione and Ron falling into step beside him. They moved through the corridors at a pace that was just short of running, Harry navigating by shadow sense, tracing the 3 visitors as they were escorted from the gates through the entrance hall toward the Great Hall. "McGonagall's meeting them there," Harry said, reading the Shadow Network like a map. "She's angry. She's been angry since the owl came. I felt it this morning but I didn't know what it was about." Malfoy and the minister showing up unannounced. Ron's voice was tight. "That's not a courtesy visit. That's an ambush." "Malfoy doesn't do anything unannounced," Hermione said. "He's been building toward this. The Dawlish reports, the Daily Prophet articles, the pressure on the Board of Governors, it's all been leading to a formal confrontation. He wants an audience." They reached the entrance hall as the Great Hall doors swung open. Students were everywhere, classes ending, lunch approaching, the corridors full of noise and movement. Perfect timing. Harry understood immediately. Malfoy had arranged his arrival to coincide with the maximum possible student presence. Witnesses. An audience for whatever he was about to perform. Harry walked into the Great Hall. The 4 house tables were half occupied, students trickling in for lunch. At the far end, in front of the staff table, McGonagall stood with her back straight and her jaw set, facing 3 men who had arranged themselves with the careful staging of a political tableau. Cornelius Fudge was shorter than Harry had expected, a round, nervous man in a pinstriped cloak and a lime-green bowler hat that he kept rotating in his hands. His smile was the smile of a man who wished he were somewhere else but lacked the spine to say so. Dawlish stood to Fudge's left, solid and expressionless, the bureaucratic muscle. And Lucius Malfoy stood to Fudge's right, and Harry understood immediately why Draco was the way he was. Lucius was Draco perfected and calcified, the same sharp features, the same pale hair, the same aristocratic bearing, but where Draco's mask concealed a living boy, Lucius's concealed only more mask. He was tall, immaculate, carrying a silver-headed cane that Harry's shadow senses identified as containing a wand, and his smile, directed at McGonagall with the precise warmth of a surgeon's lamp, was the most controlled thing Harry had ever seen on a human face. Simply an inspection, Minerva, Lucius was saying, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. The Board of Governors has every right to ensure the safety of the students. Surely you can't object to that. I object to unannounced inspections conducted with the clear intent of political theater, Lucius. You might have sent an owl. The matter is urgent. The minister shares my concern, don't you, Cornelius? Fudge rotated his bowler hat. Well, Minerva, the thing is, there have been reports, you see, from Dawlish, and the public is concerned, and the prophet's been running stories, and, the prophet runs stories because you feed them, Cornelius, and you feed them because Lucius tells you to. Let us not pretend this is about student safety. Harry walked down the center aisle of the Great Hall. He didn't hurry, didn't slow down, didn't adjust his pace to create drama or avoid it. He simply walked, and his shadow walked with him, darker than it should be, longer than it should be, moving with the liquid independence that everyone in Hogwarts had grown accustomed to but that the three visitors had not. Lucius saw him first. Those cold grey eyes tracked Harry's approach with the absolute attention of a predator assessing prey, or a collector assessing an acquisition. Harry felt the weight of that gaze and dismissed it. He'd been stared at by worse things than rich men with agendas. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, stopping 10 feet away. Minister Fudge. I understand you're here about me. Fudge sputtered. Lucius's smile didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, a recalculation, fast and fluid, adjusting to the reality of a child who addressed adults like an equal. Mr. Potter. Lucius's voice was silk over steel. How kind of you to join us. I had hoped we might meet. I know. Harry put his hands in his robe pockets. You've been hoping for 2 months. The reports from Dawlish, the pressure on the board, the articles in the Prophet, all designed to create a pretext for this visit. You want to see the creature in person and assess whether your campaign to have me declassified is viable. The Great Hall had gone very quiet. Students at all 4 tables had stopped eating, stopped talking, stopped pretending not to listen. At the Slytherin table, Draco's face was white and still. Lucius's smile widened fractionally. You are remarkably well informed for a first year. I'm remarkably well informed for anyone. The shadows in this castle remember every conversation held within its walls, Mr. Malfoy. Including the ones Dawlish has had with your house elf via the flue in his guest room, reporting to you directly in violation of his mandate as a neutral observer. Dawlish went rigid. Fudge's bowler hat stopped rotating. Lucius's smile didn't change, but his magical signature did. Harry felt it through the shadows, a spike of something cold and sharp, quickly suppressed. Anger. Genuine anger, at being outmaneuvered by a child. These are serious accusations, Mr. Potter. They're serious facts. I can provide dates and times if you'd like. September 4th, 11:47 p.m. September 11th, 10:15 p.m. September 19th, 9:30 p.m. September 27th, that's quite enough. Lucius cut him off, still smiling, but the smile had acquired an edge. I didn't come here to be lectured by an 11-year-old. I came here because the Board of Governors, of which I am a member, has legitimate concerns about the presence of an unclassified magical creature in a school full of children. I'm standing right here, Harry said. Ask me your concerns directly. Very well. Lucius took a step forward. He was taller than Harry by 2 feet, and he used the height the way Vernon Dursley used to, as a weapon, a statement, an assertion of physical dominance. Can you control your transformation? Yes. Completely. Under all circumstances. Even under stress, fear, anger. Can you control your magic completely under all circumstances, Mr. Malfoy? Can anyone? The difference between me and every other wizard in this room is one of degree, not kind. My uncontrolled magic is more dangerous than most. So is Dumbledore's. So is yours, I'd imagine. Dumbledore didn't petrify anyone. Dumbledore didn't trigger an involuntary creature inheritance at age 11. If he had, I suspect the results would have been equally dramatic. The Great Hall was absolutely silent. Every student, every teacher, every ghost was watching. At the staff table, Snape sat motionless, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Flitwick had his hand resting casually near his wand. At the end of the table, Hagrid was gripping his goblet so hard the metal was deforming. The board's position, Lucius said, and his voice had dropped the pretense of warmth entirely, becoming the voice of a man conducting business, is that you represent an unacceptable risk. We are requesting a formal demonstration of your abilities, conducted under controlled conditions, observed by ministry officials and board representatives. Based on the results, the board will determine whether you should be reclassified under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. No. This is not optional, Mr. Potter. Yes, it is. Harry took a step forward. His shadow responded, not aggressively, not threateningly, but comprehensively. It expanded across the floor of the Great Hall, darkening the stone, spreading outward from his feet in a circle that swallowed the light from the floating candles and cast long, deep shadows from the tables and benches and the feet of every person present. The temperature dropped. The candles flickered. Students shifted in their seats, not in fear, Harry was pleased to note, but in attention. They'd grown used to him. 2 months of sharing classes and meals and common spaces with the Shadow-Basilisk had done what no amount of political maneuvering could undo, it had made him theirs. Their classmate. Their seeker. Their weird, shadow-wreathed friend who sat in the common room and did homework and ate too much treacle tart. Under Section 14 of the Magical Creatures Classification Act of 1842, Hermione's voice rang out, clear and precise, from behind Harry. No being in possession of a wand and enrolled in a recognized magical institution can be reclassified without a full Wisengamot hearing, the consent of their magical guardian, and a unanimous vote of the classification committee. A Board of Governors request has no legal standing in matters of creature classification. You're overstepping your authority, Mr. Malfoy. Every head turned to Hermione. She stood at the Gryffindor table, on her feet, her charms textbook in one hand and her expression blazing with the righteous fury of someone who had spent 2 months preparing for exactly this moment. Lucius looked at her. His lip curled. And you are? Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. First in my class. And I've read the Magical Creatures Classification Act front to back, including the 17 amendments added between 1842 and 1979, including the Dumbledore Amendment of 1965 which specifically prohibits involuntary reclassification of any being who demonstrates human-level intelligence, language, and moral reasoning. She paused. All of which Harry demonstrates. Daily. Often better than the adults in this room. A ripple went through the student body, not laughter, exactly, but something close. An exhalation. A release of tension. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins started a slow clap that spread through the hall until McGonagall silenced it with a look. Lucius's expression had gone through several metamorphoses during Hermione's speech, settling on something that was outwardly composed and inwardly furious. Harry felt it through the shadows, a seething, controlled rage that was all the more intense for being contained. The law, Lucius said softly, can be changed. And until it is, McGonagall said, stepping forward with the particular energy of a woman who had been waiting for exactly the right moment to deploy her authority, Harry Potter is a student of Hogwarts, subject to Hogwarts jurisdiction, and protected by Hogwarts charter. He will not be tested, assessed, reclassified, or removed from this school. Not today, not by you, and not while I draw breath. She turned to Fudge. Minister. I believe you know where the door is. Fudge looked at Lucius. Lucius looked at Harry. Harry looked back at Lucius with steady green eyes that held flecks of gold, and his shadow stretched across the floor between them like a bridge or a boundary, and for a long moment, the two of them existed in a space where politics and power met and measured each other. This isn't over, Mr. Potter, Lucius said. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. Lucius turned. He walked toward the great hall doors with the measured stride of a man who was already planning his next move, and as he passed the Slytherin table, his eyes found Draco. The look that passed between father and son was brief and devastating, expectation from Lucius, defiance from Draco, and between them a gulf that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in other families, in other forms, the distance between what a parent demanded and what a child was willing to give. Draco didn't look away first. Lucius's jaw tightened, a crack in the composure so brief it barely existed, and then he was past, and Fudge was scurrying after him, and Dawlish was bringing up the rear with the mechanical tread of a man who knew his mission had been compromised. The great hall doors closed behind them. The silence held for 3 seconds. Then the Gryffindor table erupted, and half of Hufflepuff with it, and even some of the Ravenclaws were on their feet, and the noise was enormous, not quite cheering, more like a collective release of held breath, the sound of 300 students who had just watched a child face down one of the most powerful men in Wizarding Britain and not give an inch. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulder. That was, Harry, that was, Hermione did the hard part. Hermione was flushed and shaking and looked like she might either burst into tears or punch something. I've been carrying that citation in my head for 6 weeks, she said. 6 weeks, waiting for him to try exactly what he tried. The arrogance of that man, thinking he could just waltz in and, you were brilliant, Harry said, and meant it. Don't try to distract me with compliments. We need to file a formal complaint with the Wisengamot about Dawlish's unauthorized communications, and we need to, Hermione. She stopped. Breathed. Yes. Thank you. The flush deepened, but she smiled. A real smile, not the tight, controlled expression she usually wore. You're welcome. Now can we please eat lunch? I'm starving and I've been too anxious to eat all morning. They sat down. Food appeared on the golden plates. The great hall slowly returned to its normal volume, conversations resuming, the drama of the morning already being processed and reprocessed and exaggerated into legend. At the staff table, McGonagall caught Harry's eye. She didn't smile. McGonagall didn't smile in public if she could help it, but she inclined her head, a small, precise gesture that said more than any number of words. Snape, beside her, was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry could only describe as grudgingly recalibrated. As if someone had presented Snape with data that contradicted a long-held hypothesis, and the scientist in him was honest enough to adjust. Harry ate his lunch and felt his shadow settle around his feet, calm and satisfied, and allowed himself, briefly, cautiously, to think that he might actually be winning. The afternoon brought Draco. Harry was crossing the courtyard after lunch, heading for the library to meet Hermione for their ongoing research into basilisk lore, when a voice called his name from the shadowed colonnade along the courtyard's edge. Potter. A word. Draco was leaning against a column, arms crossed, his face doing the thing it did when he was working very hard to appear casual about something that was tearing him apart. His robes were immaculate. His hair was perfect. His eyes were red-rimmed. Harry walked over. You okay? My father just tried to have you declared a non-person in front of 300 students, and you're asking if I'm okay? You're the one who looks like he's been crying. The mask cracked. Draco looked away, jaw working, and Harry waited, because he understood what it was to have the surface not match the inside, and he knew that pushing would be worse than patience. "He's going to disown me," Draco said finally. "Not formally, that would be politically embarrassing. But practically. He'll freeze my access to the family vault. He'll cut off my correspondence. He'll make it clear to every pureblood family in Britain that Draco Malfoy is no longer to be considered a Malfoy in any meaningful sense." His voice was controlled, precise, analytical, the voice of someone describing a war plan, not a family dissolution. "He told me, before I left for school, that if I associated with you, there would be consequences. I associated with you. This morning, I sat at the Slytherin table and watched my father try to strip you of your rights, and I didn't stand with him. He noticed. You didn't stand with me either." "No. I sat very still and said nothing and hated myself for it." Draco's voice broke, just slightly, on the last word. "I should have stood up. The way Granger did. I should have. You're 11. Your father is one of the most powerful men in wizarding politics. Standing up to him in a room full of witnesses would have accomplished nothing except painting a target on your back. Granger did it. Granger doesn't have a father who can destroy her with a word. Granger's parents are dentists." Draco almost laughed. It came out as a breath through his nose, sharp and bitter. "Dentists. God. That sounds peaceful." "Draco." Harry waited until the other boy looked at him. "What do you want?" "Not what your father wants, not what the pureblood families expect. What do you want?" The question hung between them. The courtyard was empty, students were in class or the library or their common rooms, and the October fog had driven most people inside. They were alone with the columns and the stone and Harry's shadow, which pooled around both of them in a protective circle, and the fog that muffled the world. "I want to not be afraid of my own father," Draco said. "I want to study magic and be good at it and have friends who like me for something other than my name. I want," he swallowed. "I want to be the kind of person who stands up when it matters. Like Granger. Like you. Then be that person. It's not that simple. No. But it's that straightforward." Harry put a hand on Draco's shoulder. The physical contact was unusual for both of them, Harry who had never been touched with affection until Hagrid, Draco who had been touched only with the precise, calibrated contact of pure-blood formality. The touch was awkward and genuine and exactly right. "Your father's going to do what he's going to do. You can't control that. But you can control what you do, and who you stand with, and what you're willing to lose to stay honest. I could lose everything. You could. But you'd still have yourself. And for what it's worth," Harry squeezed Draco's shoulder and let go. "You'd have me. And Hermione, and Ron, and anyone else who values people over politics. Weasley hates me. Ron's scared of you, which he expresses as hostility. Give him time. He'll come around." Draco wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, a gesture so un-Malfoy, so child, that it cracked something open in Harry's chest. "You're very certain about things, Potter. For someone who turns into a giant shadow snake. The giant shadow snake is actually the most certain part. It's the human stuff I'm still figuring out." This time Draco did laugh, a real laugh, surprised out of him, and for a moment the mask was off entirely and he was just a boy in a courtyard on a foggy October afternoon, lost and scared and trying to find his way. "I'll sit with you," Draco said. "At the next meal. Not at the Slytherin table. With you and Granger and Weasley. In front of everyone. You're sure?" "No. But I'm going to do it anyway. Isn't that what bravery is? The Sorting Hat would have a field day with you. The Sorting Hat is a sentient accessory with delusions of grandeur. But yes, I suspect it would." Draco straightened, adjusted his robes, and rebuilt his composure with the practiced ease of someone who'd been performing since birth. "I'll see you at dinner, Potter." See you at dinner, Malfoy. Draco walked away into the fog, and Harry watched him go and thought about courage and wondered whether it was harder to face a basilisk in a dark chamber or a father in a bright hall, and decided it was probably the father, every time. Draco sat at the Gryffindor table that evening. The reaction was seismic. A Slytherin at the Gryffindor table was unprecedented in living memory. Professor Binns could probably have cited historical examples, but Binns could barely remember which century it was, so his precedents were unreliable. The Slytherins stared. The Gryffindors stared. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws stared. Draco sat down between Hermione and Neville, unfolded his napkin, and said, "Pass the potatoes, please." Ron, across the table, opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "He's with us," Harry said. Ron looked at Harry. Looked at Draco. Looked at the potatoes. Made a decision that was written on his face in real time, the struggle, the resistance, the eventual surrender to loyalty. He picked up the bowl of potatoes and passed it across the table. "Thanks, Weasley," Draco said. "Don't mention it," Ron said. Then, grudgingly, "Seriously, don't. Fred and George are already going to murder me for this." Dinner proceeded. The whispering didn't stop. It wouldn't stop for days, but it faded to background noise as the immediate drama of a Malfoy eating roast chicken with Gryffindors proved less interesting than the discovery that Malfoy had opinions about Quidditch that were wrong, according to Ron, overly analytical, according to Hermione, and actually pretty astute, according to Harry. At the staff table, Dawlish was absent. McGonagall had dismissed him that afternoon, formally, with documentation, citing unauthorized communications in breach of his observer mandate. He'd left the castle with his grey robes and his leather journal and the expression of a man who was going to have a very unpleasant meeting with his superiors. Snape, watching the Gryffindor table and the Malfoy heir sitting among lions, had an expression that defied easy interpretation. But Harry, reading the Shadow Network, felt something from the potion's master that he'd never felt before, a thread of something warm, hidden deep beneath the layers of control and bitterness. Not approval, exactly. More like recognition. Snape saw a boy choosing conscience over blood, and it resonated with something in his own history too deeply to ignore. After dinner, Harry walked Draco to the entrance of the Slytherin common room in the dungeons. The corridors were cold and greenlit and full of shadows that welcomed Harry like home. "You'll catch hell for this," Harry said. "Already am. Pansy Parkinson called me a blood traitor before the soup course." Theodore not moved his trunk to the other side of the dormitory. "Worth it?" Draco considered this. "Ask me in a month. Right now I'm operating on adrenaline and righteous indignation. Solid combination. The Malfoy special." Draco paused at the bare stretch of wall that concealed the Slytherin entrance. "Potter, Harry. My father is going to move against you. Today was a setback, not a defeat. He'll go to the Wizengamot. He'll try to change the law. He'll use every connection, every favor, every galleon at his disposal. I know. And he's not the only threat. The thing you mentioned, about Quirrell," Harry went still. He hadn't told Draco about Quirrell. He'd told McGonagall, and Hermione, and Ron. No one else. Draco read his expression and shook his head. "I'm a Malfoy, Harry. I grew up in a house where the Dark Lord was discussed the way other families discuss the weather. I know what the Dark Lord's magic feels like. I've felt it in my father's study, in the artifacts he keeps locked in the manor, in the stories my mother tells when she's had too much wine and forgets I'm listening. And I've felt something in this castle that is very, very similar." "Since when?" "Since the first week. Quirrell's office. I walked past it on the way to potions and the hair on the back of my neck stood up and I felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with the dungeons." He met Harry's eyes. "I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure. I'm sure now. There is something of the Dark Lord in this castle, and it's wearing Quirrell like a coat. McGonagall knows. She's handling it. Is she? Because from where I'm standing, Quirrell is still teaching classes and still has access to the third-floor corridor and still has a Dark Lord riding shotgun behind his skull. What would you suggest? Stop him. Now. Before he gets what he's after. We don't know when he'll make his move. Then make him move. Force his hand. On your terms, not his. Harry looked at Draco, this boy who had been raised in shadow and chose light, who understood the Dark Lord's magic because he'd lived in its residue, who was suggesting tactics with the calm precision of a chess player 3 moves ahead. You sound like your father, Harry said. Draco's face went blank. Then, slowly, a wry, painful smile. The tactics are the same. The cause is different. That's all I can offer. It's enough. Harry thought. Let me talk to the others. And Draco, thank you. For trusting me. Don't thank me yet. If this goes wrong, I'll deny everything and claim you used your shadow powers to muddle my judgment. Noted. Draco disappeared through the wall. Harry stood alone in the dungeon corridor, surrounded by shadows that writhed and whispered, and began to plan. He convened the meeting in an empty classroom on the 5th floor that night, a room the castle offered up when Harry asked the shadows for somewhere private, a forgotten space behind a tapestry of dancing trolls that no one had used in decades. The shadows here were thick and old and completely loyal, and they sealed the room against eavesdropping with a thoroughness that would have impressed a professional ward builder. Hermione arrived first, notebook in hand. Ron arrived second, eating a sandwich he'd smuggled from dinner. Draco arrived third, having navigated the castle from the dungeons to the 5th floor without being caught, which impressed even Harry. Right, Harry said, when they were settled, Hermione and Ron on conjured cushions, Draco on a chair he'd transfigured from a broken desk with a casual skill that made Hermione's eyebrows rise. Here's what we know. He laid it out. The Philosopher's Stone on the 3rd floor, hidden behind a series of magical protections. Voldemort, parasitically attached to Quirrell, planning to steal it. The stone's purpose, to create the elixir of life, which Voldemort needed to restore himself to a body. If he gets the stone, Harry said, he comes back. Fully. Not as a parasite, not as a wraith, as himself. Tom Riddle. The Dark Lord. The wizard who murdered my parents and terrorized the wizarding world for a decade. McGonagall is reinforcing the protections, Hermione said. She told you she would. She did. And Snape is monitoring Quirrell. And the staff is on alert. Harry paused. But it's not enough. Quirrell's been testing the defenses for months, I can feel him through the shadows, probing, mapping, finding weaknesses. He's patient. He's careful. And he has Voldemort whispering in his ear, and Voldemort is the most brilliant dark wizard in history. Given enough time, he will find a way through. So we don't give him time, Draco said. We force the confrontation. How? Ron asked. We're 11. We can't just, challenge a Dark Lord to a duel. We don't need to challenge him, Harry said. We need to catch him in the act. If Quirrell attempts to breach the 3rd floor corridor and we can prove it, prove that he's hosting Voldemort, prove that he's after the stone, McGonagall will have grounds to remove him from the school and the Aurors will have grounds to arrest him. And if proving it requires confronting him directly? Hermione asked. Then I confront him directly. Harry, Hermione. I'm a Shadow-Basilisk. My gaze petrifies. My venom dissolves stone. I can move through shadows, sense magic, and transform into something that is, by any objective measure, one of the most dangerous creatures in the magical world. If there is anyone in this castle who can face Voldemort's wraith and survive, it's me. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in Britain, and you petrified him. Exactly. Which means if Voldemort gets clever, I can do the same to him. Or to Quirrell, which amounts to the same thing. Quirrell is a person, Hermione said quietly. A real person, being used against his will. If you petrify him, then Voldemort's wraith is trapped in a stone body with no way out and no way to reach the stone. We can deal with the wraith later, unpetrify Quirrell later, sort out the whole mess later. The priority is the stone. The room was quiet. The shadows pulsed gently, a low ambient hum that was almost comforting. "I don't like this," Hermione said. "It's reckless, it's dangerous, and it relies on a confrontation between an 11-year-old and the most feared dark wizard of the century." "All true. And you're going to do it anyway? If he makes his move?" "Yes." Hermione closed her notebook. Opened it. Closed it again. "Then we need contingencies. Multiple layers. If you go after Quirrell, someone needs to alert McGonagall simultaneously. Someone needs to protect the stone itself, in case your confrontation doesn't stop him. And someone needs to be ready with medical support, because even Shadow-Basilisks can presumably be injured." "I'll alert McGonagall," Draco said. "I can reach her office faster than anyone. I know a passage from the 3rd floor that comes out near her quarters." "I'll handle the stone," Ron said. Everyone looked at him. His ears were red, but his jaw was set. "What?" "I'm good at chess. If there are protections to navigate, puzzles to solve, that's thinking. I can think." "The protections include a giant chess set," Harry said, having mapped them through the Shadow Network weeks ago. McGonagall's contribution. Ron's eyes lit up. "Really? Really? Brilliant. I mean, terrifying, obviously. But brilliant." "I'll stay with Harry," Hermione said. "Research support. If we encounter magical barriers or puzzles that require academic knowledge, I'm the most likely to have the answer." "You're not coming into the confrontation with Quirrell," Harry said. "If it comes to that, I need you to stay back." His gaze, Voldemort through Quirrell, "It's not like mine, Hermione. It kills. Voldemort can't kill with a look." "No, but he can cast a killing curse faster than you can blink. I can survive it, the Shadow-Basilisk can absorb magic. You can't." Hermione's face was white but steady. "Understood. I'll handle the barriers. You handle the Dark Lord." "Sounds reasonable," Draco murmured. "Completely insane, but reasonable." Harry looked at his friends, 3 11-year-olds in a forgotten classroom, planning a defense against the darkest wizard alive. It was absurd. It was terrifying. It was, he realized, exactly the kind of thing that happened to people like them, people who cared, who refused to look away, who understood that sometimes the right thing to do was the impossible thing. "We wait," Harry said. "We watch. And when he moves, we move." They dispersed into the castle's nighttime quiet, and Harry stood alone in the empty classroom and felt the Shadow-Basilisk inside him stir, not with fear, not with anticipation, but with the deep, steady readiness of a predator that has chosen its ground and settled in to wait. "Soon," he told the serpent. "Ready," the serpent replied. Quirrell made his move on Halloween. Harry would think later that it was deliberate, the date chosen for its symbolic weight, the night when the boundary between the living and the dead was thinnest, the anniversary of the night Voldemort had murdered Harry's parents and created the boy who lived. The Halloween feast was a spectacle. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats and floating pumpkins and candles that burned in colors nature never intended. Students wore their best robes. The food was extravagant. The mood was celebratory, loud, joyful. Harry felt Quirrell leave the feast at 7:43 p.m. The sensation was subtle, a disturbance in the Shadow Network, a cold thread pulling away from the warmth and noise of the Great Hall and moving with deliberate purpose toward the 3rd floor. The parasitic presence behind Quirrell's skull was more active than Harry had ever felt it, pulsing, eager, driving its host forward with a hunger that burned through the shadows like acid. Harry set down his fork. Under the table, his shadow went rigid. "Now," he said quietly. Ron, beside him, went pale. Hermione, across the table, closed her eyes for a moment. Draco, sitting at the Gryffindor table for the fourth consecutive evening and enduring the stares with aristocratic indifference, set down his goblet. They moved. Draco left first, casually, as if heading for the bathroom, slipping out the great hall doors and turning left toward McGonagall's office at a pace that was just short of running. Ron left next, heading for the stairs, his face set in the expression of a boy marching toward something he was terrified of and doing it anyway. Harry and Hermione left together. The corridors were empty, everyone was at the feast. Their footsteps echoed on stone, and Harry's shadow ran ahead of them, scouting, mapping, tracking Quirrell's progress through the castle. The defense professor had already reached the third floor. He was at the door, the locked door that guarded the corridor McGonagall had warned about, and Harry could feel his magic working at the lock, unpicking it with a skill that was Voldemort's, not Quirrell's, cold and precise and terrifyingly efficient. "He's through the door," Harry said, as they climbed the stairs. "There's something beyond it, something big, alive, multiple heads, a Cerberus." "Hagrid's." "A three-headed dog," Hermione breathed. "That's the first protection. Quirrell's playing music. A harp. It's putting the dog to sleep." They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. From beyond it, Harry could hear the faint strains of an enchanted harp and the deep, rumbling snores of something enormous. He paused. Turned to Hermione. "The protections beyond the dog, I've mapped them through the shadows." "Devil's Snare, Hermione, that's yours, you know the countermeasure." "Then Flying Keys, I can handle those." "Then the chess set, Ron's territory." "I know. Go." They passed the sleeping Cerberus, three enormous heads, each one the size of a beach ball, all three snoring in drugged slumber while an enchanted harp played a lullaby in the corner. The trapdoor was open. Quirrell had gone down. Harry went first. He dropped through the trapdoor and landed on something soft, yielding, alive, the Devil's Snare, thick ropey tendrils that immediately began wrapping around his legs and torso. Hermione landed beside him and shouted "Lumos Solum," and brilliant white light blazed from her wand, and the plant recoiled, shriveling away from the light and dropping them onto a stone floor below. "Quirrell got through this fast," Harry said, reading the shadows. "The plant barely touched him. Voldemort's magic is burning it, there are scorch marks." They moved forward. A chamber full of flying keys, hundreds of them, glittering and metallic, swarming like birds. Harry didn't bother with a broomstick. He reached into the shadows of the chamber and pulled, and the darkness responded, surging up from the floor, spreading across the ceiling, creating a net of living shadow that captured every key in the room simultaneously and held them still while Hermione identified the correct one, old, silver, bent-winged, and plucked it from the net. Through the door. The chess set. Ron was already there. Harry didn't ask how he'd gotten ahead of them. Ron had his own secrets, his own knowledge of Hogwarts passages, and right now he was standing at the edge of a massive chessboard, studying the pieces with an intensity that transformed his freckled face into something sharp and focused and entirely competent. "Quirrell blasted through," Ron said, gesturing at the rubble of shattered chess pieces along one side of the board. "Didn't play. Just destroyed. But he triggered the fail-safe, the board's reset. We have to play through." "How long?" Ron studied the board. 3 minutes. Maybe 4. "Go, I'll catch up." "Ron, go, Harry." "I've got this." Harry went. Hermione stayed with Ron. Harry could feel her reluctance to leave, her desire to follow, but she stayed because Ron needed someone to guard his back while he played, and Hermione Granger did not abandon people. Alone. Harry moved through the remaining protections with the relentless efficiency of something that was not entirely human. A troll, already knocked unconscious, Quirrell's work, the stench appalling, Harry stepped over it without slowing. A room of potions, 7 bottles, a riddle, a logic puzzle that Harry solved in 12 seconds because the shadows told him which bottles were poison and which were safe and which was the one that would let him through the black fire blocking the final door. He drank. The fire parted. He stepped through. And there was Quirrell. The final chamber was circular, stone-walled, dominated by a single object, a tall, ornate mirror standing in the center of the room. The Mirror of Erist, Harry could feel its magic, ancient and strange, a device that showed the viewer their deepest desire and, somehow, contained the Philosopher's Stone within its enchantment. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his turban unwound, his back to Harry. Without the turban, the back of Quirrell's head was visible, and Harry understood, viscerally, absolutely, with a horror that was both human and serpentine, what the parasitic presence was. A face. A second face, growing from the back of Quirrell's skull, chalk-white and terrible, with red eyes that burned like coals and thin, lipless mouth that was curved in an expression of frustrated hunger. The face of Voldemort. Not a metaphor, not a magical signature, not an abstract concept of evil, a face, living and aware and looking out at the world from the back of another man's head. "I can see the stone," Quirrell was saying, his voice thin and desperate. "I can see it in the mirror, but I can't reach it, use the boy," said the face. The voice was high and cold and carried the particular authority of something that had transcended morality so long ago that cruelty had become as natural as breathing. "He is here. I can feel him. Use him." Quirrell turned. His face was a ruin, gaunt, gray, the life draining from it in real time as the parasite fed, his eyes wide and wild and terrified. He was a man being consumed from the inside out, and the horror of it was not the monster on the back of his head but the person on the front, the teacher, the scholar, the man who had gone looking for the Dark Lord and found him and been too weak to resist. "Potter," Quirrell said. How good of you to join us." Harry stood in the doorway of the final chamber, and the shadows came with him. They flooded through the black fire behind him, poured across the floor, climbed the walls, filled the ceiling. The chamber's torchlight guttered and died, and in the sudden darkness, Harry's eyes blazed, green shifting to gold, pupils contracting to slits, the Shadow-Basilisk rising to the surface not as a transformation but as a presence, coexisting with the boy, sharing his body, looking out through his eyes. The chamber was lit by two sources of light, Harry's golden eyes and Voldemort's red ones. They faced each other across a darkness that was alive and aware and very, very patient. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The red eyes widened. "Just fractionally. Just enough." "You know that name," the face said. "I know a lot of things. The shadows remember. They remember you as a student here, brilliant, charming, rotten to the core. They remember what you did to the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You found it, and you used it, and you made it kill a girl, and you felt nothing. The basilisk," something changed in Voldemort's voice. A new quality entered it, not anger, not fear, but greed. A hunger so intense it radiated through the shadows like heat. "You've been to the chamber. You found my basilisk. It's not yours. It was never yours. You enslaved it. I am the heir of Slytherin. Everything the chamber contains is mine by right. You're a homeless wraith stuck to the back of a terrified man's head. You don't have rights. You have needs. And what you need is the stone, and you can't get it, can you?" Quirrell's body twitched. The man was fighting. Harry could feel it through the shadows, the faint, desperate resistance of a human being trying to reclaim control of his own flesh. Voldemort crushed the rebellion with casual brutality, a spike of dark magic that silenced Quirrell's will the way you'd swat a fly. "The mirror shows me the stone but will not give it to me," Voldemort said. "It is enchanted, Dumbledore's work, one of his more irritating tricks. The stone can only be retrieved by someone who wants to find it, not use it. Dumbledore's idea of clever. It is clever. It is sentiment. The weakness of a man who believed that love and sacrifice and good intentions could protect against power." The red eyes narrowed. But you, Harry Potter. You are something I did not anticipate. A Shadow-Basilisk. I have read of such things, in texts that no living wizard has seen, in the private libraries of the darkest practitioners. You are a creature of the threshold, existing between the physical and the shadow realm. You are, in theory, the most powerful magical being on this planet. I'm an 11-year-old. You are a child in a titan's body. And you do not understand what you are, not truly. I could teach you. I could show you the shadow realm, the dark places where your power originates, the history of your kind that predates human civilization. You are not a wizard who transforms, Harry. You are a Shadow-Basilisk who pretends to be a wizard. There is a difference. The words landed. Harry felt them, not as truth, exactly, but as a hook, barbed and precise, designed to snag something in him and pull. And the terrible thing was that part of him responded. The creature inside him stirred, recognized the knowledge Voldemort was offering, wanted it with a hunger that was not entirely different from the hunger in those red eyes. You killed my parents, Harry said. I killed 2 people who stood between me and my objective. It was nothing personal. It was personal to me. Sentiment. Again. Your mother died for you, and that death created a protection that destroyed my body. A decade I spent as less than a ghost, a wraith, a fragment, existing on the margins of the world. I crawled through shadows that would not answer me, because they are yours, Potter. The Shadow Realm rejected me. Do you understand what that means? I am the greatest dark wizard who has ever lived, and the darkness itself turned me away because it was waiting for you. Harry felt the truth of this, felt it resonate through the shadow network, through the castle, through the deep ancient darkness that lived beneath Hogwarts. The shadows confirmed it. Voldemort had touched the Shadow Realm during his years as a wraith, had tried to use it, to command it, and it had refused him. Not because he was evil, the shadows didn't think in terms of good and evil, but because he was incomplete. A fragment. A broken thing, divided against itself by the Horcruxes he'd created in his pursuit of immortality. Harry knew about the Horcruxes. The shadows had shown him, fragments, echoes, impressions of dark rituals performed in secret. He didn't have the full picture, but he had enough. Voldemort had torn his soul apart and hidden the pieces, and the Shadow Realm, which valued wholeness the way the ocean valued depth, had found him wanting. You're broken, Harry said. That's why the shadows won't answer you. Not because I'm special, because you're incomplete. You tore yourself apart, Tom. You split your soul so many times there's barely anything left. And now you want the stone to rebuild a body for a soul that's in pieces. But it won't work. You'll come back as the same broken thing, and the shadows will still reject you, and you'll still be afraid of death, and none of the power in the world will fill the void in you because you are the void. Voldemort's face contorted. The calm, the control, the elaborate intellectual superiority, all of it cracked, and what showed through was rage, pure and ancient and bottomless. Give me the stone. Quirrell's body lunged forward, hands outstretched, driven by Voldemort's fury. Harry didn't flinch. He didn't step back, didn't dodge, didn't raise his wand. He did something simpler and more devastating. He looked at Quirrell, and he let the serpent rise. Not a full transformation. Not the 60-foot Shadow-Basilisk. Something more controlled, more surgical, the golden light blazing from his eyes in a focused beam, the petrifying gaze activated with precision and intent, aimed directly at Quirrell's body. But Voldemort was ready. The wraith on the back of Quirrell's skull screamed a word that Harry felt more than heard, a counter-curse, ancient, vicious, tearing through the air between them like a blade. It hit Harry's gaze and split it, deflecting the petrifying light into the walls of the chamber, where it struck stone and turned it to dark crystal, shadow stone, gleaming and permanent. Harry stumbled. The deflection had cost him, his eyes burned, his shadow senses screamed, and for a moment the chamber went dark even to his enhanced perception. Quirrell's hands found him. The touch was fire. Not metaphorical, actual, physical, burning fire, as if Quirrell's skin was molten metal. Quirrell screamed, a sound that was all Quirrell, all human, all agony, because the burning went both ways. Where his hands touched Harry, his flesh blistered and cracked and turned to ash, the shadow magic in Harry's body destroying Quirrell's cells on contact. Harry fell backward. Quirrell fell forward. They hit the stone floor together, and Quirrell's hands were still on Harry's arms and the burning was unbearable, and Harry's shadows rose from the floor in a wave, not controlled, not directed, but reactive, protective, the primal response of a creature defending its host. The shadows struck Quirrell with the force of a tidal wave. They engulfed him, wrapped around his body, seeped into his flesh, attacked not Quirrell but the thing inside Quirrell. Harry felt it happen through his shadow senses, the living darkness finding the parasite, the fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul, and tearing at it, trying to rip it free from its host the way you'd rip a tick from skin. Voldemort screamed. It was a sound that existed partly in the physical world and partly in the shadow realm, a shriek of rage and pain and desperate, cornered fury. The wraith fought back, pouring dark magic into the shadows, trying to corrupt them, to turn them, to make them serve. The shadows laughed. Harry felt it, felt the ancient, patient, unyielding amusement of a darkness that had existed before Voldemort was born and would exist long after he was truly dead. The Shadow Realm did not serve broken things. The Shadow Realm did not bow. Voldemort's wraith tore free of Quirrell's body. The separation was violent, a ripping, a shrieking, a burst of dark energy that threw Harry backward across the chamber and cracked the mirror of Eris down the center. Something dark and formless and screaming erupted from the back of Quirrell's head and hung in the air for a moment, a face, a shape, a howl of impotent rage, and then it flew. Through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle's wards that were too weakened to stop it, out into the night, trailing fragments of corrupted magic like smoke from a dying fire. Gone. Harry lay on the stone floor, breathing hard, his arms burned where Quirrell had touched them, his shadow senses raw and screaming. The chamber was dark. The torches had been destroyed. The mirror was cracked. And Quirrell lay on the floor 3 feet away, face down, his hands blackened and crumbling, his breathing shallow and irregular. The back of his head was smooth, no face, no red eyes, no parasite. Just skin, pink and new, like a wound that had just closed. Harry crawled to him. Every movement hurt, the burns on his arms were deep, shadow burns, his own magic turned against him by the violence of the confrontation. But he reached Quirrell and turned him over and felt for a pulse. Alive. Barely, but alive. The man's face was slack and gray, his eyes closed, his breathing getting fainter. Without the wraith sustaining him, Quirrell's body was failing, months of parasitic possession had consumed his strength, his health, his very life force. "Stay with me," Harry said. "Help is coming. Stay with me." Through the shadow network, he felt them approaching, McGonagall, moving through the castle at a near run, her magical signature blazing with fear and determination. Snape, behind her, cold and focused and armed. Draco had reached them, had delivered the message, had done his part. And something else. Something warm and steady and powerful, approaching from a different direction, from above, from the headmaster's office. Harry felt it and didn't understand. Then he did. Dumbledore. Dumbledore's magical signature. Active. Moving. But that was impossible. Dumbledore was stone. Dumbledore had been stone for months. Nothing had changed, nothing had, the venom. Snape had been testing Harry's venom. Snape had spent weeks analyzing its properties, its transformative qualities, its potential as an antidote to the petrification it was born from. And tonight, while Harry was in the chamber, while Voldemort was fighting for the stone, Snape had tried it. Harry felt the truth of it through the shadows, up in the headmaster's office, a vial of Shadow-Basilisk venom, applied to stone lips, dissolving the petrification the way Harry's touch had dissolved the shadow spike in his first transfiguration class. Stone becoming flesh. Gray becoming color. A wizard, frozen for 3 months, taking his first breath with a gasp that Harry felt through every shadow in the castle. Dumbledore was awake. Harry laughed. Lying on the floor of a wrecked chamber next to a dying man, burns on his arms, the taste of dark magic in his mouth, he laughed, and the sound echoed off the walls and mixed with the drip of water from the cracked mirror and the distant, growing thunder of approaching footsteps. The door burst open. McGonagall first, wand blazing, her face a mask of controlled terror. Snape behind her, dark and swift, his eyes finding Harry on the floor and Quirrell beside him and the destruction everywhere and processing all of it in a single, sweeping glance. "He's alive," Harry said, gesturing at Quirrell. "Voldemort's gone. The wraith, it left. Through the ceiling." McGonagall was at Quirrell's side in an instant, diagnostic spells cascading from her wand. Severe magical depletion. Parasitic damage to his core. Burns on his hands. She looked at Harry. "What happened to his hands?" "He touched me. The shadows burned him. And your arms, same thing, in reverse." "I'll be fine." "Professor," Harry sat up, ignoring the pain. "Dumbledore. Is he?" Severus administered the venom an hour ago. McGonagall's voice cracked, just slightly, on the word venom. "Albus is, he's awake, Harry. He's disoriented and weak and asking a great many questions, but he is awake." Harry closed his eyes. The shadows cradled him, warm, close, exhausted, satisfied. They'd won. Not cleanly, not without cost, but they'd won. The stone was safe. Voldemort was gone. Quirrell was free. "And Dumbledore, I want to see him," Harry said. "You're going to the hospital wing first," McGonagall said, in a tone that was both concerned and absolutely non-negotiable. "Madame Pomfrey will treat those burns. And then you will see Albus. And then you will explain to me, in exhaustive detail, exactly what possessed you to come down here alone." "I wasn't alone. Hermione was with me. And Ron. And Draco helped, he's the one who reached you." McGonagall's expression shifted, surprise, then something warmer, then the steel returning. "Mr. Malfoy came to my office at a dead sprint, told me Voldemort was in the school, and then stood in my doorway and refused to move until I took him seriously. He is either the bravest or the most foolhardy child I have ever taught." "Both," Harry said. "Definitely both." Snape, who had been examining the chamber in silence, the shadow stone on the walls, the cracked mirror, the scorch marks and the residual dark magic, turned back to them. His expression was the closest to openly emotional that Harry had ever seen it. "The venom worked," Snape said. Not to McGonagall. To Harry. "Your hypothesis was correct. The venom of the Shadow-Basilisk acts as an antidote to its own petrification. Applied to the petrified tissue, it reverses the shadow crystallization process." He paused. "I should have tested it sooner. I was cautious." "You were thorough," Harry said. "That's why it worked. If you'd rushed, you might have gotten the dosage wrong." Snape stared at him. Then he did something Harry had never seen him do, he inclined his head. A small bow. An acknowledgement, from one mind to another, that the partnership, reluctant, prickly, built on venom and grief and the memory of a woman they both loved, had produced something good. "Can you walk?" McGonagall asked. "Probably not. Everything hurts. Severus." Snape stepped forward, and with a gentleness that contradicted everything about his exterior, he helped Harry to his feet. Harry's shadow wrapped around both of them, instinctive, protective, and Snape flinched at the contact but didn't pull away. They left the chamber. Through the potions room, past the unconscious troll, through the chess set where Ron was waiting, pale and triumphant, next to a board of conquered pieces. Through the Devil's Snare chamber, where Hermione sat on a rock with her wand still lit, her face streaked with tears of relief when she saw Harry walking. You're alive, she said. Obviously. Don't you dare, obviously, me, Harry Potter. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes imagining every possible way you could be dead. I'm not dead. Voldemort's gone. And Dumbledore's awake. Hermione burst into tears. Then she punched Harry's arm, the unburned one, and then she hugged him, and Ron hugged him, and for a moment the three of them stood in a dark chamber under a school full of sleeping students and held on to each other, and Harry felt the warmth of them, real, human, alive, and thought that this was worth any number of burns and battles. They climbed back to the surface. The Cerberus was still sleeping. The harp was still playing. The third-floor corridor was dark and cold and unremarkable, and it was hard to believe that a confrontation with the Dark Lord had just happened 6 stories below it. Draco was waiting in the corridor. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, his aristocratic composure in shambles, his hair actually mussed, and when he saw Harry, he stood up and said, "You look terrible. You should see the other guy. The other guy is Voldemort. Like I said." Draco's composure cracked, and he laughed, the same real, surprised laugh from the courtyard, and Harry thought, 4. He had 4 people now. 4 people who chose him, who stood with him, who walked into darkness because he asked them to. He was the richest person in the world. The hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, clucking and furious and efficient, treating his burns with a salve that smelled of herbs and stung like fire before settling into a cool, spreading numbness. Quirrell on a bed across the ward, unconscious, his hands wrapped in bandages, his breathing stabilized by a web of healing charms that glowed faintly in the dim light. And then, footsteps. Slow, measured, accompanied by the soft tapping of a walking stick and the rustle of robes. Albus Dumbledore walked into the hospital wing. He looked different. Thinner. Older. His robes hung on him loosely, and his face carried the particular weariness of someone who had been somewhere very far away and was not yet fully back. But his eyes, those electric blue eyes, sharp and alive and ancient, found Harry across the room and held. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professor." The old wizard crossed the room with careful steps. He was unsteady, the months of petrification having atrophied his muscles, and he leaned on the walking stick with a dependence that was clearly new and clearly frustrating. He reached Harry's bedside and lowered himself into a chair that McGonagall had conjured, and for a long moment, the two of them simply looked at each other. "I understand," Dumbledore said, "that you have had rather an eventful term." "You could say that. I could say a great many things. Minerva has given me a rather breathless summary of the past 3 months, including your confrontation with Lucius Malfoy, your discovery of the Chamber of Secrets, and your battle with Voldemort approximately." He checked a pocket watch. 2 hours ago. "I am trying to decide which of these to address first." "The stone," Harry said. "Is it safe?" "The stone is safe. Nicholas and I have agreed that it should be destroyed. Its existence has proven to be more liability than asset, and Nicholas, who is 665 years old, has decided that it is perhaps time to let go." A flicker of sadness in the blue eyes. "Letting go is not something either of us does easily." "And Voldemort?" "Gone. For now. The Wraith will seek another host, another opportunity. He is not destroyed, he cannot be, not while his anchors to life remain intact." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "The Horcruxes. You know about them." It wasn't a question. "The shadows showed me," Harry said. "Fragments. Echoes. I don't have the full picture." "No. But you have more of the picture than I would have expected, and considerably more than I am comfortable with an 11-year-old possessing." Dumbledore folded his hands on the walking stick. "Harry, I owe you several things. An apology, first, for arriving at your home unprepared for what you are, and for the months I spent as stone while you navigated the consequences alone. You didn't choose to be petrified." "No. But I chose to come to you myself, rather than sending a delegation." I chose to probe your magical core without adequate precautions. I underestimated you, underestimated what you are, and it cost me 3 months and nearly cost this school its headmaster permanently." The blue eyes held Harry's, and in them was something Harry hadn't expected from the greatest wizard in the world: humility. "I will not underestimate you again. Professor, what am I? Really? The book Draco gave me mentions an umbral serpent, a Shadow-Basilisk, but the entry is a paragraph long and mostly skeptical. Voldemort said I'm a creature of the threshold, that I exist between the physical and shadow realm. The shadows themselves say I'm theirs. What does that mean?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The hospital wing was still, Madame Pomfrey had retreated to her office, Quirrell slept, and outside the windows, the October night was dark and full of stars. "I believe," Dumbledore said slowly, "that you are something that the magical world has forgotten. Not something new, something very, very old. The Shadow-Basilisk is referenced in texts that predate Hogwarts, that predate organized magical civilization. It is a guardian, Harry. A keeper of the boundary between the physical world and the shadow realm, the space between spaces, the darkness that exists not as the absence of light but as a fundamental force in its own right. A guardian of what? Of balance. The shadow realm is not evil, despite what dark wizards have tried to make of it. It is simply other. It exists alongside our reality, intersecting with it in places of deep darkness and old magic. When the boundary between the realms weakens, things seep through, dangerous things, strange things. The Shadow-Basilisk was, according to these ancient texts, the creature that patrolled that boundary. That maintained it. That kept the dark things in the dark and the light things in the light. And I'm the last one. You may be the first one in a very long time. The inheritance was dormant, buried in the Potter bloodline for generations, perhaps centuries. It awakened in you. Why you, why now? I have theories, but no certainties. It may be related to the Horcrux connection. At Harry's sharp look, yes, Harry. I believe one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was accidentally embedded in you the night he tried to kill you. A fragment of his soul, lodged in your scar. The Shadow-Basilisk inheritance may have awakened in response to that fragment, the guardian rising to contain the intrusion. Harry touched his scar. Under his fingers, it felt the same as always, slightly raised, slightly warm. But through his shadow senses, he could feel something beneath it, a sliver of darkness that was not his darkness, not the warm, loyal Shadow Realm darkness, but something small and cold and foreign. Can it be removed? I believe so. In time. With the right knowledge and the right application of your abilities. The Shadow Realm, which is your domain, should be capable of extracting and neutralizing the fragment without harming you. But it will require research, and practice, and a level of control that you have not yet achieved. Then I'll achieve it. Dumbledore smiled. Not the twinkling, grandfatherly smile of the man who had walked into the Dursleys' sitting room 3 months ago, a different smile, deeper, warmer, carrying the weight of genuine respect. Yes, he said. I believe you will. They sat in the quiet of the hospital wing, the old wizard and the young basilisk, and between them something settled, not a hierarchy, not a mentorship in the traditional sense, but something more like an alliance. Two powers, acknowledging each other, agreeing to work together, knowing that the road ahead was long and dark and that at the end of it, Voldemort waited. Get some sleep, Harry, Dumbledore said, rising with the aid of his walking stick. Term resumes tomorrow. I believe you have a Quidditch match on Saturday. We're playing Slytherin. Then you'll want to be rested. I hear their seeker is adequate but lacks your particular flair. Professor? Yes. Welcome back. Dumbledore's blue eyes shone. Thank you, Harry. It is good to be back. If somewhat disorienting, I appear to have missed the entire month of September, and Minerva has reorganized my filing system in a manner that I suspect was deliberately punitive. He left. Harry lay back on the hospital bed, and the shadows pulled the curtains closed around him, and Madame Pomfrey's salve worked its quiet magic on his burns, and somewhere in the castle, Draco was writing a letter to his mother, and Ron was telling the story to his brothers, and Hermione was writing in her notebook, and McGonagall was sitting in her office breathing, just breathing, letting the terror of the evening drain away. And somewhere in the darkness, far from Hogwarts, a wraith that had been Tom Riddle screamed its frustration into a void that did not care and began to plan, because Voldemort was nothing if not persistent, and the game was not over, and the boy with the golden eyes had proven to be something far more dangerous than a weapon or a victim. He had proven to be a person. And persons, Voldemort was beginning to understand, were considerably harder to defeat. Chapter 5, Eyes Open. November arrived at Hogwarts with frost on the battlements and a change in the air that had nothing to do with weather. Dumbledore was back, and the castle knew it. Harry felt the difference through the shadow network the morning after the headmaster's return, a settling, a deepening, as if the building itself had been holding its breath for 3 months and could finally exhale. The ward strengthened overnight, reknitting themselves around Dumbledore's restored magic like skin closing over a wound. Portraits that had been whispering anxiously for weeks went quiet and content. Even Peeves the poltergeist, who had been terrorizing the first-floor corridors with escalating creativity during the headmaster's absence, retreated to the upper floors and limited himself to mild mischief involving wet sponges and rude songs. The students noticed too. Dumbledore appeared at breakfast that first morning, walking into the great hall on his own 2 feet with only the faintest trace of unsteadiness, wearing robes of deep midnight blue embroidered with silver moons, and the hall erupted. Not just applause, a full, standing, table-pounding roar of relief and joy that shook the floating candles and made the enchanted ceiling ripple. Dumbledore stood at the head table and let it wash over him, and his eyes found Harry at the Gryffindor table and held for a moment, and the message in them was simple and clear, "Thank you." Harry nodded. Around him, his friends, because that's what they were now, undeniably, a unit forged in crisis, sat in a loose cluster that had become their default formation. Hermione on his left, already eating toast and reviewing her potions notes. Ron on his right, demolishing a plate of sausages with the single-minded focus he brought to everything he genuinely cared about. Draco across from them, sitting at the Gryffindor table for the 12th consecutive day, enduring the bewildered glances from both houses with the serene indifference of someone who had stopped caring about convention and discovered that the food tasted better without it. Neville Longbottom had drifted into their orbit too, drawn by Harry's quiet acceptance of anyone who showed up and kept showing up. Neville sat next to Draco, an arrangement that had been deeply awkward for the first 3 days and had gradually evolved into something approaching friendship, largely because Draco had discovered that Neville's knowledge of herbology was encyclopedic and genuinely fascinating, and Neville had discovered that Draco, stripped of his father's expectations, was capable of being kind. "He looks thin," Hermione murmured, watching Dumbledore take his seat at the head table. 3 months of petrification, his body would have been in complete stasis. No nutrition, no hydration, no muscle movement. He'll need weeks to fully recover. "He's Dumbledore," Ron said, through sausage. "He'll be fine by Tuesday." "That's not how biology works, Ronald. That's not how biology works for normal people. Dumbledore is approximately 800 years old and runs on pure willpower and lemon drops. Biology is a suggestion." Harry listened to them bicker and felt the warm, tight thing in his chest that he'd learned to identify as happiness. Not the explosive, firework kind, the quiet kind. The steady kind. The kind that came from sitting in a warm room with people who knew what you were and stayed anyway. His shadow curled peacefully under the table, barely moving. Even the serpent inside him was calm this morning, settled into a deep, contented stillness that Harry recognized as satisfaction. They'd done something. They'd stopped Voldemort, freed Quirrell, brought Dumbledore back. The Shadow-Basilisk, which lived in the space between action and patience, was taking a moment to simply be. It wouldn't last. Harry knew that. Voldemort was gone but not destroyed. The Horcruxes were still out there, fragments of a shattered soul, hidden in places Harry didn't yet know, tethering a monster to the world of the living. Lucius Malfoy's political campaign had been stalled by Dumbledore's return, but stalled was not stopped. The Ministry was still watching. The world was still afraid. But for this morning, this one, bright, frost-edged November morning, Harry sat with his friends and ate breakfast and was 11 years old and alive. It was enough. The weeks that followed were strange and new. Dumbledore resumed his duties gradually, sharing the administrative load with McGonagall in a partnership that Harry observed through the Shadow Network with something between admiration and amusement. McGonagall ran Hogwarts the way she ran everything, with brisk efficiency, clear expectations, and a refusal to tolerate nonsense. Dumbledore operated differently, less structure, more intuition, a management style that appeared chaotic but was, Harry suspected, precisely calibrated to produce results that looked like happy accidents. Together, they were formidable. The staff responded to their combined authority with visible relief, and the school settled into a rhythm that felt, for the first time since Harry's arrival, genuinely stable. Quirrell was transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Harry visited him once, through the Shadow Network, not physically, but with his senses, reaching across the distance between Hogwarts and London to find the defense professor lying in a white-walled ward, thin and grey and sleeping. The parasitic damage was severe. Healers were uncertain about his recovery. Harry sent him a card. Hermione wrote it, because Harry's handwriting was terrible and Hermione's was beautiful, and the message was simple: you survived. That's enough. Get better. Ron added a postscript, also the new defense professor is rubbish so please come back. Draco added nothing, but he paid for the express owl delivery, which was its own kind of statement. The new defense professor was, indeed, rubbish. A ministry appointee named Gallagher who had the magical talent of a paper bag and the personality to match, hired at Fudge's insistence as a stabilizing presence, after the revelation that the previous professor had been hosting the Dark Lord. Gallagher taught from the textbook with the enthusiasm of someone reading a phone book and tested exclusively on theory, and by the third week, Harry had learned more about defense against the dark arts from practicing with Hermione in empty classrooms than from any lesson. This became a pattern. The four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco, with Neville joining when herbology homework allowed, began meeting in the room of requirement, which Harry had discovered through the Shadow Network in his second week at Hogwarts but hadn't explored until now. The room was remarkable, a space that configured itself to the needs of whoever entered it, providing whatever was required. Harry asked for a training room, and the room provided one, spacious, reinforced, with padded walls and practice dummies and a section of deep shadow where Harry could practice his transformations without risk. They trained. Not in the formal, structured way that classes provided, but in the organic, messy, trial-and-error way that real learning happened. Hermione drilled them on theory, spell construction, magical principles, the underlying logic of enchantment. Ron, who turned out to be a gifted tactical thinker when he wasn't undermined by his own insecurity, designed scenarios and strategies, turning their practice sessions into simulated encounters that tested their ability to work as a team. Draco contributed pureblood knowledge, the spells and techniques that were passed down through old families but never taught in schools, some of them borderline dark, all of them effective. And Harry pushed his limits. The Shadow-Basilisk was growing. Not physically, or at least, not only physically, but in depth, in nuance, in the range of what Harry could do. The transformation was fully under his control now, as natural as breathing, and he could shift from boy to serpent and back in the space of a heartbeat. But that was just the beginning. He could shadow walk. Step into a shadow in one location and emerge from a shadow in another, anywhere within the castle, instantaneously. The first time he did it, vanishing from the room of requirement and appearing behind Ron in the Great Hall during lunch, Ron screamed so loudly that 3 second-years spilled pumpkin juice down their robes and Professor Flitwick fell off his stack of books. He could shadow forge. The spike he'd accidentally created in his first transfiguration class had been the crude beginning of something far more sophisticated. With practice, Harry could shape shadow matter into any form he could imagine: blades, shields, ropes, walls. The material was neither solid nor liquid but something between, responding to his will with the fluidity of a thought. Shadow-forged objects were stronger than steel, lighter than air, and absorbed magic the way his scales absorbed light. He could shadow speak. Not just to the darkness in Hogwarts, but to any shadow, anywhere, at any distance. His range expanded weekly. By November's end, he could reach the shadows in Hogsmeade Village. By December, he could feel the edges of London. The shadows talked to him constantly, a low, background murmur of information, emotion, and ancient memory that Harry learned to filter the way you learn to filter the noise of a city. He heard everything. He chose what to listen to. And his eyes, the golden gaze that had petrified Dumbledore, were increasingly under his control. He could suppress the petrifying frequency entirely now, keeping his eyes in their normal green state even during emotional extremes. He could activate the gaze selectively, targeting its effect with a precision that allowed him to petrify a practice dummy at 30 feet while leaving the one next to it untouched. And he discovered, during a session that left Hermione speechless, that the gaze had modes, not just petrification, but a spectrum of effects ranging from mild paralysis to complete stone transformation, controlled by the intensity of golden light he allowed through. "You're basically a walking weapons platform," Ron said, after watching Harry shadow walk across the room, forge a shield from pure darkness, partially transform one arm into a shadow claw, and petrify a practice dummy with a glance, all in under 4 seconds. A really scary, really impressive walking weapons platform. Please never get angry at me. You're my best friend, Ron. You're safe. That's what they all say, and then one day you leave a sock on the floor and boom, petrified. Harry laughed. The shadows laughed with him, a warm, rolling vibration that made the candles flicker and Ron jump. "I genuinely hate when the darkness laughs," Ron muttered. "It's not natural. Nothing about me is natural." Fair point. Dumbledore observed one of their training sessions, arriving unannounced in the room of requirement one evening with a cup of tea and an expression of avuncular curiosity that concealed, Harry knew, an extremely precise assessment of everything he was seeing. He watched Harry transform. Watched the shadow walking, the shadow forging, the controlled gaze. Watched the 4 friends work together, Harry as the overwhelming force, Hermione as the strategic mind, Ron as the tactical coordinator, Draco as the unconventional wildcard. Watched Neville, who had arrived late, contribute a shield of magically reinforced vines that absorbed a full-power stunner from Draco without flinching. When they finished, sweating and laughing and arguing about whether Ron's flanking maneuver had been genius or suicidal, consensus, both, Dumbledore set down his teacup and said, "Remarkable." "Professor?" Harry said. "In all my years, and there have been rather a lot of them, I have never seen a group of first-year students with this level of combat coordination. You are, collectively, more effective than most adult Auror teams." He paused. "This is both deeply impressive and mildly concerning." "We're practicing," Hermione said quickly. "Just practicing. For defense. In case Voldemort returns." "Yes, I understand. And I approve, Miss Granger. The world you are entering is not a safe one, and the ability to defend yourselves and each other is perhaps the most valuable skill Hogwarts can provide." Dumbledore's eyes swept over all of them. "I have a request. Not an order, a request. Would you be willing to demonstrate these abilities for the staff? Not a performance. A conversation. I want my teachers to understand what they are working with." Harry looked at his friends. They looked back. The silent communication took about 2 seconds, a raised eyebrow from Hermione, cautious agreement, a shrug from Ron, why not, a nod from Draco, strategic advantage, and a nervous swallow from Neville, scared but willing. "When?" Harry asked. "Saturday afternoon. The staff room. I'll provide biscuits." "Deal." Dumbledore smiled, collected his teacup, and left the room of requirement. At the door, he paused. "Harry, one more thing. Severus tells me that you've been visiting the Chamber of Secrets. Harry went still. He'd been visiting the basilisk every week, slipping down through the shadows, spending an hour in the dark with the ancient serpent, building a relationship that was part kinship, part therapy, part something he didn't have a name for. He'd told Dumbledore about the chamber during their hospital wing conversation, but he hadn't mentioned the ongoing visits. "I have," Harry said. "Her name is Sable." He'd given the basilisk a name, as promised. Sable. For the darkness of her scales, and the heraldic term for black, and the quiet, velvety quality of the shadows in the chamber when she was calm. She'd accepted the name with a long, slow blink of her yellow eyes and a sound that vibrated through the stone floor: pleasure, recognition, identity. A name, after 1,000 years of being nothing but a function. Sable, Dumbledore repeated. A good name. Harry, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is, by any objective measure, the most dangerous creature in Britain. She has killed before. Under compulsion. Not by choice. Nevertheless. The Board of Governors, the Ministry, if they learn that you are not only a Shadow-Basilisk yourself but are also in regular contact with a standard basilisk of unprecedented age and size, the political consequences would be severe. I know. And you're doing it anyway. She's been alone for 1,000 years, Professor. Used once, by a monster, to kill a child. And then left in the dark to carry the guilt of it. Alone. Harry's voice was steady, but his shadow flared, spreading across the floor of the room, climbing the walls, filling the space with a darkness that was fierce and protective and absolutely certain. I'm not going to abandon her because it's politically inconvenient. Dumbledore looked at Harry, at the shadow-clad boy with the golden eyes and the ancient serpent coiled in his chest, and something in the old wizard's expression shifted. Not surprise. Something deeper. Something like the feeling you get when you've been looking at a painting for years and suddenly see a detail you'd always missed, and it changes the entire picture. No, Dumbledore said quietly. No, I don't suppose you are. He adjusted his hat. I will handle the politics, Harry. You handle the basilisk. But please, do be careful. Sable may be receptive to you, but she is still a creature of immense power, and trust built over weeks is not the same as trust built over years. I know. I'm patient. Yes. You are. It's one of your more unexpected qualities. A final twinkle, the old Dumbledore, the one who saw the world as a grand and occasionally ridiculous adventure. Saturday. Staff room. Biscuits. Don't be late. The staff demonstration was not what Harry expected. He'd anticipated a formal presentation, controlled, structured, clinical. What Dumbledore had actually arranged was closer to a conversation, held in the staff room around a large table laden with tea and biscuits and the accumulated tension of a dozen adults who had been teaching alongside a Shadow-Basilisk for 3 months and never fully understood what that meant. The staff room was warm and comfortable, armchairs, a fire, the smell of tea. The teachers sat in a rough semicircle, McGonagall, upright and attentive. Snape, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his expression calibrated to maximum inscrutability. Flitwick, perched on a cushion atop a chair, vibrating with academic excitement. Hagrid, barely fitting in the room, his face open and eager. Sprout, the herbology professor, round and earthy and kind. Madame Pomfrey, present in her capacity as the person who would presumably be patching people up. And Dumbledore, in the largest armchair, with his tea and his biscuits and his air of orchestrating something. Harry brought his friends. Dumbledore had suggested it, and Harry had agreed, this wasn't just about him. It was about all of them, about what they'd built together, about the fact that the Shadow-Basilisk was not a lone creature but the center of a constellation of people who had chosen each other. They stood at one end of the room, Harry in the center, flanked by Hermione and Ron, with Draco slightly behind and Neville at the edge, and they looked like what they were, a group of 11-year-olds who were, collectively, something the magical world had never seen before. Thank you all for coming, Dumbledore said. I've asked Harry and his friends to share some of what they've been developing in their private training sessions. Not as a test or an evaluation, as a conversation between colleagues. Because make no mistake, what these students are doing is colleague-level work. Their first years, Albus, Sprout said, not unkindly. They are first years who defeated Voldemort's wraith, navigated 6 layers of magical protection designed by this staff, and maintained a level of combat coordination that would be impressive in adults. I think we can safely say that traditional age-based expectations do not apply. Sprout looked at the 5 children. Looked at Dumbledore. Looked at her tea. Took a long sip. Harry stepped forward. What would you like to see? The question was directed at the room, and it was deliberate. Not what should I demonstrate, what would they like to see? Putting the control in their hands. Showing respect for their authority while simultaneously establishing that he was choosing to cooperate, not being compelled. McGonagall spoke first. The transformation. Full. I've seen the partial, but the staff should understand the scale of what we're working with. Harry nodded. He looked at Dumbledore. The room's not big enough. I suspected as much. The courtyard has been prepared, warming charms, privacy wards. Shall we? They filed out, a procession of teachers and students that wound through the castle corridors and drew curious stares from the few students who were in the hallways. Harry walked at the center, his shadow moving ahead like an advance guard, and the castle adjusted around their passage, corridors widening slightly, torches brightening, the building making way for its most unusual resident. The courtyard was cold and grey, November sky pressing down like a lid. Dumbledore's warming charms took the edge off, but the air was still brisk, and breath plumed white in the afternoon light. Harry walked to the center of the courtyard. Turned to face the assembled staff. Don't look directly at my eyes, he said. I have control over the gaze, but I'd rather be safe. Watch the body. Then he transformed. It was beautiful. He'd practiced enough that the change was fluid, graceful, not the violent, cracking metamorphosis of his first transformation but a flowing transition, boy becoming serpent the way water becomes ice, the same substance in a different state. His body dissolved into shadow and reconstituted as scales, 63 feet of darkness coiling upward, the great angular head rising past the second-floor windows, shadow wings unfurling to block the pale November sky. The staff reacted. McGonagall, who had seen the aftermath of the first transformation but never the act itself, went very still. Snape's arms uncrossed, an involuntary response, his hand moving toward his wand before he caught himself. Flitwick squeaked. Hagrid beamed. Sprout dropped her teacup. Pomfrey said, "Merciful Morgana," in a whisper that carried across the silent courtyard. And Dumbledore looked up at the Shadow-Basilisk with an expression of pure, undisguised wonder. Harry held the form. He moved through the courtyard, demonstrating the serpent's grace, the way his coils flowed over stone without sound, the way his shadow wings could extend and retract at will, the way his body could phase partially into shadow, becoming translucent, ghost-like, before solidifying again. He kept his eyes carefully averted, golden light casting shifting patterns on the stone walls. Then he changed back. The transition was clean, serpent to boy in 3 seconds, shadows contracting, scales dissolving, Harry standing in the courtyard in his school robes, slightly windswept, perfectly calm. Silence. Questions? Harry asked. Flitwick's hand shot up so fast he nearly toppled from the low wall he'd climbed for a better view. The shadow wings, are they functional for flight? The aerodynamic profile suggests, not yet. I think they could be, with practice. Right now they're more for presence and light absorption. The phasing, when you became translucent, that was a partial transition to the shadow realm? Yes. I can go deeper, become fully immaterial, pass through solid objects. But it's disorienting and I can't hold it for long. The magical energy expenditure for the full transformation, I'd estimate north of 1,000 thaumic units per second. How are you sustaining it? The Shadow Realm feeds me. When I'm transformed, I'm not running on my own reserves, I'm drawing on the ambient shadow energy around me. The darker it is, the stronger I am. In full sunlight, I can hold the form for maybe an hour. At night, or underground, I could hold it indefinitely. Flitwick was writing so fast his quill was a blur. Sprout leaned over to McGonagall and whispered something. McGonagall whispered something back. Both of them looked at Harry with expressions that blended professional assessment with something less academic. Snape spoke. His voice was flat, clinical, stripped of any emotion that might complicate the data. The venom. You mentioned that it was the key to reversing the headmaster's petrification. What else can it do? It's transformative, Harry said. Not just corrosive, it changes the magical properties of whatever it contacts. Snape's analyses showed that it can neutralize most magical enchantments, dissolve magical barriers, and, in sufficient concentration, reverse magical states like petrification. He paused. It can also enhance potions. A drop of my venom in a standard healing draft increases its efficacy tenfold. Pomfrey's head snapped up. Tenfold? Snape confirmed it. The venom interacts with the magical ingredients, amplifying their properties. It's the same sympathetic magic that my mother had with potion making, but in a more concentrated, physical form. The hospital matron and the potions master exchanged a look that was laden with professional implications. If Harry's venom could enhance healing potions, the medical applications were staggering. There's more, Harry said. But I think it's better to show you as a team. He looked at his friends. They moved. It wasn't choreographed, they'd never rehearsed this specific demonstration. But 3 months of training together had built something intuitive, a shared language of movement and intention that functioned almost telepathically. Ron assessed the space, called positions. Hermione began casting barriers, shields, diagnostic charms that mapped the courtyard in glowing lines of light. Draco moved to the perimeter, wand out, laying down a pattern of wards that were subtle, sophisticated, and decidedly advanced for a first year. Neville knelt and pressed his hands to the cracks between the courtyard's stones, and within seconds, a network of vines erupted from the joints, thick, fast-growing, responsive to his will, forming barriers and platforms and defensive positions. Harry shadow-walked. He vanished from one side of the courtyard and appeared behind Snape, the potions master spun, wand raised, and Harry was already gone, emerging from the shadow of a pillar on the opposite side. He shadow-forged a blade of condensed darkness and threw it at a practice dummy that Hermione had conjured. The blade flew straight and true and pinned the dummy to the wall, then dissolved into smoke at Harry's mental command. He partially transformed, one arm becoming Shadowclaw, scales flowing up to his shoulder, and demonstrated the precision control, flexing claws that could cut stone but were gentle enough to hold a teacup. Then, the finale. Harry looked at the practice dummy. His eyes shifted, green to gold, pupils contracting, and a controlled beam of golden light struck the dummy's head. The dummy petrified. The head turned to stone, gray, solid, perfectly preserved in its stuffed cloth simplicity. Harry blinked. His eyes returned to green. He walked to the dummy, pressed one shadow claw against the petrified head, and let a single drop of venom fall from his claw tip onto the stone. The stone dissolved. The cloth returned. The dummy's head was whole and unmarked, as if nothing had happened. Petrification and reversal, Harry said, turning to the staff. On command. The venom is the antidote. I can undo what I do. The courtyard was very quiet. The staff stood or sat in various attitudes of stunned recalibration. Flitwick had stopped writing and was just staring. Sprout was holding a vine that Neville had grown, examining it with the expression of someone seeing her subject for the first time. Pomfrey was already composing a letter in her head. Harry could see it in the way her lips moved silently, forming phrases like medical applications and unprecedented. McGonagall stepped forward. Her face was controlled, but Harry could feel her emotional state through the shadows, a complicated mixture of pride, fear, protectiveness, and the particular ache of a teacher watching a student outgrow her. "Mr. Potter," she said. "On behalf of the staff, I want to say," she stopped. Reconsidered. Started again. "When you arrived at this school, I promised to protect you. I told you that Hogwarts does not surrender its students. I want you to know that I meant it then, and I mean it now. But I also want you to know that somewhere in the last 3 months, the nature of that promise has changed. I no longer need to protect you from the world, Harry. I suspect I may need to protect the world from its own reaction to you." The ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. "I'll try to give them nothing to react to. Too late for that, I'm afraid. You are what you are, and the world will have to accommodate it." She looked at his friends, at Hermione's fierce intelligence, Ron's steady loyalty, Draco's sharp courage, Neville's quiet strength. "All of you. You have become something, together, that I have not seen in all my years of teaching. Hold on to each other. The years ahead will test you." Dumbledore rose from his chair. The warming charms were fading, the November cold creeping back in, but his voice was warm. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you all. The staff has seen what they needed to see, and I believe we are, collectively, better equipped to support you going forward." He turned to the teachers. "What you have witnessed today is classified. Nothing leaves this courtyard. The ministry, the board, the press, they will learn about Harry's abilities on his terms, in his time. Is that understood?" Murmured assent from the staff. Even Snape nodded, though his expression suggested he had reservations about the long-term viability of secrecy. "Excellent. Now, I believe there is a Quidditch match tomorrow, and Mr. Potter has a snitch to catch. Shall we return to the warmth?" They filed back inside. The courtyard emptied. The warming charms expired, and the November cold reclaimed the space, and the stones that had borne the weight of a 60-foot shadow serpent showed no sign of it, just flagstones, frost-edged and grey, keeping their secrets the way Hogwarts had always kept them. Gryffindor beat Slytherin 270 to 130. Harry caught the snitch in a 70-foot dive that left Oliver Wood weeping with joy and the Slytherin seeker, a 5th year named Higgs, staring at the empty air where Harry had been with an expression of baffled admiration. The Gryffindor common room party lasted until McGonagall appeared at midnight and shut it down with a look that could have curdled milk. Harry slipped out before the shutdown, finding his way to the courtyard, his courtyard, the one where he came to transform, and sat on the cold stone wall and looked at the stars and felt the castle around him, warm and full and alive. Draco found him there. "Good catch," Draco said, sitting on the wall beside him. "Unforgivable, since it was against my house, but objectively good. Sorry about that." "No, you're not." "No. I'm not." They sat in comfortable silence. The stars were bright, Scotland in November, cold enough for clarity, and the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. "My mother wrote to me," Draco said. "She says my father is angry. Not surprised. She says," he pulled the letter from his pocket, unfolded it, read aloud. "Your father's anger is his own. Your choices are your own. They are not the same thing, and you are not responsible for the former. I am proud of you, Draco." He folded the letter back up. "She's never said that before. Not like that. Your mother sounds like a good person. She's a complicated person. She married a Death Eater. She raised me in a house full of dark magic and pure-blood ideology. She's also the only person who ever read to me at night and let me cry without telling me to stop." Draco put the letter away. "I think people can be more than one thing. I think people have to be more than one thing. Otherwise we'd all just be labels." Harry's shadow stirred on the wall between them. Boy who lived. Shadow-Basilisk. Blood traitor. Death Eater's son. Friend. Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, very softly, "Yeah. That one." They sat on the wall and looked at the stars, and the castle hummed beneath them, and the night was cold and clear and infinite. December brought snow and exams and a letter from the ministry that made McGonagall go very still and very quiet. Harry found out about it through Dumbledore, who called him to the headmaster's office on a Tuesday evening and sat him down and offered him a lemon drop, which Harry declined, as always, and told him, in his measured, careful way, that Amelia Bones had achieved something significant. "The Wizengamot has ruled," Dumbledore said. "On the matter of your classification." Madame Bones presented the case personally, citing Section 14 of the Magical Creatures Classification Act, "Your friend Miss Granger's research, I understand," and the Dumbledore Amendment of 1965. The vote was 53 to 19. In favor of? In favor of you. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You have been officially classified as a wizard with a creature inheritance. Not a creature, not a beast, a wizard, with the full rights and protections thereof. The Shadow-Basilisk form is classified as a magical ability, not a separate entity. You are, in the eyes of the law, Harry Potter, wizard, student of Hogwarts, citizen of magical Britain." Harry let the word settle. He'd expected a fight, months of hearings, political maneuvering, the slow grinding of institutional machinery. Instead, Amelia Bones had cut through the noise with the precision of a scalpel, using the law itself as a weapon. Lucius Malfoy voted against, Dumbledore added. 19 members of the Wizengamot followed his lead. But 53 voted in your favor, and the margin was decisive. The ruling cannot be easily overturned. And the Ministry Observer? Dawlish? His reports have been formally entered into the record. They were, I understand, somewhat unflattering to Mr. Malfoy's position. Dawlish, for all his flaws, is an honest reporter when not actively compromised, and his observations of your behavior at Hogwarts painted a picture of a well-adjusted, responsible student, not a dangerous beast. The reports where he described me as cooperative and articulate. Those very ones. Your decision to engage with Dawlish directly, honestly, and without hostility was, in retrospect, strategically brilliant. It wasn't strategy. It was just the truth. The truth, well deployed, is the most effective strategy of all. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Fawkes, on his perch, ruffled his feathers contentedly. There is one more thing. The ruling includes a provision, added by Madame Bones as a safeguard, that establishes you as a protected individual under the Magical Minorities Act. This means that any attempt to harm, capture, experiment on, or exploit you on the basis of your creature nature is a criminal offense. It also means that the Ministry cannot compel you to register with the Beast Division, submit to involuntary testing, or disclose your abilities beyond what you choose to share. Harry processed this. Protected individual. A legal shield, built into the structure of magical law, that acknowledged what he was and defended his right to be it. Madame Bones, he said. I'd like to thank her. I'll arrange a meeting. She's expressed an interest in meeting you. She says anyone who can out-argue Lucius Malfoy at age 11 is someone she wants on her side. Dumbledore smiled. I told her you weren't on anyone's side but your own, and she said that was exactly why she liked you. Harry nodded. He sat in the headmaster's office, surrounded by the whirring of silver instruments and the soft song of a phoenix, and felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying since the day he'd arrived at Hogwarts, since the moment he'd turned Dumbledore to stone and realized that the world would want to cage what it couldn't understand. They couldn't cage him now. Not legally, not politically, not without facing the full weight of magical law. He was free to be what he was, openly, without apology. Professor, Harry said. The Horcruxes. The one in my scar. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The twinkle dimmed, replaced by something heavier. Yes. I want to try to remove it. Over the holidays. With Snape's help, and yours. It's dangerous, Harry. The Horcrux is deeply embedded, it's a piece of Voldemort's soul stuck in my forehead. It's been there since I was 1 year old. I can feel it, Professor, through the shadow senses, it's like a splinter of ice in warm water. The Shadow Realm can extract it. I know it can. I've been studying the way my venom interacts with dark magic, the way the shadows can separate foreign magical signatures from native ones. The same principle that cured your petrification can cure this. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes sang a low, contemplative note. You've thought about this carefully, Dumbledore said. I've done nothing but think about it. Every night, when the castle goes quiet and the shadows settle and I can feel every magical signature within a mile of this building, I can feel him. In me. A sliver of the man who killed my parents, embedded in my scar, and every time I sense it, the serpent inside me wants to tear it out. And the risk? There's always risk. The Shadow Realm might reject the fragment violently. The extraction might damage my scar, my magic, my mind. I could lose the Parseltongue, the Horcrux might be the source of it. Harry paused. But I don't think so. I think the Parseltongue is mine, part of the Shadow-Basilisk inheritance, not Voldemort's gift. And I think the Shadow Realm will protect me during the extraction, because I'm its guardian, and guardians don't carry parasites. Dumbledore studied him. Those blue eyes, so recently returned to life, searched Harry's face for doubt, for recklessness, for the impulsivity of youth. They didn't find it. What they found was certainty, not the brittle certainty of someone who has convinced themselves they're right, but the deep, settled certainty of someone who has examined every angle and chosen their path. Christmas holidays, Dumbledore said. Severus, myself, and Madame Pomfrey in attendance. The room of requirement, configured for maximum shadow density. We do it carefully, methodically, with every precaution in place. Agreed. And Harry, if at any point during the extraction you feel that you are losing yourself, that the Shadow Realm is pulling you under rather than supporting you, you stop. Immediately. No heroics. We find another way. Agreed. Dumbledore extended his hand. Harry took it. They shook, a firm, equal grip, man to boy, wizard to basilisk, mentor to something that was rapidly becoming a peer. You are going to change this world, Harry, Dumbledore said. I hope you know that. I'm going to try, Harry said. But first, I'm going to finish my potions essay, because Snape will petrify me if it's late. Dumbledore laughed, a real laugh, warm and surprised, and Fawkes trilled, and the office was full of warmth and the smell of lemon drops and the particular magic of two people who had seen the worst the world could do and decided to face it together. The Horcrux extraction happened on December 22, 2 days before Christmas, in a room of requirement configured as a sphere of absolute darkness. Harry had asked the room for the deepest shadow it could provide, and the room had responded with something that made even Harry's shadow senses pause. The space was not merely dark, it was shadow, the pure substance of the Shadow Realm, pulled into the physical world and shaped into a room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of living darkness, warm and yielding and aware. The air itself was shadow, breathable, but heavy, carrying the weight of a dimension that existed alongside reality like a reflection in dark water. Snape, Dumbledore, and Pomfrey stood at the edge of the room, their wand tips providing the only points of light, 3 small stars in an ocean of dark. Their presence was a concession to Harry's insistence. He trusted the Shadow Realm, but he wanted people he trusted in the room. Witnesses. Anchors. The human connections that kept the boy tethered to the world while the serpent dove deep. Harry sat in the center of the sphere, cross-legged, eyes closed. He could feel the Horcrux in his scar, clearer than ever, in this density of shadow, a bright, cold, foreign thing lodged in his magical core like a fishhook. It was small, a fragment of a fragment, a sliver of soul so thin it was almost transparent, but it was Voldemort, and it pulsed with a malice that was instinctive and eternal. He reached for it with the Shadow Realm. Not with his hands, not with his magic, but with the dimension itself, the vast, ancient, patient darkness that was his birthright and his domain. He asked it, in the wordless language of warmth and belonging, "Help me. Take this out. It doesn't belong." The Shadow Realm responded. Harry felt it as a rising tide, darkness flowing into him, through him, filling every space in his magical core, every channel in his body, saturating him with shadow until there was no distinction between Harry and the dark, until he was the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Realm was him and they were one thing, vast and ancient and alive. The Horcrux screamed. It was a tiny sound, a miniature shriek of fury and terror, the death cry of a fragment of soul that recognized it was being hunted. It tried to burrow deeper, to dig its hooks into Harry's magic, to anchor itself to the scar and the blood and the decade of cohabitation. It fought with everything it had, which was not much but was Voldemort, and Voldemort fought hard. The Shadow Realm did not fight. It simply was. It surrounded the Horcrux the way an ocean surrounds a pebble, completely, calmly, with the absolute certainty of something that has existed since before time was measured and will exist long after time forgets its own name. It didn't attack the fragment. It didn't destroy it. It simply made the space around it inhospitable, too dark, too deep, too whole for a broken piece of a broken soul to survive. The Horcrux let go. Harry felt it release, felt the hooks withdraw from his magical core, felt the foreign presence detach from his scar, felt a decade of parasitic connection sever in a single, clean instant. The fragment rose from his forehead like a bubble rising through water, a dark, writhing wisp of corrupted soul, visible even in the absolute darkness of the shadow sphere because it was a different kind of dark, a cold and hollow darkness that had nothing to do with the warm, living shadow of Harry's realm. The Shadow Realm consumed it. Not violently, gently, the way a river absorbs a tributary. The fragment of Voldemort's soul dissolved into the darkness, its malice neutralized, its consciousness extinguished, its connection to the remaining Horcruxes severed. It was gone. Truly, completely, irrevocably gone. Harry opened his eyes. They were green. Pure, brilliant, undiluted green, Lily Potter's green, without the gold undertone that the Horcrux had always influenced, without the subtle wrongness that Harry had never consciously noticed but could now feel the absence of. His scar was just a scar, a mark on his skin, nothing more, carrying no dark magic, no foreign soul, no connection to the monster who had put it there. He touched his forehead. The skin was smooth. The scar was still there, it would always be there, a record of what had happened, but it was just skin now. Just a scar. Just history. "It's done," Harry said. In the darkness, he heard Pomfrey exhale. He heard Dumbledore murmur something that might have been a prayer. He heard Snape, who had watched Lily's eyes look out of a monster's face for 3 months, who had brewed and analyzed and tested and agonized over the venom that had freed Dumbledore and now the boy, he heard Snape make a sound that was not a word but was more eloquent than any word could be. Harry let the shadow sphere dissolve. The room of requirement reasserted itself, walls becoming stone, floor becoming wood, light returning in a gradual brightening that was gentle on eyes accustomed to total dark. The 3 adults stood where they had been, wands lit, faces carrying the particular expression of people who had just witnessed something unprecedented and were still processing. "Diagnostics," Pomfrey said, her professional instincts overriding her awe. She stepped forward, wand sweeping Harry in a cascade of analytical charms. "Magical core, stable. No, better than stable. Enhanced. The parasitic drain is gone, and your core is," she frowned at her readings. "Harry, your magical core has increased by approximately 20%. The Horcrux was suppressing him," Snape said. His voice was rough. "Draining his reserves to maintain itself. With the parasite removed, he's stronger. Significantly stronger." Pomfrey checked her readings twice. "And the scar, clean. No residual dark magic. No foreign signature. It's just a scar." Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were very bright, not with the customary twinkle but with something rawer, less controlled. "Tears," Harry realized. Albus Dumbledore was crying. I have spent 10 years, Dumbledore said, his voice unsteady, believing that the only way to remove that Horcrux was your death. I believed, Merlin forgive me, Harry, I believed that you would have to die to destroy it. That the prophecy demanded your sacrifice. That the best I could do was raise you gently and prepare you to walk to your death with courage. The room was very still. I was wrong, Dumbledore said. I was wrong about you, and wrong about the Horcrux, and wrong about the nature of the power that lives in you. The Shadow Realm is not dark magic. It is not light magic. It is something else entirely, something that does not operate within the categories I have spent my life constructing. And you, Harry, you are not a weapon, or a sacrifice, or a chosen one. You are a guardian. A keeper of boundaries. And you have just done something that I, with all my knowledge and all my power, believed to be impossible. Harry stood. He walked across the room and did something that surprised everyone, including himself. He hugged Albus Dumbledore. A brief, fierce hug, child to elder, student to teacher, the boy who had turned the wizard to stone embracing the wizard who had been willing to guide that boy to his death. Don't cry, Professor, Harry said. You were doing your best with what you knew. We all were. You are 11 years old, Dumbledore said, into Harry's hair. You should not be this wise. I'm a 1,000-year-old shadow serpent in an 11-year-old body. Wisdom comes with the territory. Dumbledore laughed through his tears, and Pomfrey was crying too, and Snape was standing against the wall with his arms crossed and his face turned away, and his shoulders were shaking, and Harry pretended not to notice because some grief was private and some relief was too deep for witnesses. But later, when the room had been cleared and the adults had departed and Harry was walking alone through the castle's nighttime corridors, his shadow peaceful and whole and free, he felt a presence in the dungeon below, Snape, in his office, sitting in the dark, and he sent a tendril of shadow down through the stone, a wordless touch that carried warmth and gratitude and the simple message, thank you for trying to save me, even when you thought I was beyond saving. The presence in the dungeon went still. Then, after a long moment, something came back through the shadow, not words, not emotion, just a single, deliberate lowering of defenses that lasted for one heartbeat before the walls went back up. Acknowledgement. From Severus Snape, it was as good as a standing ovation. Christmas at Hogwarts. Harry had never had a Christmas. The Dursleys celebrated the holiday with a frenzy of consumerism that excluded Harry entirely. He spent December 25th in his cupboard while Dudley dismantled presents in the living room and Vernon and Petunia pretended their nephew didn't exist. The concept of Christmas as a day of warmth, generosity, and celebration was as foreign to Harry as magic had been 6 months ago. So when he woke on Christmas morning in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower and found a pile of presents at the foot of it, he didn't understand what he was looking at for a full 30 seconds. Presents. Wrapped in paper. With his name on them. He sat up. His shadow stirred, curious, sensing his emotional state, a bright, complicated tangle of surprise and something perilously close to tears. Ron's bed was already empty, and the sound of tearing paper came from across the room where Neville was opening a gift. Harry looked at the pile of presents at the foot of his own bed and felt his throat close. He opened them slowly. Carefully. The way he'd always imagined he would if he ever got a present, holding each one, feeling its weight, reading the tag before unwrapping it. From Ron, a box of chocolate frogs and a hand-knitted jumper in deep green, made by Mrs. Weasley, with a note that said any friend of Ron's is family. Happy Christmas, dear. Harry held the jumper for a long time. From Hermione, a book. Not a textbook, a novel. A Muggle fantasy novel, dog-eared and well-loved, with a note tucked inside, this was my favorite book before I knew magic was real. I thought you might like it. It's about a boy who discovers he's something extraordinary. Sound familiar? From Draco, a set of enchanted quills that adjusted their nib size to the writer's handwriting, expensive and practical, with a card that read simply, Happy Christmas, Potter. Try not to petrify anyone. From Hagrid, a hand-carved wooden figure of a serpent, rough but recognizable, with scales that had been individually etched and eyes made of tiny yellow stones. A note, in Hagrid's enormous handwriting, made this myself. Thought it looked like yeah. Happy Christmas, Harry. From McGonagall, a framed photograph. Harry didn't recognize it at first, a young couple, waving and laughing, the woman with red hair and green eyes, the man with dark hair and glasses. Lily and James Potter. On the back, in McGonagall's precise handwriting, they would be so proud. From Dumbledore, a package wrapped in silver paper, and when Harry opened it, he found something that made his shadow flare and his breath catch. A cloak. Light, fluid, shimmering with a quality that was not quite visible, as if the fabric existed slightly out of phase with the rest of the world. A note fluttered out, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A.D." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and his body vanished. Not into shadow, into invisibility. The cloak was an invisibility cloak, and it was extraordinary, and it was his father's, and Harry sat on his bed wearing his dead father's cloak and his best friend's mother's jumper and held a wooden serpent carved by a half-giant and let the tears come because some moments were too much for any amount of Shadow-Basilisk composure. His shadow wrapped around him, warm, close, the familiar comfort of the darkness that had been his first friend, and Harry cried on Christmas morning in a castle full of magic, surrounded by gifts from people who loved him, and it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. One more present. At the bottom of the pile, small, wrapped in black paper. No card. No note. Harry opened it and found a glass vial containing a single, perfect, silver-white strand, a memory, preserved in the wizarding way, meant for a pensieve. He knew who it was from without being told. The emotional signature on the vial was unmistakable, grief and love and the careful, controlled offering of something precious from someone who found giving unbearable. Snape. Harry held the vial up to the light. The memory shimmered. He didn't know what it contained, but he could guess. A memory of his mother. A piece of Lily Potter, preserved by the man who had loved her and lost her, given to the son who had never known her. He put it in his pocket, close to his heart, and added Severus Snape to the list of people he would protect with everything he was and everything he had. The last day of term came with the kind of golden winter light that made Hogwarts look like an illustration from a storybook, snow on the turrets, ice on the lake, the forbidden forest draped in white. Students packed trunks and said goodbye and made plans for the holidays, and the castle hummed with the bittersweet energy of endings and beginnings. Harry stood on the front steps of the castle, his trunk beside him, watching students stream toward the carriages that would take them to Hogsmeade Station. The cold air bit at his cheeks, but his shadow kept him warm, a constant, silent companion that had become as much a part of him as his heartbeat. Hermione found him first. She was bundled in a scarf and hat, her trunk floating behind her on a levitation charm, her notebook clutched in her arms like a security blanket. "I've written down everything," she said. "Every observation, every theory, every question. When we come back in January, I want to start on the Shadow Realm mapping project. If you can perceive the boundary between dimensions, we should be able to chart it, establish a topography, identify weak points, understand the structure." Hermione. "It's Christmas. Take a break." "I don't take breaks. I take opportunities for independent study." She paused. Softened. "Thank you for the book, Harry. The one about shadow magic in pre-Hogwarts Britain. Where did you find it?" "Draco's family library." "Don't tell him I borrowed it, I think it's technically a restricted text." "It's definitely a restricted text. 3 of the chapters are written in Parseltongue." She grinned. "I'll need you to translate when we get back." Ron arrived, flanked by the twins, who were engaged in a complex negotiation involving a box of Weasley products and what appeared to be a stolen toilet seat. Ron extracted himself from the chaos and grabbed Harry in a hug that was brief, fierce, and accompanied by a thump on the back that was hard enough to rattle teeth. "Write to me," Ron said. "And if you get bored, come visit. The burrow's not much, but Mum'll feed you till you pop." "I'd like that." "And Harry," Ron's voice dropped. "Thanks. For, you know. Everything. The train, and the chess, and the whole saving the world thing. This was the best year of my life, and it's only halfway done." "Mine too, Ron." Draco appeared last, because Draco was always last, on principle. He came from the direction of the Slytherin common room, his trunk carried by a levitation charm that was unnecessarily elegant, and he walked up to Harry with the careful composure of someone about to do something terrifying. "I'm going home," Draco said. "To the manor. My mother asked me to. She says," he hesitated. "She says it's time my father and I had a conversation. Will you be okay? I'll be a Malfoy. We survive things. It's what we do." He extended his hand. "Happy Christmas, Potter." Harry took the hand. Held it. Pulled Draco into a hug that the other boy clearly had not been expecting. Draco went rigid, then softened, then returned it with a tentative pressure that spoke volumes about a childhood with insufficient physical affection. "Happy Christmas, Draco. And if your father gives you trouble, you'll what? Shadow walk into the manor and petrify him?" "I was going to say, write you a supportive letter, but petrification is on the table if needed." Draco laughed. Stepped back. Rebuilt his composure. "See you in January, Shadow Boy. See you in January, Ferret. I deeply regret telling you about the ferret incident." "No, you don't." "No. I don't." They parted. Harry watched his friends walk toward the carriages, Hermione with her notebook, Ron with his brothers, Draco alone but straight-backed and certain, and felt the warmth of them, even as they moved away, like embers carried in his chest. Neville passed him on the steps, paused, and said, "Harry, I just wanted to say. My Gran wrote to me. She heard about what happened with Quirrell. She said I chose good friends." A shy, proud smile. "I think she's right." "She is, Neville. Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Harry." The courtyard emptied. The carriages departed. The castle settled into the quiet, hollow feeling of a school without students, not empty, exactly, but waiting, the way a theater waits between performances. Harry didn't leave. He'd decided to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. The Dursleys were not an option, he would never go back to Privet Drive, and no one had asked him to, and while Mrs. Weasley's invitation was genuine and tempting, Harry wanted something else. He wanted time. Time with the castle, with the shadows, with the ancient darkness that was his home in a way that no building made of stone could be. He wanted to visit Sable. He descended that evening, after a quiet dinner with the staff. The teachers who stayed for the holidays were McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Hagrid, and Dumbledore, which meant the dinner conversation was simultaneously intellectually stimulating and deeply awkward. The Chamber of Secrets welcomed him with its usual cold, damp, ancient grandeur, and Sable emerged from behind Slytherin's statue at his hissed greeting and lowered her massive head to the floor in the gesture that had become their ritual, part greeting, part trust, part the simple pleasure of proximity. "Shadowkin," she said, in her slow, creaking parcel tongue. "You are different. The cold thing is gone. The fragment in my scar. I felt it. The Shadow Realm sang when it was consumed. The darkness celebrated." A long, thoughtful hiss. "You are more yourself now. Brighter. Stronger." Harry sat against her coils, leaning back against scales that were rough and warm and solid. Her body curled around him, protectively, possessively, the way a mother cat curls around a kitten, and in the dark, in the deep, in the silence of the oldest secret in Hogwarts, the Shadow-Basilisk and the ancient serpent shared warmth and company and the particular peace of two creatures who had been alone for too long and weren't anymore. "Sable," Harry said. "I'm going to figure out how to free you." Not today, not this year, but eventually. I'm going to find a way to get you out of this chamber and into the world. The world will not welcome me. The world didn't welcome me either. But I found people who did. I'll find them for you too. You are young, Sable said. You are impossibly, absurdly young. And you promise things that are larger than yourself. That's what friends are for. The basilisk was quiet for a long time. Her great yellow eyes, which could kill with a glance, blinked slowly, and in the darkness, Harry could see, really see, with his shadow senses tuned to their highest resolution, the emotion that moved through her like a current through deep water. Hope. 1,000 years old, and fragile as a soap bubble, and real. Friend, Sable said, tasting the word. Yes. I think I like that. He climbed back to the surface as night settled over the castle. The corridors were dark and still, lit only by occasional torches and the silver gleam of moonlight through frosted windows. Harry walked through the silence, his shadow stretching ahead of him, exploring every nook and corner with the idle curiosity of a creature in its element. He found himself, without consciously choosing the destination, on the 7th floor. In front of a window that looked out over the grounds. The view was extraordinary. The lake was a sheet of black glass under the moon. The forbidden forest was a dark continent, its trees heavy with snow. The mountains beyond were white against the stars, the Scottish Highlands in December, vast and wild and ancient. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass and looked out at the world that was waiting for him. He was 11 years old. He was a Shadow-Basilisk, a guardian of the boundary between dimensions, a boy with the power to petrify with a glance and move through shadows like water through a riverbed. He had friends who loved him. He had teachers who believed in him. He had a basilisk in the basement and a phoenix in the tower and a shadow realm at his back and a future that was bigger and stranger and more terrifying and more beautiful than anything he could have imagined in the cupboard under the stairs. Voldemort was out there. Broken, bodiless, but alive, anchored to the world by fragments of soul hidden in places Harry would need to find and destroy. The fight was not over. It had barely begun. But Harry Potter was not afraid. He had been afraid once. In the dark of a cupboard, in the silence of a house that didn't want him, in the small, cramped, airless space where they tried to make him nothing. He had been afraid, and the fear had been his whole world. The shadows had found him there. In the darkest place he'd ever known, the darkness itself had reached out and said, "You are not alone. You have never been alone. We have been waiting for you since before you were born, and we will be here long after the things that frighten you have turned to dust." Harry stepped back from the window. His reflection looked back at him from the glass, a thin boy with dark hair and green eyes and a scar on his forehead that was, for the first time in his life, just a scar. His shadow on the floor was shaped like a serpent. Vast, coiled, patient, powerful. It looked up at him with eyes that weren't there and said, in the language of warmth and belonging, "Ready?" Harry smiled. A real smile, wide and bright and unguarded, the smile of a boy who had found his place in the world and was not going to let anyone take it from him. "Ready," he said. His shadow rippled once, a wave of liquid darkness that rolled from wall to wall, and settled. Outside, the snow began to fall. Soft, silent, covering the grounds in white. Inside, the castle hummed its ancient lullaby, and the phoenix sang, and the portraits dreamed, and somewhere in the deep, a basilisk named Sable closed her great yellow eyes and slept without fear for the first time in 1,000 years. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Shadow-Basilisk, the guardian of the boundary, the boy who had turned the greatest wizard in the world to stone and then brought him back, the boy who had faced the Dark Lord and won, the boy who had walked out of a cupboard and into a castle and made it his home, Harry Potter stood in the moonlight with his shadow at his feet and his future in his hands and knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who had earned every scrap of his confidence through suffering and courage and love, that this was only the beginning. The first year was over. Everything else was just getting started.